will start the fight. Yotoro's gonna TP in here on the side. Try and go for the quick kill on Amira. Nightfall pops directly in BKBs, but he's just gonna run away. The Fiend's Grip from the low ground is gonna hold back these heroes as best they can, but look at Collapse. He's guarding Yotoro straight after Nightfall. They chase after and pops the Satanic. Hit by the call. Meanwhile, the stun out for the Dragon Knight. That's gonna help him reset a little bit, trying to hit him on the wheel. Looks like with the follow-up stun of the Dragon Tail again, Nightfall's just gonna die underneath this wheel. There's not much they can do about it.
Another box.
They did manage to run down Yotoro and threaten him, but can they finish him off with these box saves? Just keep on going up. The light steal is keeping up. The stop is going down. There's just too many saves. They can't get him. Takes him back up to the high ground with the Nightmare pulling him back. The Ice Path as well. Now hit him with the Magnetize. He's going to die. Makoto has to abandon. He knows that Nightfall is dead. He's just going to try and preserve his own life here. Hits him with the kick. Roland didn't land, but slow down with Blood Grenade. The Magnetize building up. Disruption trying to bail him out here, but it just sets up Dual Breath. More Magnetizes. Makoto will die. He hit a Dragon Slave, though. Finish off the support. Now Mira's going to be in some trouble. Laurel underneath the tier 2 tower. Rampage for him. What is happening? Give him another Rampage with the arena going up. No! The Phoenix 8 to finish off one. The burn, it'll take Rue out as well.
Shadow, Bignum in, Yule's up into the air. Now they're going to try and make the move. They've got the air that's popped on Bignum as well as FY. RCY is going in with the Sleight of Fist as well as the Searing Chains. FY can't even get the Echo Slam out. They're going to pick up this Ember in the cart. BKB, Winter's Curse, locking up two. Exactly what they need to follow it up with the Terrorize. They've got the Fear on to Nothing to Say, and he will have his lips shut and sealed. He is killed off once again, does have buyback, and he will use it immediately.
Oh, he gets the BKB. All right, he gets the BKB off the last second. He needs a Thunder. He gets a throws onto his own Underlord. Sorry, corrupted. No. And he's still just dying to the Pit of Malice. The constant stuns out from the Bandolier. He cannot move. Gets the Force Staff out. Walrus punches there. Snow has not been able to play the game. This game is over. Vici Gaming will take game number 2 and force the game 3.
Seconds on the Necrophos. He's gonna have the buyback here pretty soon as the Omni Slash again being nullified to a high degree. They can just take out these buildings with the Blade Fury. Finally, Fortification comes out. Still no buyback on the Necrophos. 20 seconds. Finally, we'll use it. The Rolling Thunder, though, comes out from GPK. They kick out Satanic. He does have the Switch Slash, losing the mana, though, now nullified. Looking for the kill is Kiritish. Getting to the other side. The Mantis Side's gonna keep it alive. Miro trying to apply some more pressure. They get the kill onto the Bounty Hunter, but it's not nearly enough to turn this. And the buyback coming out now from the Bounty. Reaper Scythe doing absolutely nothing. It's double, in fact, will be enough to get the kill. But that is mega creeps as the throne is completely exposed. Didn't even realize.
Wanting to move to travel to their TP. They're going for it. They're going for it. They're flipping the wave. Immediately hitting over for the tier 4 towers. They're on the ancient, but they can't do it.
I mean, they have a glyph too. There's just no way.
Oh no! The 2-man stun. They're looking for it. Mount-Reed, he's going back in. They're trying to control. Do they have enough to take down the ancient? The Yule Scepter lift up is there. I don't think they can do it. The Paimon is off to the side, keeping him alive, and GG is called.
When you're Mega, the best way to win is fight. And really just all in, right?
Oh, Laurel gets the crush initiation.
Oh, there's the grip.
BKB. They're going to apply all this action out to Kez, already half HP, pops the BKB. There's Laurel. Trying to go on top of him, but they do have the cart coming out from Ace. He gets killed off by the Chicken Man, though, and look who's next. It is Mickey on the Luna. No buybacks. And that should be it. Nisha, the third core default. Triple kill for Yotoro. Can he get 30 with the ultra kill? He does. Disgusting display from the Chicken Man. Looking for
Give him the
finish Rampage to get 31 kills in a game at TI. And it is Yotoro. Beast mode enabled.
Arrow is, oh, DM, nicely played. BKB, blink forward, no problem at all. The Winter's Curse is going to come out now. Do they have any follow-up? Nightfall looking for the Requiem, thinking about going, lets it fly, moves in for the finish. No more DM, but now Chira Jr., he too goes in, and the Reaper's Scythe will be there. They take down the Shadow Fiend. WS also in the grave. Chira Jr., he will not be denied. Get back over here, sir. And GG is called.
And we're back.
Hello, everybody. We're back for day 3 of the group stage here at the International 2026. It's going to be an absolute blast of a day. We've got some eliminations happening. You know, we've got, not here on this stream, but there are going to be some teams getting sent home here soon. But I'm super excited, Zach. We've got, 3 days now of the group stage, seeing exactly kind of how things have shaped up. How have you felt about it?
I mean, I've been enjoying TI. Some of the teams are probably enjoying it more. Those maybe towards the top are feeling a little bit better about things going on. Teams towards the bottom, like you said, this is the time elimination start. A lot of pressure. There's going to be some disappointment in the next couple hours. Some dreams being crushed, but you've gone back in time. It's now. You can still fight it out one more time. Bring in the energy, bring in the hope and the dreams, and pull it out.
On the other side, though, some people are going to be really happy. They're going to be qualifying, to the main event. But let's take a look at the schedule here for today. Coming up first, it's going to be Team Resilience versus Yandex. That is pretty much happening right now. We are about to begin. We got a draft coming up in just a moment. After that's going to be Nigma Galaxy versus Vici Gaming. Now that series is going to be the upper side of the bracket, the 2-1 teams, and then the round 5 later today is going to be your 2-2. Obviously, we don't have those teams quite yet, but we got a lot of things to look forward to.
I'm ready. I don't know if I would have. Well, I guess we could see later. I'm sure there'll be some statistic on who did predict where these teams were going to be. I suspect, once again, no one's going to have it completely correct. Some teams doing better, some teams doing worse. I'd say for this series, technically, both teams are 1 and 2. I get that. But I'd say Team Resilience is on the doing better than people expected side of things.
Agreed.
And Yandex is on the opposite side, where I think they're underperforming compared to what most people would expect. And now they are meeting here.
Yeah, this is Yandex was one of the teams I said day 1 that I think are like sleepers to win the whole event. Like I think this is a team that everyone kind of knows. Like sometimes they'll just like bomb out of an event, and then the very next one they just win. But they've been a lot more consistent, I would say, in the last like 4 to 5 months. So I am genuinely curious to see how they're going to perform here today versus Resilience, which, like you mentioned, on the rise. They've had a pretty rough series of teams that they've had to play here in the group stage. So it has been trial by fire for this recently formed squad.
But that'd be a great underdog story. All the learning lessons you get from playing all those good teams, Yandex included. Let's see if they can get the win here. Neither team technically out after this, but I mean, you're not going to feel good about being 1 and 3. So you want the win here. They're gonna hope Earth Spirit can lead the way, roll on into victory.
Okay, we'll see the Earth Spirit into the Shadow Fiend response. That's quite nice. I think with Shadow Fiend, it has looked pretty solid in terms of the carry role. Obviously, the Treant Protector is pretty much always banned, but there's actually a handful of pretty solid, I would say, Shadow Fiend counters still in the pool, and they only get 1 ban in this phase. So if I'm Resilience here, I think it's 100% you have to ban the Darkseer, especially when you have an Earth Spirit to play with as well. I think there's just no way you can leave the Darkseer in at the pool. But maybe they have a different idea. Maybe they look to pick it themselves, but they do need that melee support pairing, and it looks like Yandex is starting to get rid of a few of them.
There's a lot of melee support you can pair with it, so I don't think they're too worried. They'll get their hands on something good. Some kind of SF counter, I think, would be smart, like you said. They've enjoyed this hero. I feel like we've seen... Oh, actually, I thought I remembered seeing him play more games of Shadow Fiend. Maybe his previous tournaments, but... Erica looked good on it yesterday. I think we were watching that one when he played OG. The second game had the Shadow Fiend, and he was doing really well.
Yeah. It is going to be the Darkseer ban into the Wyvern pick. I think Echoes has also been such a standout player for them in the mid lane, so I am curious to see what he's got planned to deal with the Earth Spirit. Let's say the Ember Spirit is one that comes to mind as a potential playmaker. But his Invoker, not in the pool, which you saw him kind of own on yesterday, the Lina and the Puck band as well. And actually opt for the Slardar ban, which makes sense, right? This is a hero that pairs very well with Shadow Fiend. You can put it in the mid lane if you want. We're going to see the Hoodwink come out.
Very active duo already. And I imagine I'm going to grab one more. Possibly start countering this SF. So if you wanted the off lane, I think you could do it here.
10 seconds remaining.
Wyvern is not the strongest laner, but it's gotten better. That's why we're seeing her more. They go for the Centaur. This has kill threat. Centaur and Hoodwink is a lot of damage together. Shadow Fiend can still do fine. The raises can threaten even a Centaur, and when you do trade, you get him a little low. There's going to be a bunch of healing from Winter Wyvern. So if that's the case, you can just end up creep dragging, and he'll be fine. We've seen this many a time, and it'll be good to get to this backline. Like, the lane may not be fun, but now it's more than just Earth Spirit looking in the backline. You can have the Stampede to get Centaur there, but also your whole team. They can all Stampede in with you to go find this Shadow Fiend or this Wyvern. Okay, maybe you don't all go together because then you get Winter's Curse together.
Go together.
You know, you all go from different angles.
Yeah, there's the Ember. What is the old Seb voice line? Fight something.
Ducks fly together.
No. it was in the Dota client. So it was like, play together, like fight together,
slay
die together. I don't know.
Something. Slay together, slay together.
Slay together.
Slay.
Yeah. That's what, something like that. Slay together. Die together is the other part of it. So, that one just didn't make it into the game, I think.
5 seconds remaining.
The Ember Marana response.
Yeah, very strong.
That's a solid combo right there. Very easy arrow setups. And the chains are good for Stampede, at least at the start before BKBs come out, since you can stop multiple people from running away. The Natures is going to provide a lot of global pressure for this team. They're going to be able to make plays. Like, you have 3 playmakers already who can find targets around the map, and then a Natures who can then show up. So that's going to allow them to play the map efficiently. You do have to be careful. I feel like as you teleport in, that Winter's Curse could still be very scary.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think as long as you're careful about that, you have a good foundation here. A rare last pick support, though not 100%. We have occasionally seen some nature supports, but I think they're probably just looking for one more support pick here for Yandex.
I think it's going to be Watson on Nature's Prophet. I think it makes the most sense. Like, it's a pretty decent matchup into the Shadow Fiend. I know we've seen this exact matchup actually go Shadow Fiend's way, but it's like in a vacuum. I think Nature's Prophet can out-farm the Shadow Fiend and get more active early, which with this Earth Spirit, Hoodwink, Centaur, it can work. I'm pretty sure it was literally Earth Spirit and a Nature's Prophet that we saw, and we're like, you need your Earth Spirit to find and make space and get objectives and set up stuff early in the game, and it just didn't happen when we saw it previously. So I think a little bit of pressure maybe on the mid lane of Yandex to not only like try and survive that Ember Spirit lane, but to then get an early Vessel and make rotations and make things happen.
It's what you want from the hero in general, even without the natures, right? Let's see, Largo and Timber taken out. Timber especially would have been very annoying for them. Some high strength heroes that Timber would have just chunked through, and then both Hoodwink and Natures don't like having their trees cut, so very heads-up ban.
10 seconds remaining.
It would have meant you're lacking on control a little bit for Team Resilience, which is something I'm kind of looking at for them in their last pick. Ember, Chains plus Arrow, that's pretty good in the early game, but as time goes on, BKBs, Dispels, that really drops off. And you've got things like Stampede to deal with. You've got things like this Earth Spirit rolling everywhere. Think another stun would be pretty safe. Unfortunately, a lot of those stunning heroes don't love playing into natures. I think you just gotta do it, though.
Yeah, I agree.
Yandex's turn to pick.
Witch Doctor. I mean, that is a Malady classic, right? Like, I feel like he's one of the few people that really likes playing Witch Doctor. Maybe, you know, Vision, the other team that kind of likes to pick it every once in a while, but we'll see what they want here in that support
10
role.
seconds remaining.
I mean, I'm open to just something simple like a Tusk, right? Snowball save from Arrow.
5 seconds remaining.
Good tag team setup.
You had me at Snowball save. I'm sold. I'm done. Yeah, send it.
I was looking at some of the like unpicked and unbanned heroes of the tournament, see if there's like a niche pick somewhere that might pop through. But okay, Elder Titan. Now this has been banned a few times. Oh, okay, look at that. Witch Doctor, first ban actually. We love that. Okay. Do we have the numbers for Elder Titan? I'm actually curious because I think Elder Titan is one of those heroes that we've seen banned maybe a few times, but
5 seconds
I don't think he has a
remaining.
ton of picks.
We haven't seen him in any of our games, but
Okay, there he is.
I was trying to
5
like
and 2.
catch other games in between things, and yeah, he's been picked a little bit. I mean, that's not particularly high, but there were quite a few support bans this time around, and they wanted something melee, something that's going to be in front of the natures, and with that many bans taken out, that's I think part of why we're getting down to the ET. He will really amplify the magic damage from the Earth Spirit, and if you actually combine that with a boomerang, that's a big threat. I think some of the idea of this Underlord is not just he's a pretty strong laner, the pit is very good versus some of these roles. Again, not the hardest crowd control, but there's so many pits if you go Ags, it actually still sort of works. But then he can also build pipe, either him or the Mirana. I feel like you want this because it looks disgusting, the like spell amp magic resistance combo.
Yeah. There's few heroes that actually pair really well with that Elder Titan. In the past, it was like Tiny when Crash Landing was like Giga Broken, Zeus as well. Like you just throw the Spirit out and just nuke them for pure damage. But this game, I mean, you have Wrath of Nature, you have that Hoodwink like you talked about, all the damage coming in from the Earth Spirit. It's an interesting combo. I like the idea, and pipe a little bit unconventional. We don't see a lot of pipes built currently. The item hasn't been like aura. A lot of aura items in general, I don't think have been super strong or very popular, as much as just like farming and scaling items. But this with I could see this definitely being a game where you want to opt for a pipe. Maybe Planet will just still rush the Ags and tell New, he's like, sorry, buddy, that is your job. You're
Literally the aura guy, bro.
You're the aura guy.
Yeah, that is true. I'll tell you what, if they don't do a pipe, then how about Mage Slayer on the Ember? I feel like that item has dropped off a little bit, but he is still one of the best builders for it. I would like to see at least one of them. I do think it's something they have to be worried about in these early fights. I'm interested to see it. He's good in the lane, right? You get the movement speed as armor, so you can trade pretty well. But boosting the damage it's easy to kind of forget about, I feel like. And because he's been out of the meta, I mean, I'm sure the teams have been playing it in like some scrims, but like I wonder if they're gonna be thrown off a little, right? Where it's like, oh yeah, I survived this, right? But then, oh wait, that's a lot more damage than I was expecting. You know, it's been a while since I've had to calculate this ET aura and like Earth Splitter. So kind of interested to see how that goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have the best setup for it, I guess, is the one downside, like that easy Earth Splitter, but...
All right. Well, let's go ahead and jump into game one here of Yandex versus Team Resilience, which actually just neither team smoked up at the moment.
It doesn't look like they're running into each other right now.
30 seconds.
Everyone just warding up. We have seen some... We haven't seen an absolutely crazy first blood fight.
Yeah,
yet.
I want one.
I want one, like the full 5-on-5 run into each other. But we've seen a couple like, okay, I found a kill, maybe 2, but show me that 5-on-5 fight.
We'll see what happens. Nice little wraparound here from Soxa. Hey, I think he might try and... Oh, yeah, he's in a good spot to try and just sneak this. The ward there will scout him eventually, but just gets away. Nicely done.
So 1 for 3. Erica headed over to the lane, start cutting trees, and did have the... He's got the Quelling Blade to cut the trees for the Hoodwink, but also... Up by the camp, they put a sneaky sentry ward. Now, the pros should know about this, but it can throw you off because you need a Quelling Blade to see it as well. Or you have to use your Tango.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Oh,
That's an early courier.
yeah, he was killing the range creep from the back, which is actually such a funny development because a lot of times what we see play is cut the range creep behind the tier 1 tower, like at the very start. They didn't do that. So then he just stands behind them and kills the range creep in the lane, but forgot about his courier while he was doing that.
Well, Soxa with a nice lane drag here. Of course, they want to try and dodge the kind of a little bit of the rough early lane for the Centaur until he gets like his Helm of the Dominator, or at least like the Helm of Iron Will, and have some regen to play around, of course. But for now, he'll you know, just kind of get what he can out of the lane. Head of Malice level 1.
I wonder
That
if
is
they were
not something
trying
I
to
see
set
very
up
often.
an arrow. Yeah, that's a strange one. It is not common to see, but it does seem like... Well, I don't know if Fire Spirit would have made that much of a difference anyways, since Nature's can just stand so far in the back. I guess you could like push off range creeps. Or not the range creeps, the treants. Maybe that's the same idea behind the pit? I don't know. Like, you just prevent the treants from getting to you? I'll keep an eye on it. Let me see how he's using it.
Yeah, it is interesting. We don't really see it that often. But, I mean, the other thing, too, is your lane, like, pushes with Atrophy Aura a lot of the times in Firestorm, so maybe he doesn't really want to push the lane. He would rather have it, like, closer to his tower and
maybe it's just
into the Nature's Prophet. It kind of makes sense. Yeah, I don't know.
It's a mental game where he just keeps casting Pit and canceling it, and he makes you think you're about to get rooted, and they're like, oh, no. Because he just keeps doing it.
The pump fake after pump fake.
It's like Chaos Knight, where you can fake Reality Rift, but it starts the animation, and you see the like graphics start kicking in, but then you just cancel it. See in the mid lane, pretty even. I'm not too surprised. The Spirit Brothers. They can usually get like a small edge over each other, but I feel like a lot of the mid laners are just so good at keeping it steady. And so you never we rarely see lanes go like 80-20 one side, you know, some just like outplay each other. It tends to be very even until the supports start coming in. And down here, although this is a strong lane and it is a good start for SF, it is a lot of just creep dragging. But with that said, it is still only 9 last hits for the Centaur, so slower than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I thought it would go a little bit better as well, but Wyvern with just, you know, casual Arctic, Arctic Burn is a lot of damage against this hero, so can't really stick around in the lane, it would seem, and just gonna have to try and fend for scraps instead.
gonna be a slow start, I suspect. Sometimes when you have these natures, it is like you got to be worried about that early rotation, but down bot, it's a rough lane for them, so they haven't really gotten. I don't think they've even really used very many there. I think they've got their healing resources still available down there, and then mid lane is not really easy to rotate in for a gank, so might just be a peaceful farm until the power runes come up. Honestly, these aren't even the best supports to rotate over. I guess Mirana's pretty good, but the rest are not the easiest to show up early.
All right. That's going to be first blood. Planet grabs it against Watson. So turns out it works, you know, the pump faking with the Pit of Malice. That's all they needed.
Surely it's just yet another fake. The 100th fake in a row, guys. No, at some point, it's real.
Ooh, it's a lot of raised damage. Got to be careful of that Shadow Fiend.
Oh, he's getting rich.
Okay, we'll click a little replay here. Yeah, Pit of Malice into the arrow. So this time does manage to lock him down in place, and you know, our Spirit, I think at the time, currently like unblocking a camp or polling, so not really nearby to help. Bit of a fight here for the 600.
Ooh, the chains don't hit him.
That is a very unlucky chains as he just barely gets level 6. That's going to be magnetized. ZZQ is not going to really have a way out of this one. Your Ember Spirit not dying to this, but would definitely have preferred to have that chains land. That's rough, dude. The chances on that are so low.
And although Illusion Rune is not often the strongest, it's pretty good here because you can remove it. That actually,
oh,
okay. I was gonna say because you can use it to get out of chain so that you don't get arrowed, which he tried to, but then he still ends up getting hit by the arrow. That's pretty funny. But he didn't die, and he's got the bottle refill to heal up. So in the end, it's still good to get these. And actually, amidst all this mid action, looks like Shadow Fiend maybe stepped up a little too far. That's a lot of healing, though.
He's definitely in some trouble. Yeah, that is a full body block by the Trance, which he will just TP on home, or rather to the top lane. So we are seeing this carry profit, you know, max these Nature's Call, which is kind of interesting. Really sick rotation here from Echoes, not only taking the Wisdom Shrine, but getting a kill as well onto the Centaur.
Yeah, their Wisdom Shrine is actually still available. Kind of rare. This is the latest 7-minute Wisdom Shrine I've seen in a minute. But I guess knew that Nature's Prophet had rotated bottom and went back to top. So he's like, yeah, no one's going to go for it. I'll take my time, farm everything here, and then I'll go get it.
Well, with this, I am curious to see where some of the itemization is going to go. Ember's got his Ern queued up. I'm sure Chira Jr. thinking pretty similar thoughts. It's a very good Vessel game. 8-minute power rune. Chains does connect this time. Little bonk, kick him away. Rune's going to spawn on the other side. They even bring in the Underlord. Yeah.
How did that sleep not hit him?
There is a magnetize if they want to play it around it, but they don't want to roll into the middle of the pit, so they'll give it up. Haste rune for Echoes.
I'm gonna poke a little bit, but these are not the best heroes for taking an early tower. They might just go for a stacked steal instead. Noxa hasn't had much to do in the lane, so he's been making these stacks, trying to help DM recover later. Unfortunately, it's actually just gonna boost Echoes even further ahead.
We love boosts. Yeah, Echo's off to a great start already on this Ember Spirit. It's kind of expected, right, that you're going to come out ahead of the Earth Spirit, but right now, I think over the next like 5 to 10 minutes is going to really decide which team like comes is going to take like a pretty substantial lead. I think a lot of it is going to stem from these two mid laners.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Look at the urn on Mirana, so I feel like they're ready to just start playing together. Double urn, actually. Every kill now worth twice as much.
I'm gonna say Ember has his, so that is what's gonna be like a Vessel or Essence Distiller from Mirana. So. And meanwhile, the Earth Spirit, he's like 50 gold away from his urn. Nice kick there, but we'll see who actually wins the Rune RNG, spawning here in just a couple of seconds. They're prepared for top, but it's Bod's bottom. Echoes is going to grab himself an invis.
These are not the most exciting runes. We've had Illusion, Invis, and Haste. Haste is okay, I guess. But that means the next couple runes are even more important, because we're talking about the Arcane Aura, Arcane Rune, talking about Amplified Damage, Regen. The big ones are coming up. I wouldn't be surprised to see the teams commit even more for the next few.
That is a really big deal. Mid lane, Magnetize comes out. Does manage to get it to, reflect a little bit, but he's got a safety remnant. Echo's not really worried, but it will be able to deny their tower in the mid lane as a result. You really need like a bushwhack to follow that up, but only level 4 on the Hoodwink. Sox has really had a rough game.
That's because his bottom lane was so rough, right? So he just had to do the creep dragging and the stacking. But unfortunately, the stacking didn't pay out, got stolen away, and then they even lost their Wisdom Shrine, and hasn't really been able to play the lane because he's been creep dragging, so it has hurt him. They're actually giving him a huge wave down bottom to try to get him back online. They want that sharpshooter to find kills. Or DM's gonna come over anyways and be like, hey bro, that's did you know I'm the offlaner? And you're a support?
They're getting some damage in the top tier 1 here. Should finish it off with Erica rotating through the twin gate. Easy stuff. Just gonna TP back to the safe spot of the tier 2 bottom. Like, he doesn't want to actually be anywhere near that tier 1 tower. He wants to be away from the Centaur. And well, I know someone's gonna be here. Moonlight Shadows coming down, a nice rotation and a smoke from Team Resilience through the jungle here. We'll see if they actually manage to find their target. It's gonna be the chains hits the creeps next to him instead. Malady, gotta be careful. Winter's curse out from CCQ, but it's not really the big target. Good rotation in from the Underlord. A sleep onto everybody. The magic damage just deletes all of them. We'll see if they can actually find their way out of this one. Shadow Fiend is quite low. The Magnetize is still ticking, but Watson's only on a sliver of HP. A great bushwhack to peel for him, and they've got him. A 3 for 2. The amp damage from this single point in natural order.
Okay, I'm pretty hyped when this game ends. Win or lose, Valve recently added the damage amplification mitigation stuff. I am curious to see if we can see at the end how much natural order boosts. I don't play ET, I don't know if it's in there or not, but I think that'll be really interesting because that really caught Resilience off guard. They were not expecting so much damage.
So fast. It was just like a stomp into a boulder kick bushwhack. Like, what? That is so much damage. If the Earth Spirit here doesn't die, this Magnetize is on forever and they just kill everybody.
Yeah, but it would have been... you still at least killed the Earth Spirit, so it's not like it's the worst trade for Team Resilience, but it could have gone so much better if it wasn't that ET factor boosting all the damage, or maybe they were a little bit more split up. They also got caught in all the AoEs, right? Maybe that aura only works on like 1 or 2 heroes. A very close fight there, which does allow Yandex to ultimately take that bottom tower, which was their original goal. And let's see, we were talking about big runes coming up. 14 minutes here.
DM's in position, gonna get caught from the chains, does have the ultimate available, takes an arrow. He needs some help. The stomp's gonna come through, but your Centaur is dead. The turnaround onto Echoes. He gets away with a sliver of HP, holding Chira Jr. in place as the Magnetize continues to bounce around. A 2 for 2. New will be able to escape. No way to cancel that. And Planet makes it out as well. Meanwhile, I mean, Erica doesn't even bother showing up. He just takes the bottom tower.
He was about to go for that Wisdom Shrine, but he's going to think better of it. Not worth the carry dying for it. So he's going to go out. Yeah, more... I don't know. It's like a team win for Yandex winning that fight in the middle, but it is more space over to SF, who was top net worth, but he's starting to fall behind the natures. We're seeing the whole I can farm but still show up the fights benefit.
Yeah,
and because
absolutely.
these last couple of fights have been working out, it's really good. Now sometimes you show up and you die and then it just completely backfires on you, but Watson's been smart about where he goes so far.
I mean, Wrath of Nature is cooking, dude. It's doing so much damage in these fights thanks to that Elder Titan. Good pick off there. Wait, okay, actually the kill went to Watson. What? His Treant killed the Marana.
Nice. I'm telling you, Max Trance slap.
It actually hit pretty hard.
And they're being boosted by ET as well.
Not wrong, not wrong.
Actually, you have to be a little careful if you're standing next to the Treants and then you get Winter's Curse. They will add a decent amount of damage. The top Underlord, pretty tanky, but there's a lot of
Watson
damage
goes
coming in.
right in. Yeah, it's like he goes right into the Pit of Malice, tanks the arrow, but they've already managed to find one kill. Here comes the Earth Player. You got to get out of this one. Chiro Jr. caught from the Winter's Curse. They might just give him up, and they will. The rest of Yandex need to find a disengage, but a Ward's going to scout Malady. Actually, the Courier is going to scout Echo, so he knows he's coming, but he's pretty fast. He's gone. He's got the Stone Feather, he's got the Quicken Enchantment, and then he's got Tranquil Boots and a Windlace. This guy's zooming.
He's one of the fastest supports out there. These socks didn't fully leave. Are they thinking about looking for anything here?
Oh, he's looking for Planet, dude.
Natures does have teleport, and this is the threat when you have multiple heroes with decent stuns. Right, Soxa can just look top on his own because he's not really on his own. You have a Nature's ready to back you up if you find a weak support.
I mean, for now, this game is very close. We're looking at a Lotus Orb here for Centaur, which is going to help him out immensely. But also, Chiro Jr., I mean, he's been rolling in and just basically sacrificing himself in a lot of these fights. Like, he's going to have to get to a BKB of some kind. He's got it queued up. You know, he's 2 parts away. He's still going to be a little while. Oh, they're going to find Centaur. Nice chains out with the Vessel. DM, no real escape. Kill's going to go to ZZQ. And this is that Ember Spirit Marana we were talking about, right? The very low cooldown, constant setup for the arrow. Oh,
fast moves. Right after killing bottom, they're coming up top looking for Malady. And one more chain into... Don't even need any... They have really not much help from the supports on that one. Just the 2 of them is enough.
They're looking for even more. That's the Ags reveal here from News. Gonna be able to catch Chiro Jr. Magnetize is out, but you're dead on everybody. Just, that's like 5 deaths over the last maybe like 45 seconds.
Yeah, so you kill Centaur in his own triangle, you go top, kill ET. Yandex like, okay, they're going top, you know, try to make a play somewhere else. They go bottom, but then between Underlord ult and then the Twin Gate, the rest of the heroes show up bottom. So 3 different areas of the map that they show up and fight in.
That's
I would have thought
huge.
they had the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah. Well, we are seeing this Marana start to find quite a bit of form, going for, it looks like Guardian Greaves. So you mentioned, right, getting some auras this game, going to be very powerful. New just rushed to Aghanim Scepter, first item, right? Like no force, or no Aghanim Shard. He's not going to opt for, like, Gleipnir or anything like that, so we'll see. Another quick pick off there for Erica, getting some assist from ZZQ.
Mercedes is playing so fast.
They are. They're everywhere.
It's such an active Shadow Fiend. Well, I feel like he's active. He's only 4-2-0, I suppose, but I feel like he's been all over in these fights.
A lot of the kills have happened like near the Twin Gate for him, right? I think he's just showing up like near his near his twin gates, and they've had pretty good vision there. That one, you know, enemy triangle, not quite as the same, but he's everywhere. As for Echoes, you mentioned it in the draft, like maybe we see a Mage Slayer. It's exactly what he's going to go for.
I didn't see it queued up earlier. I think after that bottom fight we saw, they probably had a quick chat. They're like, guys, that was a lot. Should we address it? Who wants to do it? Who wants to build?
That was like level 1
or who gets a
natural order
Mage Slayer?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's only gonna get worse. So I think you will need it. And the other two, so they aren't building the pipe, at least that I see so far. But Underlord has a BKB queued up, and so does the SF. So at least the cores are preparing to deal with it.
Oh,
and, you know, not that they wouldn't have built
no.
one anyways, but
A Moonlight Shadow just at the right time protects New from this smoke gank rotation top. They just didn't have a dust. And now they'll just take Tormentor as a result. Well, I say that. They're scouting with the Treants. They're like, oh, guys, I think they might be doing this. Okay, if Elder Titan comes through,
I don't
would
think you
be
can.
pretty huge.
You know Wyvern's there. It's so risky. They're checking with the spirit.
Yeah, well, he was trying to send his illusion through to try and maybe find a stomp and kill someone. Or not his illusion, but the spirit.
Yeah, once you know Wyvern's there, there's no way you can try to go through. You're gonna get destroyed by Winter's Curse. I like faking it though to try to delay. Like, oh, we'll do it. We'll totally do it.
Yeah. Wisdom Shrine here. That goes. He's stuck in. He's inside the AoE. Yeah, they tried to steal it, but won't be able to. So Saksa will get the TP out.
Okay, I didn't think you would actually just get to leave though. All right. You force 4 rotations over. They don't even kill you. Never mind. That did kind of work out.
Planet? Does he have the damage for this? He has the mech. All of the healing coming through. They actually get Stampede out just to save the Elder Titan.
Which the funny thing is, I think he didn't even need it. I think actually if he just keeps walking, Planet was out of.
Oh, Chira Jr. under reward. Winter's Curse is out. The Lotus Orb, it's available. He gets the roll, but it gets blocked. There's going to be the Lotus trying to save him. The Silence actually off the mark. It's going to keep him alive. Stomp is there, looking to try and finish the kill onto the Ember Spirit. He's low. The stuns, the silences. Is it enough? He gets the kill at the last second. A 2-for-1 trade. As Watson finds the Marana, I believe, as well. So he TP's in, gets himself 2 nice kills, and he's going to go right back to farming.
Some of the benefit of the Mage Slayer, although he ultimately died, he got to live longer because of the damage he was reducing, and he actually got to finish the kill on the Earth Spirit first before then dying.
It's very close. Really good use of the Winter's Curse here, and then, of course, canceling the roll the second time.
That was kind of a Peepo-wide roll. I don't... That did not look like it should connect. It looked like he should have just made a clean escape.
Yeah. I agree. It looked pretty close, but this is where Nature's Prophet it can get scary, right? You know, he's able to globally show up very easily. Not as easy for the Shadow Fiend. They're gonna find Saksa here on the Hoodwink. Ooh, barely dodges the arrow. That was one of the changes actually in this recent E patch, like the root affecting certain abilities. So you can actually fire Sharpshooter and stuff, but you don't move.
Who missed though?
Yeah. All right. We got the Blink Dagger online here for the Centaur. There's a big pickup.
Double smoke.
Yeah. Who's going to find who? 30 seconds to the Power Rune, but Chira Jr. Oh, but he's going to walk right into him. Chains is out. He's going to have to BKB. He doesn't. He just accepts his fate instead. He's dead. Meanwhile, top side, they've caught New on the Underlord. Just gets deleted. So a 1-for-1 across the map. Winner's Curse onto Watson. He does have the BKB. He's going to have to use it. Stampede now coming through. He's trying to get away from the Shadow Fiend. Goes for the self TP. Out. He's not going to make it. They've got vision. Thanks to the Wyvern. Oh, boy. That is costly.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'm surprised they just bailed on him. I thought they would turn around to make that fight with his BKB, but
I don't
guess
know if
not.
they have much to work with because Underlord is so tanky. Yeah, he died, but they threw a lot at him to kill him quickly. So I'm not sure they really had the resources to stand and fight, which is why they make the call to get out. And it was pretty close, right? Like if Shadow Fiend wasn't so farmed, I'm pretty sure Nature's would have made it out. But there was so much physical damage coming in that the BKB does not help with.
Yeah, you
that
also
was the
need
recently
that
finished
magnetized.
Crystallis.
Yeah. Well, that is it. Roach number 1. Gonna go the way of Resilience. They'll grab it for the Shadow Fiend. As another solo kill going the way of this Ember Spirit, taking down the Hoodwink. Dude, look at the net worth difference between Planet and the other supports. This is why Mirana has been so strong in this event. And we knew it coming into it. Day one, we're like, yeah, Mirana looked really good at EWC. She's looked really strong in some of the recent tournaments. And yep,
but
seems that's the case.
Sometimes she doesn't look good, which is why I want to highlight that it's not just pick Mirana, easy peasy, easy win. You have to grab setups for it.
Absolutely.
And Planet is 6, 3, and 8. That's why he has so much gold. He gets a lot of space to then farm up, and it's because he has this easy route setup from the Ember and from the Underlord. But those routes are reaching their end point as BKBs come out, so it will start to become a lot harder to land these arrows. He's just gonna have to feel it in his soul.
Yeah.
Send it without much help.
Starting to fall a little bit behind here on Yandex. It's a 4,000 gold lead, but the chip damage to the tier 2 top gonna start adding up. Zoxa trying to just slow this down in any possible way. Watson's going for a Daedalus himself. He saw the sheer big red numbers that the Shadow Fiend was doing. It was like, I want to do that. That looks cool.
We love red numbers. Personally, I'm a big fan of the purple numbers. What's your favorite?
I think I'm also a big fan of red numbers. Well, they take the tier 2 top. They get the kill onto the Hoodwink again. Nice little setup, slight chains into the arrow. Bottom lane, they have their eyes on Mew, which this is the hero to gank if you're going to gank anybody, but without the Hoodwink sharpshooter, I don't think you have the damage for this.
He also has an Essence Ring and a BKB. Truly, it is quite difficult to kill him.
Oh, nice force that.
Come back to defend their base. Push off the SF. I don't think he's really looking to force the issue. He just wants people to have to come home. He's getting very close to a Daedalus. This is going to be a very hard-hitting Shadow Fiend. Not a lot of damage boost for him, though. They ended up building more defensively to address some of those auras we were talking about. But they don't have the Solar Crest and drums that SF would typically love to have.
They're gonna roll in, try to kick him back. Oh my goodness, the damage so quickly. They didn't use pop the sharpshooter. DM goes in with a stun. There's gonna be a huge Earth Splitter. They managed to pop the Aegis right away, and Cheer Jr., this Magnetize gets completely eaten. Oh, the curse from ZZQ. It's caught Cheer Jr. He's gonna get the roll away for now. ZZQ needs to get out, but no, the stomp catches him. He's dead. A pretty solid hold from Yandex. They get the Aegis, and it's a 1-for-1. I mean, that was just Wrath of Nature and Natural Order. Plus, the stomp. What else hit this Shadow Fiend?
I think some Earth Spirit abilities as well, but...
Oh, sorry. Echo Stomp and Earth Stomp. Yeah, Hoof Stomp. Yeah.
All the stomps. I got you. Yeah. We just stomping over here. Yeah, it was a lot of damage all at once.
Whoa. DM. We've seen this before.
This is a support Mirana, by the way, guys. Just jumping in nonstop.
Well, he's not really getting out of this one. He has a Lotus Orb in 1, can use it, but the chain stuns are there. They'll get themselves another kill.
It's true. If you look at these net worths, you might think this is just a bit of a poor core Mirana.
Yep, she's looked very good. Overall win rate, actually not even that high, 48%. So kind of maybe alluding to what you talked about earlier, where some teams tend to just pick it regardless if they can get set up for it, but I feel like on our stream, you and I, we've seen Mirana's actually have a lot of success.
It's one of those heroes that you can pick it without the setup, and yeah, it'll still do stuff. It's like when you pick Grimstroke and you're like, oh, I'm picking it for the leash. We don't need things to combo with it. And it's,
yeah.
You know, it's like, that's true, but
that's his Ags.
Well, ideally you wouldn't lose your Ags on the courier. Ideally you have the full setup. You have everything that makes the hero insanely strong as opposed to just pretty strong.
Okay, this is actually
drafts are never that easy.
Yeah, there's a pretty big timing coming out for this Earth Spirit. He just hit level 18, so level 3 ult. Woo! Hoodwink dodging out this rotation, even getting the Fiend's Gate out of it. I was gonna say, Earth Spirit, level 3 magnetized, but he's almost to his Shivas as well, which is gonna be a big deal for him in these fights.
Just have to wait out these Ags.
Dude, Planet has his.
Multiple Ags coming in, yeah. So if he wasn't farmed enough already, which is kind of the crazy thing if you think about it, a lot of Mirana's build the Ags early to be the farming item, and she is finishing the Ags now after having already done quite a lot of farming. So her net worth is going to go up even faster, and I'm not going to be too surprised if she starts passing this Earth Spirit and Centaur pretty soon. Especially if they win the next fight, she should just pass them immediately.
All I saw in that stat is that Mirana, when she builds Aghanim Scepter, has an above 50% win rate. So I feel like the Miranas that have not built Aghanim Scepters in this tournament are hurting this hero's win rate.
That feels like one of those stats that you can just interpret in a couple different ways.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely not pulling that out of context. Definitely not out of context. There's no way.
Do you guys see I win all the games I have a Divine Rapier in?
What was it? Like Treads is the most winning item of all time or something? Like has most games won? If you buy Treads, you'll just have a chance to win. Or was it Wand? I don't remember.
Chance to win no matter what, but...
All right, big smoke gank. If they skip... The scan's off the mark. They're just going to run in. They do manage to see Planet, but a really nice Pit of Malice coming through. Catches Malady, and he's such a big part of the fight. They take him out right away. And with this, I think the rest of Yandex are in trouble. Chiro Jr. is going to be forced to BKB. They get the Stampede. He's going to roll to safety, but yeah, you said it. That is the gem. That was everything.
It was actually retrieved. He kept the courier nearby. Good courier micro from Malady.
Oh, wow, yeah. He did get it back.
But a good focus from Team Resilience. You want to take out, like, ET is just a support. It's easy to kill him relative to the other cores. But he plays a very big part in these fights via the auras he is providing. The natural order, he's got the drums, he's got this force staff. The sooner you take him out, the better, and he's the easiest target to take out. So Team Resilience, absolutely aware of that. They immediately jump him with the Underlord ult and the Ember, take him out of the fight, and Yandex just feels like they have to run after that.
They're gonna go for the Shadow Fiend. Ooh, gets the roll out, they gets the connection onto the stuff. Does he have the follow-up quite yet? He gets the BKB off Watson, a really deep TP in. He's gonna try and look for Planet, but Shadow Fiend is just destroying him. Watson, Arrow's gonna connect. He's trying to run away. He's down to 100 HP, but he's dead. Oh no, he went in all by himself, and it's gonna cost Soxa as well.
The true carry coming in to finish the job, making sure the Nature's Prophet gets killed. And then he's back to farming while his team pushes. Very nice. Can't disagree with that. Yeah, that damage, that's the story right there. The SF gets to do his damage and the Nature's does not.
You can't TP that far back, right? Like, he TP'd behind the entirety of the enemy team. They just turn and go on him. And, yeah, that is very rough. 47 seconds without the Nature's Prophet. They'll look for this tier 3 tower. There's a fortification still. And he does have buyback.
He was expecting he'd get more help, but New, I think, had 2 heroes in his roots, so they just weren't able to move forward. It's still an aggressive TP, but...
Yeah. I'm surprised on what Chira Jr. did, because like he connected on the roll. I think he didn't expect to, but I thought he was going to kick the Shadow Fiend back towards the tower or something new. Gets the BKB off roll, does not quite connect here from Chira Jr. because the BKB and a massive magnetized Shadow Fiend. He's dying down to 10 HP and he's dead. A beautiful sleep here from Malady. Echoes and Planet trying to get away now, but the rolls are going to continue chasing. This one does connect again. Another boulder kick in the Vessel. Is doing work, and here comes Watson trying to find him. TP's in. Echoes, though, has plenty of escape. One more remnant to get away. They get the melee racks, but it does cost you 2.
The range barracks is
Roshan?
53 health, too, so essentially done. You just need to show up with one hero. Probably like Ember will walk in and hit it and Remnant out, or Mirana will do it. So bottom barracks essentially claimed. There is a window to do Roche. I'm a little surprised Yandex is not just beelining to it, but the time is shifting. Yeah, perhaps they're hoping when it gets bottom they can go for it, or maybe they just feel like they're going to have to win another fight, because by the time it gets there, Shadow Fiend's getting awfully close, and they do have the tools to stall this out. Firestorm, Pit, just chain spam, the threat of Winter's Curse. It's not easy to take Roche if they're contesting you, even without the Shadow Fiend.
I think they might go for it because this is going to be your best chance at doing it, and they just needed to get wave priority, right? The Yandex went to both their side lanes. The Roar actually triggered thanks to the Ember Spirit's Remnant in the pit, so slowing them down quite a bit. They do find the Underlord. The jump in, he just dies! He does have the buyback. He has the ultimate. He can rejoin any second, and with the Shadow Fiend respawning, they're going to do so. They're going to try to get right into the fight. Here comes the Earth Splitter. It does manage to connect, but they completely split the fight in half, holding them at bay. Ember Spirit, hold on. He's dying as well. Forced to beat KB. Watson trying to roll in, or continue to do the damage he can. Arrow not going to connect. He's forced to BKB and TP on out.
Echo's going deep, looking for the other retreating heroes, but they've taken different angles. So the rest are going to get out. I'm not even sure. I don't know if he was late through the pit or if he started TPing bottom.
I think he TP'd bottom and ran. Because he didn't want to like go right into the center, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, new ulted straight in, right? So it's the place for Underlord to be, but not strictly the place Shadow Fiend wants to be. So he may have gone to one of the other teleports. I missed it in that fight. At the end of the day, it worked out. So they win that fight. They are able to get Roche. It costs you a buyback, but it's pretty worth it.
Yeah, I mean, second Roche, you get yourself the banner. Didn't have to buy back on Shadow Fiend. I mean, not that he had it, but now he just gets to go straight towards his Satanic, and he's been staying neck and neck with this Nature's Prophet the entire game. We're gonna see some jungle items coming out here. Double Catalyst for the side of Yandex, and a Rattle Cage for the Centaur. So what?
25. Well,
yeah,
not just about, but he's at 24, very close to 25, which is a huge power spike.
It really is. I was going to ask you, so what's the game plan from Resilience right now? Are we waiting for anything specific? Like, where do they want to be? Where do they want to be moving?
If you find a pickoff, you send it, but otherwise they should have enough time to finish the Satanic on Shadow Fiend and possibly the 25. And I think you'll feel a lot better about pushing high ground with those. If you want to force it, okay, this rune was not great. Maybe you see the 40-minute rune is better. You could possibly banner with the 40-minute rune, and the catapult wave is the other window if you can't find any pickoffs.
Yeah, I like that idea. I think that would be kind of nice. All right, we're going to see the Bloodstone come out here for the Earth Spirit. Obviously very strong, but the question is, you know, can he get to his 25 talent?
Oh my god.
Well, goodbye, Soxa.
Half his health is a single crit. That'll get him very close to 25. Kills give a lot of XP at this point, even supports. So he needs one more creep. The Satanic is being delivered. That might be the pickoff. You could just go bottom. It's one hit, right? So you just walk in and finish it. Maybe they'll hope the creeps do it.
How can Yandex hold the high ground here? Like, where we've been seeing the damage setups from the Elder Titan, of course, but Is it enough? You know, can you hold against this Shadow Fiend? And now this Underlord who just keeps dropping these pits. Oh, Blinking, Stomp. That's a lot of damage, actually, just from DM.
Look at this pit.
Earth Splitter. It's gonna connect. No, Force Staff out of the last second. Okay. Dude.
We're seeing it right there. It's pretty hard to defend.
Yeah. The Astral Spirit just standing on the Shadow Fiend, watching like just Stomp do so much damage. Like, look at this damage coming through. It's like 60% of his health so quick. Echoes though, BKB looking for Soxa. He's trying to run his way out of this one. They do manage to force the Remnant and a disengage, and they'll take down the banner. So Resilience, the slow push, it's working. Power Rune's gonna be arcane here at the 40 minutes. See if they scout it out.
Still have a minute and a half on Aegis. So they're backing up a little bit, getting the rune, and then they're going to see if Yandex moves out. There's a couple wards on the map. Of course, they have now counter-smoked.
I mean, we're seeing how easy it is for them to kill people, and they saw Shadow Fiend on this ward. They know he's up here. Question is, will they find him? He might just be heading straight to the Twin Gate. Oh, he's farming deep on the enemy side, and they're not going to get him. So Yandex.
Nature's TP bottom to push it out.
It's so, I mean, it is so scary getting caught there. Shadow Fiend, he's showing, but there's smoke. It's expiring. Instead, they're going to try to run, follow this Mirana Courier, and maybe run into the rest of the team where the Shadow Fiend can't be there to join.
They've got the outpost and Fiend's Gate. You could bring that.
Ward down. They find CZQ. Stomp does come through. Roll in from Tira Jr. A lot of damage. They get the BKB to dodge the arrow. How much more can they get is the question. Holding the Underlord in place. He's going to be forced to BKB and run. But guess what? Erica's joined the fight. He's TP'd into the outpost. They're looking to try and get the Shadow Fiend involved. The blink and the stomp, but he gets the BKB off instead. Quick kill onto this Earth Spirit, and Echoes on 200 life will survive.
Malady got hit by 2 critical hits, I think, together. He took an 800 physical attack and a 700 physical attack. Practically 2-shot, and Ember just cleans it up after. That's your life at this point if you're a support. Yeah. And as we see, even the core, Chira Jr. with a Shiva's Guard, BKB, even he is not that tanky if Shadow Fiend is hitting him.
Yeah, they did a good idea, like trying to force that fight where where the Shadow Fiend wasn't. But this Pit of Malice from Underlord, it makes it impossible for the Nature's Prophet to like commit, because the second he tries, they just turn on him and he's forced to BKB. But Watson, he did get the 25 Treant HP damage talent, so these things they're strong.
Or is he simply buffing Winter's Curse?
Okay, that is an option. I'm trying to think. They do so much damage, actually. 150 damage. It's kind of nuts.
Genuinely, you have to be careful of getting Curse next to it. At least the supports do.
Yeah.
The cores can probably tank through it, but it will add in a decent chunk of damage. But you kind of need it anyways, because 1, it's a good talent, but 2, this bottom lane is always pushing into you, so buffing up your treants will allow them to push it out for you. I've seen more and more natures not go the teleport cooldown. It feels crazy to me because I feel like the talent is so busted, but 20 seconds is still pretty low on its own, you know? So you can still mostly play the map even with 20 seconds on it as opposed to 0. And there's less risk to pushing out bottom with the treants than for you to keep showing up and then teleporting away and then showing up and then teleporting away. Like, at some point, they kill you, and then you go, oops, my bad, guys, we've lost.
Radiant's middle tower.
We'll see. I feel like Yandex, they've been playing on the back foot for quite some time. It has been a steady lead building in favor of Resilience since about the 7-minute mark, really, this game. As both teams smoked up.
They should know.
Who's Echo? If they find Malady, it's absolutely. They saw the bounty rune get picked up. They know a huge bit of mouse connects onto 3. The Stampede comes in, but it's not fast enough. They've taken out 1. Can they get more? Winter's Curse to cancel the TP from DM, as he's not going anywhere. Oh my goodness. A disaster again for Yandex.
That's unfortunate. You're smoking out. You're not expecting anyone to be there. You think it's fine to grab a bounty rune, but you're actually passing by each other in the night. And if you didn't grab that bounty rune, they would be none the wiser. No fight happens. But great instincts. The second they see that bounty disappear, they realize what's going on, and they just send it in to break the smokes.
They're actually going. Yandex want to fight. They say, hey, I mean, Winter's Curse is down. You know, the Fiend's Gate is down. Like, maybe we can find the kill here. The question is, who do you find? Winter Wyvern never seemingly leaving the Shadow Fiend's side. Vision's gonna scout ZZQ. They catch him on the bushwhack. Yeah, he's dead.
Oh my god.
Very quick find. Hold on, New's actually coming in. Stuck inside the Sprout. Does have a Wind Waker, though. He is so far. Rolling in, though. It's gonna be Erica looking for the Earth Spirit. He's trying to run away. Nice Earth Splitter there, making some space as Watson's forced to Satanic. Force Staff to the low ground, but he's just dying instead. He can't get out. He's gone. The overwhelming damage from Resilience. Just crushing Yandex. It's not even close.
I like that Planet is securing all these kills too. Ember and Shadow Fiend are doing the majority of the damage in these fights, and then Planet keeps showing up at the last second to just pop, that's mine. This is mine too. It is working though, because now you're gonna run it straight down. There are buybacks. I think you need to. You get mega'd here if you don't buy back.
Yeah, I mean, they were trying to get like 1, maybe 2 quick kills and leave, you know, while your Centaur was dead. Maybe they thought they wouldn't go for the play, but here come the buybacks. They're going to jump in. New, no BKB does. He's taking a lot of damage. He managed to take out Malady. That's absolutely massive, but the rest of the team still lacking the damage to finish him off. Ember's going to make it out, but where's the Natures? Came in to try and save the racks, but it still dies. Double buyback, and all you get is the I mean, is that it? The Underlord?
You also you did get mega'd, right? You lost 1, but the other's up. It's mostly fine as long as Team Resilience does not lose Roche here. But that's the thing. There's no Underlord, and the pits have been huge for these fights.
It's
he
everything.
has no buyback because he used it earlier. And now he doesn't have the money.
Earth Spirit just hit 25. Self-Magnetize is finally online. This talent is insane. DM needs to be careful here. They're going to look for the arrow. He gets the blink out. He sees them coming. There's an amplified damage on Shadow Fiend. You need to get out of here. You do not want to fight this guy. He does way too much damage.
Treant up. That was a 2,000 crit on that Treant. Never stood a chance.
Oh, they're going to smoke instead. Maybe look for the kill. Arrow. Almost catches Watson.
Almost hit Watson. If he dies,
jump in.
The end of the game.
Dust. Oh, okay. No, they decide not worth it. Do they have a gem? I don't think they do. They lost their gem, didn't they?
Yeah, but they have some Essence Distiller charges to work with. They have some sentries down.
All right. Roshan, it's here in this bottom lane for about 2 more minutes. Another arrow, just gonna find Elder Shot. I mean, this is, the Ag's multi-shot arrow is absurd. So we're gonna just see this Mirana continue to just chuck these fights, hitting wall 1, almost a second, scouting everybody, planning to get down, shoots them up. Does count, needs to get out of here as BKB. He pops the Bloodstone, trying to heal through this. They've got a lot of damage onto this. Shadow Fiend, he might be dead. It's so close. He's trying to get the help, but the Winter's Curse not allowing him to life, so he's going for the right win, but he's down. ZZQ falls as well. 3 dead on the side of Resilience as they chase 4 more. The arrows splitting right through these heroes, but New's gonna come back in with Echoes. Looking to try and hold off this Roche attempt. Oh, the Shadow Fiend was flailing about. He couldn't get anything.
You can't be fighting 15 seconds before your Underlord is back up when you're in a Roche standoff. They're getting baited by the rune. And I kind of get it because there are some huge runes, especially amplified damage, but they just had amplified damage. So I don't think there can be another one unless the timing is like swinging around right at this particular moment. And I don't think there's any other rune that is worth risking a fight like that, because this is the worst case scenario. You lose the fight and now you lose Roche.
I cannot wait to see how much value Elder Titan's auras have been in this game, because in that fight, he was holding BKB for very long on this Shadow Fiend. He lost like 75% of his health during the Echo Stomp. And comes in, presses BKB Satanic to try and heal, but it's the exact same time as the Winter's Curse, so he gets nothing out of it.
And soon there'll be a Krellas on Chira, so
yeah,
even if it's not into Winter's Curse, you're not going to be healing very much.
Well, there is a Krellas on the Ember now, so that's kind of nice.
There's a lot of health you can steal from the Centaur in particular, but Nature's also has a Satanic, so it's a response to that. Unfortunately, if the healing doesn't work, he will just respawn because he has the Aegis. So despite a pretty big gold lead for Team Resilience, we're reaching 50 minutes into the game, where this kind of gold lead does not mean as much. Clearly, the cores can kill each other, as we saw the Shadow Fiend ended up falling pretty quickly. So it's all about how these fights break out, and that's where Resilience messed up. See if they learned their lesson. They're looking for a smoke
Watson
now. They have everybody. They see the Treants.
Okay. So, I mean, the net worth difference on the support is probably the biggest thing, right? This Mirana having like Blank Ags, Guardian Greaves level 26, right? Versus your Elder Titan who just finished as a Gleipnir, right? Like it's a little bit different in that regard. You would love to have like a Wind Waker on your Hoodwink or something. It's gonna come down to this Magnetize. It often does in the late game. Like the Magnetize 25 talent with that Bloodstone, if it hits the whole team and he's able to keep it going, it does so much work.
Socks so fast.
Gets
This
the
is the
blink,
fastest rat you've ever seen in the lore.
So, I mean, he gets 4 remnants off of Echoes for this. A nice chase, a good rotation from Resilience.
It is his job. I know it looks a little funny, but it is his job to kind of cut waves like this. And it's a slight overinvestment perhaps to kill him, but I think you need to kill him before you can then move on, which is why they all come back over and they're getting ready to look for a fight again. But I don't think they want to force it too hard, as in like, you know, let's go push Barracks. You're just trying to keep Yandex in the base. Like, hey, we are outside your base. If you come out, we will fight you. Yeah. But also, if you stay in your base, we'll let you stay in your base, because we're scared of that Aegis and we're scared of buyback. But you need to threaten it. You have to be over here to posture.
Yeah. Bit of Malice. DM immediately removes it.
How close are they to Divine Rapier on Watson? He could buy it, but he wants to save money for buyback. Or maybe he just can't get a courier over there right now.
He can always just TP to the other secret shop, right?
Bro, but if you do that and then you die with the Divine Rapier,
just don't
Reddit
lock
won't
it.
let you live it down, man. You know,
Just
it's
don't
too
lock
scary.
it. It'll be fine. And E-Blade queued up now on the Mirana. Planet's just like, guys, how do you scale even more on this hero? We never see anyone gets this far.
Guys, I've never had this much money. Can you tell me how to spend it?
It's so much farm, dude. The Octarine, Blake, bot, like, unbelievable. Guardian Greaves, Axe. He's so huge.
I'm a little surprised. So he's going for the E-Blade, which spell combo is amazing. I get that. E-Blade, arrow, all that stuff is a ton of damage. I feel like a Hex would also be pretty good for them at this stage in the game. I feel that Shadow Fiend does an absurd amount of damage, but I mean, Ember is doing more utility. He has Krellas and a Scotty. Holy shit, this is the most anti-heal I've ever seen anybody. Too bad he got rid of his Vessel.
Oh no, who have they found? On the other side, they're really gonna be able to grab Malady stuck in the trees. This smoked right by them without finding anything, and now the stomp actually misses. DM's gonna be forced to BKB as well as pop that Stampede, trying to run away. Chira Jr. zoning out quite a bit here with this Earth Spirit, but the arrows caught him. He needs to be able to keep this Magnetize rolling. He does, turning it back and forth, but the Ember Spirit finishing off a second support here. Soxa will go down on the other side of the fight. It's now Watson taking down ZZQ. They've managed to isolate the Shadow Fiend, but he gets the blink away. But it's this Magnetize, baby. It's still going. Can you get to safety is the question. Up onto the high ground. Shadow Fiend not gonna be able to get caught from the stomp, but Soxa comes in, gets him on the bushwhack. He's dead. The blink out from ZZQ, but then Chase is gonna continue. Chira's still got 4 of these remnants left. Oh my goodness. The never-ending Magnetize.
He doesn't have buyback. That's a little worrying.
Yep, that I mean, that fight was so scrappy. It took place in like 3 different time zones, I feel like. It was all over the place. But yeah, look at the damage, man. 13,000 damage from the Earth Spirit. The Magnetize running for a solid minute straight.
We see this a lot in these kind of late game fights, and the part of the reason Magnetize can do so much is because the fights do get very scattered, as everyone has a billion mobility options and is jumping everywhere.
Here we go. He's gonna go with the Magnetize once again. Up onto New. He's dead. There's no buyback, and he's gonna be able to come back and, you know, if he wants to, but Chira Jr., he's just gonna pop that refresher, be ready to go for another initiation if they want. They're gonna turn their attention straight to the tier 4 as they say, screw it. Don't give him a second fortification. Shadow Fiend, they're calling your bluff. Can you hold
There's
the
only
base?
15 seconds. I don't think you can end this. You can poke.
Yeah, they get the range racks.
10 seconds, fortify.
That's the 4. Okay, they're gonna turn their attention to the melee now. They almost get the tier 4 tower. It's down to 15 health. They will get this mid lane of racks. They'll give them that second fortification. Now can Yandex get out is the question. They want to get out is the
Should be fine.
Oh, stomp dodge. Nicely done from Echoes.
You don't actually want to buy back on the Underlord, so you're just threatening that you can.
Okay, they do have a gem. Honestly, they have a gem because there's a ward in the center of their base. Soxa.
Oh my god.
They're gonna go for the stomp. Hold on. Do they have the damage? The roll comes out. Chira Jr. gets the science, pulls the Echoes back in. He gets the BKB.
He does not have buyback. He needs to get out.
Big Winter's Curse from ZZQ. They're holding Watson down, but his BKB and Satanic is up the fear. Holding him down. He gets the BKB up, but he's dead. No way back into the game. DM did not have the cart to save him. Now you've got to get out on Yandex. Melody's not gonna be so lucky. As they're looking for Soxa, arrow comes out, Planet's got him. 3 fall, and that's 2 diebacks. You overstayed, you're welcome. Oh, you can't hold those big spells. You gotta press the BKBs, man. You can't hold them.
All right, it's Resilience's turn. Time to run it down. Let's see the hold from Yandex this time around. They do have buyback on Nature's, but neither support has it, and they are a big part of these fights. And Resilience knows they don't have buyback because they were used earlier. So you know the worst case is a 3v5. You should be able to get megas at minimum here, but maybe you just force it if you really want to try to win here.
I think you
just
do.
Go straight tier 4s. Okay, well, yeah, I mean, this rack is easy to get, so you can clear that one first. Looks like they want to play it safe with the megas. I think, you know, they threw earlier. They're a little worried. You know, play it safe. They need this win.
They're going in. Centaur just
buyback.
gets blown apart. So much damage. Here he goes, the Hex. Holding in place. The buyback, though, into the Krellas. The heals doing so much damage. They take down the Ember. He's going to buy back into this game. Chira Jr. trying to keep that Magnetize running for now. They're backing up, respecting this hero, but Chira Jr. doesn't have much left in the tank, and they may need to reset. They get the buyback out of Watson. They get the buyback out of DM. They're going to jump in. Big Pit of Malice onto the BKB. He's going to force them to roll wide, but DM on the Centaur will be forced to do the same. And that will be the Mega Creep secured here for Resilience. And a clean disengage. They are not going to stick around this time.
That was closer than I thought, honestly. Yandex did a pretty good job trying to hold there. and perhaps Resilience going a little aggressive in terms of wanting another kill to close it out. But at the end of the day, they get the megas. They should be able to just play it safe, get this next Roche, find that pick off, and they can even line this up with the 60-minute items, right? They can get this Aegis, get the 60 minutes if they want. Maybe you don't want to let the game get that long because sometimes the enemies have a second chance with their own crazy neutrals. Yandex moving around. I
mean, they have to know the Roche is happening,
but yeah, they're gonna play it safe. I feel like if you give Roche, there's a good chance you lose, but trying to rush out there is also really risky. There's not really a good situation no matter what you pick once you're here. You've been mecha'd and you're down this far without some buybacks. All right, here's the question. Do you actually just send it? Or do you get your neutrals first?
I think you send it. Like, just go force something out of Yandex, right? There's not a lot of buybacks at this point. In fact, bit of mouse comes out. They find the Nature's Prophet, force tap, put him in the cart right away. He's gonna put some damage out. Echoes as well as New are in. They've trapped Soxa. Hoodwink's down. They've caught Chiro Jr. as well. There's going to be a nice scythe coming out from the Underlord, continuing to try and hold him in place. He gets the roll out, and yeah, very easy commitment. They get 1 of the 5. And they get BKBs out of DM. And jump in, DM goes for the stun, doesn't quite connect, force the Stampede to safety, stomp off the mark, continuing to kite them out. ZZQ, he was looking for that grab, roll in, Magnetize connects, he gets the Hex, Chiro Jr., he's got the Krellas, trying to keep himself through this one. Has to roll to safety. Oh, they jump in, they take out the Underlord. That's a dieback. DM's got him. This is magnetizing. Oh, he lets it expire. Oh, that's a big problem. Back into the fountain. That's on cooldown for 60 seconds. Can you hold long enough?
They're feeling their mortality with Underlord dead and no buyback. I think they're a little bit nervous to go for more. They've decided to go for the neutrals. Let's chill, guys. Let's get the neutrals. Let's wait for new. They're gonna go back and farm. I think this is the very safe choice. You could maybe try to go for more, but it's pretty scary.
Dude, the Elder Titan did the most damage in that fight.
Earth Splitter is absurd amounts of damage.
Yeah. That's wild. I can't believe they got the Underlord. He's got Cheese, Wind Waker, BKB, like such a tanky hero, but just burst him at the tail end of his life thanks to the Earth Splitter and the Stomp.
All right, we getting any crazy neutrals?
No, we're gonna find out. Emperor's got some choices.
Bloodright on Winter's Curse? That'd be sick.
Does he have the option?
He has the option, but he's thinking about it.
Dude, they have Desmond Bloodlight for the Underlord. Goodbye. Yeah, that's pretty much, that's the GG pick for sure. Ember Spirit's gonna get himself the Stygian Deso. Winter's Wyvern still holding theirs.
Is good. He's got so many active spells.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
And he's got the Enchanter's Bauble with Audacious on Shadow Fiend. I wonder what his other options were.
Take us. Radiant are scanning.
I don't know. I feel like the Bauble is not nearly as strong as it used to be, but it is a lot of attack speed. They'll find DM underneath the tower. Malady's the big target, the one that they want to take out, and yeah, they got him. Dead for 85, does have the buyback. Meanwhile, Centaur making a trip around the world right now, trying to get to safety, forced to pop the BKB, and well, I don't know if he's getting out of this one. That might be your Centaur. Die backing for 125, and you need him in this game.
They have no space for the gem. They're literally just leaving it there. They don't care.
Oh, Divine Rapier purchased for the Natures. He's going to come right back.
And
this is it. You don't have any choice. You have to be able to do the damage. They're going to jump in. Nice chains. Echoes. Wants Malady really badly. Does get the Krellis off, keeping himself alive, making space for Throne, and now exposed. They got to jump in. Choo with the BKB. Erica's just trying to take down the Throne, but they get the fortification out of him. But can you kill this Shadow Fiend? He's falling low. Watson just crushes him with the Rapier. He's going to buy back, but now Ninja's Prophet. He's stomped. He's in trouble. He's got no heals. He's dead. Flanning caught him with an arrow. They're all crumbling on the side of Yandex. They're all dying, but the Magnetize is doing so much. Can he protect the Throne? No, you cannot. Resilience will take game number 1.
It was a pretty crazy ending. That if they had a few more seconds, it feels like Yandex maybe could have got something there, but the Nature's getting hit and then stuck in the Mega Creeps killed them. Otherwise, I think he can hold it there. Like, he can kill the banner and then hold the creeps a little longer, and then we're moving our way to 80 minutes. But a much needed win for Resilience. And I think they still feel the pressure, right? They're not even that excited yet. They know they got to win another, and they know how hard it was to win this game. Cool to see the ET for ourselves, though. Like, moments like this. That amp was good. Oh, I want to check. Let's go look for the breakdown.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I was trying to look for it as well to see how much of the damage this game was the Elder Titan amplifying it, but it's actually not very visible, unfortunately. It doesn't appear as like a stat under the Elder Titan.
It kind of does. You gotta have the Dota Plus, but I can see like team damage mitigation for ET. Plus 7,000 damage for the Earth Spirit thanks to Natural Order. In total, it looks like 15,000 extra damage thanks to Natural Order, if I am reading this chart correctly, which I've never really used, so could be lying to all of you, but I think that feels about right. Like, it was a lot of damage.
Yeah, it definitely was. This was a really cool game, and I mean, Resilience, they were ahead the whole time. They were the ones in the driver's seat here a couple times. You know, Yandex tries to strike back. I think it's really that 25 talent on the Earth Spirit that there's a reason this hero is first picked. It's kind of awkward to be like, oh, you know, you just picked the hero for his level 25, right? That's why, right? Now, he's good at all stages of the game, but this hero becomes a completely different monster once he hits the self-magnetized talent.
I'm a little surprised in some of these fights. I don't know, maybe this will be the itemization development, but Krellis is getting popular. We saw it show up in this game as well. But Nullifier is hard to work into the build for a lot of heroes. So there's many cases where the carries just can't hit due to these Ghost Scepters or other such, you know, dispellable buffs.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of wondering if that's going to force Nullifiers back in.
It could, yeah. I mean, we could definitely see that be the case. I think Disperser is the other one that, like, you mentioned yesterday is like as another option. We see some heroes like being willing to build, you know, Diffusal, and Disperser would do it. This high ground push here is such a crushing blow to Yandex because they were on the verge of pulling this game back, or maybe getting the win. Like that could have, like, if that fight went slightly better, or they back before, you know, that falls apart, you know, they could have taken the game in their favor. But this final fight, I mean, you can see the Divine Rapier, it's sick, but here comes that arrow.
Stunned in those creeps, man.
Oh boy,
I should have checked his death there. I want to see who did more damage. Was it the team or the creeps?
Yeah, I wish I could
have seen. A lot of mega creeps hitting him.
Yeah. And well, very well deserved game 1 victory here for Resilience, and a team that a lot of people didn't expect to, I think, have the best showing in this tournament. But if you're familiar with the Chinese Dota scene, these are some very skilled players. They've been in the scene for a while, and yeah, they've played some of the best teams in the tournament so far and taken games off of all of them. So we'll see if they can continue that trend, or maybe they get the win over one of the best teams in the tournament.
Yeah, but they're not one of the best teams for Fallen easily, right? So I'm not going to be too surprised if Yandex comes back swinging. They tried the ET this time around. I think the draft as a whole makes sense, but I feel like that early game fell apart for them. Resilience was really fast, and I think it caught Yandex off guard. They fell behind and had a hard time clawing their way out of that.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Underlord might be more of an issue for the Nature's Prophet than I've thought. Like, we've seen people pick Nature's Prophet and ban other heroes as a priority, but it really does feel like this hero can't play the fight with Underlord there. I'd also like to point out that Watson did have like 2 a little over aggressive TPs that cost them quite a bit, and that, you know, that's something that just, you know, maybe, you know, next time you play the hero, or you know, when you look back at the replays or something, you can come back and be like, okay, game could have gone differently. Maybe these fights would have gone differently. Like, it's always these small little things that, you know, make a big impact in Dota.
Yeah, there's a lot of moments in that game. That was a pretty hype game, honestly. And I'm just trying to think through, and I'm like, there was a lot there that happened for both teams to digest. But unfortunately, I don't have a lot of time because game 2 is going to be right around the corner.
Yeah, well, we're going to go to a short break, and we'll see y'all in just a second. It's going to be Team Resilience versus Team Yandex, game 2. We'll see you then.
I'm here with one of the legends. It is Saxa from Yandex, and we're going to talk about your year leading up to the International. So, starting out the year, you know, why did you end up with Yandex? What sort of took place there?
I was considering the options, and it was like either take a break or like look to start a new team. I talked to Watson, I think, first, and I heard that he's going to Yandex. I heard the team, and at first, you know, I wasn't really sure. And then we played some scrims. I started to get a feel for the guys, and I stood in for them for the Fissure LAN. And we got top 3, so everything was kind of clicking. So I just decided maybe I'll give this a try and see how this goes.
So how are they sort of different to your expectations?
I think they're all very hardworking, and they're like open to listening. They're all kind of young guys, and they are very hungry. And I think anything I say to them, like, they will listen and they will try to improve. So I think for me it was like kind of refreshing to see like how like overall chill they are in real life, I guess.
Yeah, it kind of feels like there's not really any big egos on Yandex. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, there's like almost no ego.
That must be nice. So you sort of followed Watson to the team then. I mean, what is it about him that you like as a player and a teammate?
I mean, obviously he's a very strong carry player. He was like rank 1. He's like very high skill.
Yeah.
But also, I think as a person, he's very chill. Like, he's not like one of those carry players that has like a high ego and he doesn't really listen. He's like very open to advice, and he's like very hardworking. So I like that about him, and I think there's many benefits to him.
But is he still able to get across his ideas and, you know, be a shot caller in the game when you need him to be?
Yeah, overall he is. I think maybe in the past he wasn't so much. He was kind of just focusing on his game, but now he's like trying to take that leadership role more. And when he feels strong in the game, he's gonna make strong calls. So I think he's improving on that a lot.
I want to talk about Malady as well. Malady is a pretty funny guy in interviews, and when we get to talk to him, he always makes people laugh. I mean, what is he like as a player and a teammate?
He's a bit quiet, I guess, like a quiet guy, but he's kind of like, you know, cold funny. He's like, he's just gonna say something like with a straight face, but he's like gonna say some stupid joke. As a player, I think he's obviously very high skill, and he knows what he wants to do in the game. I think him and Watson are like really good on the same page. Overall in the game, I think he's more of a quiet role, and he tries to kind of let other people like take charge more. And he's just kind of like going to focus on his game and not focus on his spellcasting. In the early days of Yandex, did you have a big focus on building communication in the team? Was that already in place? Yeah, we had to work on it for sure, especially when I'm like the only English-speaking guy on the team, so we kind of need to work on these things. I also try to bring in some experience from my old team, so it's definitely something we've worked on. So for yourself, when you've already got a TI under your belt, of course you want to win it again, but is there an extra motivation for you to help these sort of new guys who haven't done it yet to lift the Aegis? Yeah, for sure. I mean, I want to win it myself, and I want to win it for them. What is the communication like when you're about to get into a big series? What are you guys talking about typically before the series starts? I guess the enemy's strengths and weaknesses, and understanding what they want to do and how we want to counter it. I think those are the big things. And the other thing is also focus on ourselves, make sure that we do the right things. We're like in a good place, in a good mindset, that we don't do anything desperate, just stay cool, calm, and collected. If someone has made a mistake in the game, how do you approach it? Just move on as soon as possible, like, you know, just accept it. Everybody's gonna make a mistake, especially on a tournament like TI. People make so many mistakes, and you have to be ready to make those mistakes. And once you're ready to do that, you can make as many as you want, as long as you're like still trying to win. Just don't let it affect you at all. Despite having a lot of TIs under your belt and wins under your belt as well,
Do you still find that motivation, that hunger to go and play on that main stage and be in front of the TI crowd?
Yeah, for sure. I think this tournament is obviously very important in Dota and is the biggest deal. And my whole career I was always striving to win TI. I did it once, but now it's like I see other people do it a second time. So yeah, I'm definitely motivated to do it too.
Brilliant. Saxa, thank you so much. Good luck. I'm really looking forward to seeing you play at TI.
Thank you.
Thank you.
YSR, welcome to Shanghai, and you're bringing a new team to the International, Team Resilience. You guys found success quite quick. You guys formed and then immediately reached the final of ESL ACL Challenger. Did you know, like, right away that this team was something special?
没有吧，就单纯大家在一起比较熟嘛，可能有点化学反应吧。
How long have you known some of your teammates?
都大概长的可能4、5年了吧，短的2、3年吧。
So you've known them for quite a while, but still in terms of TI attendances, you're the one with the most experience. Do you feel more responsibility being the biggest veteran of coming to TI?
不好说吧，主要现在确实那个国外队的水平普遍强一点吧，就还是多学习，自己肯定要多进步才能打得好一点吧。
How are you dealing with that regional difference? Obviously, the past few years at TI has been quite Western dominated, but we're here on home turf in Shanghai. Do you feel more pressure, or is it exciting you?
能在上海办肯定是比较开心的嘛，就因为毕竟干什么都挺方便的，就差不多。
How about making it through the qualifier? I'll admit, I was surprised to see you guys take the first slot. But it seems that you're not really underdogs within China. You're quite strong.
我们算是比较有特色的那种吧，就有的时候我们也看不懂我们自己，但就是赢了。
Wait, so are you saying that even like the heroes you're picking, the strategies you're running, you don't really pay attention to the details? You're just along for the ride?
也没有吧，就是选点大家打得好的吧。就是然后组在一起发现，哎，有点像国外阵容了，那就出发吧。
Do you think part of it working out is this patch favors your team and your players especially?
也没有吧，感觉就是可能就在我和我兄弟不见得几年里面，大家的理解都进步了吧，然后就打到一起了呗。
I was going to ask, have you filled out your predictions in the game? And if so, where did you place Team Resilience in the group stage?
我填在那个淘汰赛胜出。
Okay. Why not 4-0?
就是在这边被其他队虐了。
Okay, taking a realistic approach. Well, I hope your prediction comes true, at least making it through to the playoffs. Erica, YSR 04E, thanks for joining me and good luck here in Shanghai.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back here to the TI 2026 group stage. We've got ourselves game number 2 of Yandex versus Resilience about to begin. Zach, it was a pretty interesting game 1. Resilience had the lead pretty much the whole time. From the get-go, Yandex shows a couple times, you know, they are a very good team at fighting and maybe capitalizing off a couple of mistakes, but they could not pull it back. Resilience get the game 1 win. What needs to change for Yandex in game 2? Because it felt like they had no control, really.
I would say when you have this Nature's Prophet carry, part of the idea is that you're farming well while still showing up the fights. And there actually were a couple of fights at the beginning that happened. But I think not as many as they would like. It doesn't have to be a full, like, 5-on-5 fight. But just, oh, the Natures is here for a 3-on-1 pickoff. Okay, back to farming. Oh, here he is, 2-on-1, you know, pickoff. You want that. And it felt like they weren't able to get that, possibly because Planet and Echoes were just doing too well. Plus, New doing kind of the same thing with the Underlord ult, right? They were the ones who were finding these pickoffs. Here's the quick chains, arrows. Do we need the Underlord ult? Okay, come. You don't? Fine, stay over there farming. They were really on top of it, and I think that made it hard for Yandex. You're kind of both racing to do that same style, and Team Resilience just came out ahead. And if you're both trying to do the same thing and you're losing it, then it's like, oh, I now have to go to some suboptimal second plan. So they drag out the game. There was some back and forth, right? It didn't feel like they were totally out until the very end. So props to them. That's why they're a top team, you know, making you work for it, and you never feel that comfortable, even as you pick up a big lead. But going into game number 2, I think you could do the same stuff. You might just need to execute better. But I want to see how Planet plays. Ooh, Echoes has been doing so well on it, though. I mean, he did really well on the Earth Spirit, too, so I guess you got to pick your poison. Okay, there it is.
So continue your thought. I'm very intrigued by the bans here. I think they're all really smart, but continue your thought.
I was just going to say, I just wanted to highlight how Planet was playing in that last game, which is a lot of farming, and yet still quite active. I think this is really good right now, and if you look at a lot of the best supports, they are heroes that can either shove lanes pretty quickly or jungle to some degree, as well as doing other stuff, right? Like, you have to consider your lane, you have to consider, like, survivability, saves, whatever. But being able to get more farm right now is pretty big. There's so much farm on the map that even if you let your 3 cores farm to their heart's content and you have a greedy hero like Nature's, there's still farm if you are stealing it from the enemy's half of the map. So you want a support who can do that, and Mirana is one of the best. That's why she's so popular right now. And he had the net worth, like, he was constantly 10 minutes ahead of the other supports, right? His net worth at 10 minutes is what the other supports have at 20 minutes. His net worth at 20 is what they have at 30, right? So he's just a full item ahead of his counterparts, and it gets worse and worse as time goes on. But of course, that's partly because he's winning. So in a more even game, but he still farms like that, he would still have that extra item on top of them, which helps a lot in these very close fights. We saw many fights come down to the wire. So any extra benefit you can get because you have a very greedy support helps a lot.
Yeah. I really like I want to talk a little bit about the opening bans here, right? Because we kind of know Resilience. They have, I think, 3 main first picks that we've been seeing, which is the Shadow Fiend, the Earth Spirit, and the Invoker. I mean, these are the heroes they open almost every draft with. So Yandex, they ban out the Shadow Fiend and the Earth Spirit after last game. Resilience were actually prepping for a Shadow Fiend game. Obviously, off the first bans, you see the Winter Wyvern, the Enigma, and the Darkseer banned on their end. So they're saying, if you don't ban the Shadow Fiend, we're going to pick it. They don't want to give them the Earth Spirit either, so you pick your poison, you give them the Invoker, and the response, the idea from Yandex to deal with it this game, is going to be the Puck. Now, the follow-up bans, the Coddle, the Undying, we'll see the last ban from Yandex here before we go into the second round of picks, but I think the Puck is a decent response. We saw the stats for it here on stream a second ago. It hasn't had a great tournament. Neither has Invoker, though. Like, both of them have pretty rough win rates, despite Invoker being like one of the more highly contested heroes. But the Puck, it needs help. It can't be your only damage dealer. You need something else. I love the Bane ban. That's smart. Oh, there's your damage, Mirana. Easy.
I like stealing away the Mirana too.
Yeah.
The Puck. The nice thing about the Puck versus Invoker matchup is you can't really be killed unless you really screw up. A lot of Invoker's damage comes from the right clicks or the Meteor, which Puck can easily get out of. Cold Snap as well. So you're good there, and you shove the lane pretty hard and then go rotate is often your game plan, which is kind of how you have to deal with Invoker, because he just wants to like shove the lane farm and Sunstrike the side lanes. So you need to go over there. And so that's now the second part. Like, Puck is a fine response to Invoker, but now the side lanes cannot be lanes that easily get Sunstriked and you lose. So you need strong heroes. That's why I think this Mirana steal is great. Hard to Sunstrike her because she's leaping around. But they would have liked to have her on Team Resilience. If you land an arrow, a lucky arrow, or one that is set up by something like Centaur, super easy. It's a free kill every time with Sunstrike. So you just couldn't give that up, and you had to take the Mirana away.
Yeah, I am curious what they decide to pair it with on their end in a little bit. But for now, it's going to be the Centaur. Resilience, they could go for something like the Hoodwink, which is straightforward. You could also go for something like the Dark Willow. It's going to be a Techies.
Whoa.
Okay. Talk about burst damage. The Techies hero, he doesn't provide a ton of utility, but this hero provides a lot of damage from the support role.
Okay, well, actually, wait, Ricky.
Taser?
Taser, Dispel. We were just saying, it seems like there's not a lot of Dispel heroes in the current meta, and people aren't liking to get this Nullifier. Hey, here's a Taser. That's something.
Dude, does that imagine that would actually work? Like, if you, I mean, it'd only work on ranged heroes if they had a projectile in the air when they propped Krellas or something, right? Because otherwise you can't trigger it.
Does it not Dispel when you manually activate?
Ooh, that's a good question. You might be right. Maybe you can maybe you can like blast off, jump in, activate.
You can tell that both of us are honorable people that don't play techie, so we're familiar with it.
I think the Dispel is only on attacking, if I'm mistaken.
10 seconds remaining.
I think you might be right. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's
a lot
only
less
the
exciting
Dispel.
then.
Yeah. So either way, pretty neat. We see a Techies. Kez coming through from Yandex. This is something Watson loves to play. And there's the Witch Doctor. This lane is scary, man. This is a super aggressive lane. Centaur needs to have a little bit of help here, I think. We're gonna go for the Tiny. That one's gonna be for Erica. I mean, I imagine so. I don't think you're going to want to run a 4-position or 5-position Tiny into this matchup. So probably just the safe lane Tiny. We'll go back for a support in a little bit.
10 seconds remaining.
It's an interesting pick. I feel Kez does fine in that matchup. But what I like about it is it's more set up for Invoker, right? You don't have to solo the Kez if you're taking out the rest of the heroes and you're getting a lot of extra damage from your Invoker who is farmed because you set him up. So it's kind of like a team investment, right? Which I like, because sometimes you just think about your own lane, you think about your carry to carry matchup, you're not thinking about the game as a whole and how you all fit together. I say that now. Maybe we'll see Watson in the end just carry with Kez and we'll be like, yeah, I needed to address that Kez a little bit more. But I like the idea of it. I really like setting up Echoes. He's been doing so well this entire tournament. I think you want to lean into it. Like, when someone is on fire, don't make him bend to you. Just like, hey, dude, just keep doing what you're doing. You've clearly got it going right now. Like, please, let me tie your shoe for you. Your shoulders feeling tense? Like, let me get you, guy.
Would you like some
just
coffee,
help him
some
out.
tea?
Let him carry you.
A generic branded energy drink? I love the Slardar ban. I mean, Slardar Kez is a classic. It's one of the most devastating combos. You do not want to give that one up, so they'll go for the Underlord next as well. They played it last game. They know the threat that the Pit of Malice can cause, especially for heroes like Centaur, Tiny, not super mobile outside of Stampede. In terms of last picks here for DM, I mean, he's got a very interesting hero pool. So I am curious what his thought process is. I'm going to think, for me, Lycan, not bad. Tidehunter, we haven't seen a lot of, but they could go for something like that. They get rid of Ringmaster. Okay, they do not want a save coming through. There's not a lot of offlaners left. So many banned. You could look for Doom. I mean, we don't see it that often as the offlane, but Necrophos kind of claps the tiny lane.
That is true, but they do kind of need a little bit more control.
Shadow Shaman. Axe? I mean, is Axe good here?
Time sunstriking.
Yeah. Axe doesn't feel great. Maybe you could look for something like a Beastmaster.
Yeah, Axe works well with his team, but it's not that good against the tiny.
Yeah.
I don't think you get totally crushed, though, either. So, I mean, you could do it.
It just depends if you want the arrow setup. Like, if you want that lower cooldown arrow setup.
Which we were kind of saying in the last game, right? It's nice when you have that setup, but they're going to go for the more direct counter. I can't really blame them. It is a pretty good Timbersaw game. There's
it's a really good Timber game.
Tanky heroes here that you will just chunk down, and that works quite well with Maledict. But yeah, Soxa's just going to have to land these arrows. He's not going to get much health. He's just going to have to send it, and you're going to have to trust him to land those skill shots.
I wonder if he's not going to invest into the Aghanim Scepter as much as a result. Like, last game we saw Planet go for, like, the Guardian Greaves, then into the Aghanim Scepter. You could do something similar. Like, if you want to play for, like, a little bit more of a supportive build, knowing that you have the damage from, you know, Timbersaw, Witch Doctor, Watson, Puck. Like, these are all super high damage heroes. You could go for just like a Guardian Greaves and like a Glimmer Cape type of game if you really wanted, or just build a Yules or a what else? Yeah, you could probably just build like a Yules for setup if you really wanted.
Yeah, it's not that bad of a Yules game actually, because having the ability to cancel Shackles or a Stampede is pretty nice. Or you leap into 3 mines and you go, oh no, and then you you lift yourself up. It could be okay. The game plan for Resilience, I like. It's easy. Hey, throw a spell, tell me you're throwing the spell, and I will Sunstrike. Their game plan is straightforward, and I actually think there is some risk for Yandex in these lanes, even though you have some strong combos themselves with like the Witch Doctor and Kez or Timbersaw up there. Those heroes need a little bit of time for their true strength to come out, for Maledict to do its damage, for the healing to kick in. And if you just land a really fast Sunstrike combo, you might just kill them before that extended fight gets to happen. So the lane, they're going to have to be on point. You can't let yourself fall too low. You can't let yourself get chain stunned. Can't let Echoes have another pop-off performance.
Echoes Invoker is quite good. Even in losing matchups, I've seen, you know, we saw this guy grab super fast. Meteor Hammers, take over the top net worth, play all over the map. So he's a skilled player on this hero. But I will say, if Watson has a good lane, which I think he should, and he gets like a decently timed like Deso and BKB, I really worry for Resilience, because he can legitimately just chew through these heroes one by one. And they don't have like an easy way of targeting him either.
If it wasn't for the Sunstrike, I would say this is a done deal for them in that bottom lane. The Kez response to Centaur is a proven strong counter pick, and then you have Maledict on top of it. But the Sunstrike is what can make the difference with some very squishy heroes, right? Like, this is Kez with like 600 health.
Yeah. Nice moves there from Resilience, actually putting a little bit of priority on this bottom rune to take it away from the Kez. He's going to try and block his lane a little bit, knowing that, well, okay, no, he gives up. He's like, Centaur's going to make it impossible, so back away.
This is the new tech. You do a little blocking, you kill this range creep, then you're going to go meet the creeps, you're going to aggro it back to your range, and then you aggro again if you want, or you just wait for them to kill the range, and then you aggro it back. And it helps you avoid these tough matchups like the Kez and the Witch Doctor. If you were to just sit here, it's not a very good time.
Yeah, they'll start dragging on the second wave, of course, right? Like, I don't think you really want to play in the lane versus the Kez and the Witch Doctor, especially the level 2 timing is terrifying. If you get Cask and Maledict, with like the Kez damage stacking up, I think he just dies. So he'll probably be a little bit more likely to start dragging. But the mid lane matchup, Puck versus Invoker, classic one here. Puck obviously picked as the response to this Invoker overall first. Puck doesn't really die to the Invoker in lane. I think you can abuse Puckish pretty well. Get a little bit of extra regen. You shove the lane much faster than Invoker. Makes it nice.
Yeah, it should be okay. Again, it might come down to the support rotations. It's kind of what happened in the last game. It was a little slow in that mid lane until it wasn't because everyone was there.
So it is going to be the 5 position techies, which is kind of interesting. Don't really see it that often.
When we saw it, I thought it was going to be with Centaur because that's so much burst, right?
Yeah,
Hook Stomp into Blast Off, and then with the double edge, and you have reactive taser that entire time. It's a really strong combo, but Shadow Shaman into Timbersaw, you're practically a melee hero, so you're both gonna get you're both gonna take the Whirling Death, and every time you try to use Shackles, there could be a very easy arrow set up onto you. So they might have wanted the techies for the longer range poke. Still see the lanes pretty tough. I mean, there's only so much you can do for a strength carry into Timbersaw.
Yeah, not the most favorable matchup by any means. And I really like that he's just going some early stats on the Timbersaw as well. Like DM, he's got himself an early bracer. He's going to go back for his treads. He'll put multiple points into reactive armor, most likely, just here to play it out. Shackles in the bottom lane, though. Never mind, they're not going to do much with this. Thought they were going to maybe go for a play, but Malady opted for that early point in Voodoo Restoration, just try and offset some of the harassment damage here.
Yeah, this is what you need the burst to happen really quickly if you want to kill him, because otherwise Voodoo Restoration adds so much healing through a long fight. And he bought 2 mangoes, right? I mean, he's very familiar with this build. He knows he needs the mana for it, and as long as you have mana, you have health.
Yeah, all the lanes looking pretty good here for Yandex, I would say, overall. Which is, you know, we expected this. And looking at the matchups, they got the counter picks for their lanes. It's really going to come down to how much you can get out of the Invoker Sunstrikes, like you said. Like, if Echoes can contribute to these side lanes a little bit. Planet, bottom lane, in trouble. Maledict's caught him. Watson going to burn him down. Top lane, Sunstrike. Oh, off the mark, but it's going to be First Blood for Malady instead. And now New forced to try and just get away here. I mean, that's the level 2 Maledict, right? That's when this hero becomes very scary.
Maledict is kind of a ridiculous ability. It's like a level 2 ability at level 1 for what it can do.
Yep.
It's pretty absurd. The fact that they played safe for so long, you know, shows the respect to the ability, but at some point you get caught. I think he's like, I'm not really doing anything lane. I might go for the bounty room, but they happened to be back there for the pull.
They're gonna go for the grab here, but they got the Lotus. Oh, he's gonna turn around with that Maledict, drop it onto New. He will finish the kill onto Malady, but Watson, he's gonna get a kill, and now Soxa coming in as well. Leap forward, Starstorm, Blood Grenade, Planet. He's not making it out of this one. Another set of kills in this bottom lane.
Echo's facing a lot of pressure mid. There was a creep wave plus Chira Jr. providing harass, so he wasn't able to spare the time to look bot for a Sunstrike. Otherwise, maybe you get that kill a little faster. Maybe you can get out a little faster.
It was also really nice for Watson, like stacking on him, thinking the Sunstrike might come, and then he tosses the Lotus into the Witch Doctor as well, right? So, it's smart plays. They're kind of getting everything that I expected out of this bottom lane, but we'll see what Soxa is up to now as he's roaming through the enemy jungle. Gonna walk right into the Shadow Shaman as well. There's also New here as well. Oh, Maledict, hold up. Sunstrike, it connects in time. This will be the kill they're looking for.
Fortunately, he survived by like 3 health, so it's Planet who gets the kill. But if Planet plays the way he played last game, I think you won't mind letting him have a couple extra kills here and there.
All right, 6-minute power rune. They're bringing everybody. 4 heroes in the mid lane here. 4 resilience. They're going to walk towards top ZZQ. He's got the taser on him to keep him alive. He's going to get a bottle to amplify damage. Maledict comes out. There's going to be the coil. Oh, ZZQ managed to dodge for a little bit, but not long enough.
Unlucky. You bring that many heroes and it still ends up going top.
Yeah.
But it's a good idea. I'm seeing this more and more lately where offlaners who are in pretty bad matchups just come over for the 6-minute rune anyways, because you weren't going to do much in your lane. When the support's gone, you certainly can't be there on your own. So you might as well go help your mid laner get a rune, or you get involved in a fight there and you guys have the numbers, so that's your way to recover.
Oh, bottom lane.
Kez in trouble.
They got him. That is the combo. The Hex into the Shackles, blast off Sunstrike. It's a ton of damage.
He had a little bit longer. Like, yeah, everyone's mid going for runes, right? I can push this lane out.
I will say, top lane is about to be death for Erica. Like, DM, he's closing in on level 6. They need to help out this Tiny, because the second DM gets level 6, he is diving that Tiny and killing him. He's 1 creep away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, Watson getting some revenge bottom on New. But here we go. Saksa nearby as well. There's level 6, looking for the Tiny. There's a Starstorm #1. He's just got nowhere to go. Blastoff comes through. Chakram will do it into the Whirling Death. Yep. I mean, we know that this is happening. Like, there's no way to avoid this unless you just leave the lane entirely, and I don't think you can afford to do it.
You also don't know exactly when he's going to hit 6, so you know it's in your mind, and by the time you get in that position, you don't have a way out.
He denies the regen! Oh my god.
Good micro, good micro.
I mean, Chira Jr. was just asleep at the wheel there. He's like, ooh, a Forge Spirit. He went for the CS instead of protecting the regen rune. Oh, that's brutal. Bottom lane. That's a Raptor dance into a Maledict. Goodbye. Quick disengage. They actually get 2 TPs coming through here from Resilience, and they'll cancel the techies.
Used to limit the deaths early on, but now it's picking up. I mean, this is why that matchup's so tough. Kez has multiple ways to just keep on top of a target, and Centaur does not have a lot of armor by nature. He just takes so much physical damage.
Yeah, they're looking for Puck maybe in the mid lane, but it's just too difficult to actually close the gap. You don't have any sort of like blink initiation. Watson's actually gonna come through the twin gate, look for top as Malady is here as well. Looking for Tiny. Avalanche is down. They know it's time to go. Maledict comes through. Chakram does connect just barely for that little bit of extra slow. Watson trying to close the gap. Timber Chain on forward. He's gonna burn to that Maledict. Now they're turning their attention back to Planet as well. But kill will go to DM. What else can they find? Arrow connects as Saksa has made an appearance as well. Killing spree for the Kez as 4 heroes make their way up here for Yandex. 9-3 at 4,000 gold advantage. You're running into some problems.
Resilience was not able to find these early Sunstrikes. They really invested into it. They had all the stuns, they had the setup, but the laning counters from Yandex paying off. This easily could have gone the other way if they slip up a little bit, and it's Resilience getting the early leads and the quick Sunstrikes. So he's higher level, so you get more Sunstrikes.
They're gonna go for the Tiny again here. The Witch Doctor, he stuck around. Here comes the cast. The Maledict's connected, and you've now got to try and find a way to get away from DM, but Chira Jr. even makes an appearance. That is the 3rd death on the Tiny. This reminds me a lot of yesterday when I think there was a level 3 Tiny versus a level 6 Axe. This is not looking good.
That was a particular case.
Yeah.
But it might feel that way right now if you're playing that Tiny. They should be able to get a kill onto Saksa here, at least.
Nice.
Meteor with the Shackle is a lot of damage. They're going to be on the back foot for quite a while now. You need a lot of farm on the Invoker. Tiny needs a lot of farm. Can't really... I mean, Avalanche Toss can get you plays, but doesn't have a blink or anything. Centaur, maybe once you finish your Helm of the Dominator, you could think about it, but even that will be quite a way away.
Yeah, and Kez is one of the heroes that can actually farm your Helm Dom creep pretty easily. So you need to be a little bit careful. And I will mention the build for Watson. He's opted for a really early Mage Slayer instead of going for like the first item Desolator. So he wants to tank up a little bit and prevent these like spell combos that we've been talking about. Light CZQ, big blast off, connects onto 3. The follow-up isn't there, the leap away. There's gonna be the Maledict. A coil as well, ZZQ. It's not looking good for your boy. He is gonna die to this one. One more auto attack from Chiro Jr. is gonna do it. The tower, it's very low. They're just gonna try and stick around to finish it. Maybe you get it denied. No, Soxa grabs it.
So the downside of a hero like Shadow Shaman, the cast ranges are not that great. He is not that fast. You really need to blink before you can make plays easily. And you didn't have a great time in the lane, so it is pretty far away. He's just gonna have to go with stacking and hope his team can farm their way back in. But actually, Sox is already up here scouting it out. They might go for the steal. Kez with his Mage Slayer should be able to take it. Throw the Raptor Dance, throw the Echo Slash.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you've also got level 6 on the Witch Doctor. Oh, Hex comes out, Planet. They'll get him. Well, I say that, he gets the leap out. Never mind, he's alive. Oh,
you gotta at least fight for this Ancient stack.
Yeah, I mean, that's like double Blood Grenade health, extra health from the Wand, the Urn, like all these little bit of stats. And Watson, yeah, he doesn't have to pop the Raptor Dance. He just takes the whole stack with the Mage Slayer, and they're farming the wards in the process. What a disaster, man. So much gold into the hands of Yandex. They are 6,000 gold up here just before the 13-minute mark.
This is going to be a rough one for Resilience. Truly time to test their namesake.
Well, they're going to find Planet on the side. He didn't even know it was there, but here comes DM with the Chakram to get the kill. Does manage to bail out Echoes, who slowly walks away with a Ghost Walk. Capitalization of the walk. Man, they are dominating right now. So what are we thinking here for Resilience? Like, everything's going Yandex's way. They built in a massive lead. We do manage to have the Helm of the Dominator now on the Centaur. You know, oh, okay. Well, that's a good way to start. The good old Techie's Mines on the Twin Gate. That's a huge bounty for ZZQ.
It's a classic.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, you'll need more of those. Techies can at least help you lock down some of the Twin Gate rotations. You get a little bit of information as the team moves around, the enemy team moves around, and they activate your mines. So you're going to need to use that to just avoid the enemy for quite a while here. If Invoker can maybe get to the Ice Shard build.
I mean, they're making an attempt here for DM, but
I think that's too hard.
That is indeed. And Watson coming through, trying to chase down Tiny. They'll pop the Stampede. Planet burning down to 50 HP. It does pop the foul play. And they find him as they do get Erica. They do also get the Shadow Shaman. Oh, God. I mean, completed Kaya Sanj. He's got the Brawny enchantment as well. This guy's got 2,300 health. He is not an easy kill.
No, especially when you're under leveled, so you're missing a lot of spell damage that you might otherwise have. You really just need to do your best to avoid. I guess to a degree, you got them to rotate top. Wow.
He read him like a book. Watson was ready, dude. Raptor Dance to dodge the stun. It just immediately kills the Techies, and that's going to finish his Desolator. All right, that was kind of spicy. That's not often you see the that invulnerability like stat for like 0.2 seconds to dodge that stun. That's crazy.
I mean, that's why this hero is really cool, though. I know there's a lot of complaints about Kez, but
he's
concept
too loaded.
The concept of the fighting game style, like if you can press your buttons, you can respond to so many different things. It is very cool to see in the hands of someone like Watson and some of the other top pros, right? Like they make it look so good to the point where it's like, oh no, it is broken. Like this is why everyone complains about it. But it is cool.
Yeah, it is cool. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. I really like the hero. My theory, because of the timing and when it came out, was that, you know, Street Fighter 6 had been released. It was a really cool game for the fighting game scene, and someone at Valve was obsessed with it and decided to make a hero based on that, and that's how we ended up with Kez. And, well, they take out Erica once again on the tiny top lane. I mean, how do you keep these heroes alive now?
If they're chasing you, no, you die. You just have to avoid it. You have to see them coming and push somewhere else. So right now, while New is dying, they have to go mid, they have to go top.
Whirling
but
death
they
to
have a
finish the
big
kill.
enough lead. They have a big enough lead at this point. Yandex doesn't have to invest all their heroes in any particular play. So it's hard to just go shove mid or top because, oh, where's that Kez? You know, Kez could be here to kill me. He's actually farming a huge stack in his triangle. So if they would know, they could have a chance to farm their own half.
Big raptor dance, yeah. Okay, this hero's crazy, man. What is this? The other thing too, the 12 stacks on the side of Resilience, half of those were taken by Yandex earlier in the triangle.
Yep.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
It's a shame we're not even gonna get to see. I see their vision of what they want from their draft, but the lane has not panned out, and we're not getting to. They're not getting to play Dota right now.
No.
They just have to do their best to avoid.
Smoke up to the high ground, get spotted by the ward. They're gonna see Echoes, jump in. They don't have a coil for 3 seconds, but the Invoker's silenced up, caught on the tail end of the waiting rift, and he's gonna burn, ticks out as the orb comes through. DM has a BKB, excuse me, and Tiny gets caught by Malady and Watson. He's got no way out of this one. Yeah, that is an 18-minute GG. We do not see those very often, but I think a well-warranted one. This game was unplayable.
Sometimes you know. Sometimes you know. And I know it can look bad to GG out that early. At the same time, the mental damage you might suffer for... Why didn't they let Yandex score more fantasy points?
Thank you.
Yandex is like, oh, thank God they GG'd. We have to go to the bathroom so badly. Get up. Go.
Oh, my
no, I mean, like,
goodness.
for real, though, the mental damage you can take when you're in a really bad game, I think it's something a lot of Dota players can relate to, right? There are just games that it does not work. You know you're going to lose, but there you are trapped in the lobby, and, it's not fun. And then you have to play another game right after. So I think it's fine when you recognize it and you go, yeah, we got Kez'd, we messed up. Like, whatever you want to attribute to, use that time before you GG out to be like, here's why we lost, here's what we got to learn. All right, are we done suffering, or you guys want to suffer a little more? We're good? Okay, let's GG. You make like one more attempt, right? You like take a fight, you get killed, and then you GG. You can't just GG out of the blue, like before anything happens. That's bad. You have to go do like some desperation smoke or something, and then you GG out.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Echoes on the Invoker there, like at the very end when he got caught. He was just like, yeah, I died, didn't get to press a single spell, so I'm kind of done. I just want to be over, guys.
Guys, if I don't have 5 stun strikes by 15, let's just call it. It's just not worth going.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the draft here from Yandex, it is such a slick draft. They get everything that they want. They get the positive matchup in the mid lane of the Puck versus the Invoker. They get the Kez Witch Doctor lane, which is absolutely disgusting. And last pick Timbersaw for DM. Sometimes your 24th pick is like the perfect pick, and this was definitely one of those.
They were doing an okay job to start as well, right? They were avoiding the Kez and the Witch Doctor, but I guess at some point you can, right? Like
you can't.
There's so much reach in that combo. It's tough. Maybe it was inevitable.
I was just like watching the ticking time bomb in the top lane, right? Like Tiny not having the worst time. He's like, all right, I'm finding a little bit of CS, but you're about a half level behind the Timbersaw. And then he gets level 6. They kill him. He comes back to lane. He dies immediately again. He walks back to lane, dies a third time. Like the Witch Doctor just stayed up there. There's no one that can pressure the Kez bottom. So it gave Malady the ability to just stand in this Tiny's lane. And well, that's why he's 0-6-0. It was just a really, really rough game for Resilience, and Yandex, pretty straightforward win for them.
Yeah. I would say a well-earned MVP. You give him the last pick in the draft. He says Timbersaw. It's kind of a do-or-die pick to some degree. This was clearly what they were hoping for, what they were planning for. We're going to take the Timbersaw, we're going to win our lanes, and we're going to crush it. But if he had messed up, if you lose that lane, suddenly you just don't have a way to make plays. It could have gone the other way. So when you make a call for this kind of hero, you have to deliver, and DM definitely delivered.
Yeah, he did. I feel like this is like kind of like par for the course for DM in a lot of series. He, I think, was one of the more stable offlaners of all of last year. I was kind of surprised when the rosters kind of changed and he got dropped from a team, ended up getting on Yandex, which I think this team works really well around him, right? I think he's definitely a star player. And, Resilience, they looked really good in game 1. I think you just shake off game 2. You're like, we lost the draft. It did not go well. The lanes were a disaster.
They didn't play a game 2, believe it or not. It's
what game 2? Yeah, who knows?
Guys, get ready for your best of 1 next, where it's just one game to play.
Yeah, so we'll see. It's going to be a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with the third and final game here of this series. We'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back, everybody, here to the TI 2026 group stage. We've got ourselves a Game 3 scenario. Quite a different Game 3, potentially, as Game 1, super long, right? 60-something minutes, goes the way of Team Resilience. Game 2, shortest game of the tournament by a pretty significant margin, too. Like, we haven't really had many short games in this patch.
So far.
Yeah, so far, 18 minutes, 22 seconds. The next closest, we were looking to try and find, like, okay, we've seen a couple short games, but how big was it? This is the first game even under 20.
Believe it or not, Game 3, about to be even shorter.
Oh, God. That would be a shock. I don't think either team would like that. That would not be a great way to go out.
I mean, the winning team would love that. Let me tell you, Ricky, they would love to set the record for the shortest game. But can you? I don't think so. I think it's fine to GG out to save yourself mental damage in a Game 2 and go to Game 3. You inflict more mental damage if you GG out early of a Game 3. Yeah, you're at least not eliminated from the tournament if you lose this, but you're obviously not in a great spot. So you kind of need this win here to help yourself.
Yeah, we're going to see very similar bans. This is actually we're running back the initial setup for the draft here, which was Dire first pick for Resilience, Yandex second pick on Radiant. So this is going to be potentially similar bans. Treant Protector, again, overall first ban. I think it has 100% contest rate. It has been picked or banned in every single game so far at TI. They get rid of the Shadow Fiend and the Earth Spirit at the tail end of these bans. It's going to be a first pick Wyvern, so a little bit of a different option this time around.
They played well with it in the first game. It wasn't their opener, so a bit of a development in the draft.
No Invoker this time.
As it tends to. Yeah, interesting that I guess they lost confidence in it, because they are first pick if they wanted to go for it again, but perhaps they felt, that's too much. We'd rather go with second pick Invoker. We are happier with that. At least versus Yandex, right? They didn't like what they would have to do. Like, oh, we don't like that puck response to Invoker. We're gonna have to change one of our bans. We don't want to change one of our bans because last time they banned the Winter Wyvern. So this time they switch it up. They ban the Invoker. They take the Wyvern. Here's the Natures. They beat the Natures last time, but it did involve having a Shadow Fiend.
Yep.
Along with some other heroes, of course. Let's see how they adjust going forward from here.
I like the Nature's Prophet, overall. I think the hero has been, pretty good. I say that, but let me, check his stats really quick, because it's one of those things that I don't feel like it's actually been winning a lot, but I do feel like the hero overall has been, kind of solid. Or looked good even in the games that it lost. So it is currently... Okay, so it actually has a very high win rate. It's sitting at an 83% win rate on the Nature's Prophet. Been picked 6 times, banned 22 times. So, well, we're going to go back for even more prioritized heroes. Lina, she is the second most contested hero of the tournament. And now potentially questioning whether or not this is a core Nature's Prophet or not. This could very well be a support. They could look to put the Lina in the carry role or the mid lane.
Yeah, I agree. You have to at least be willing to flex it into a support role, because Nature's Lina are like two of the same hero. They're very similar in what they look to do.
Countered by, yeah.
Yeah, like what they look to do, what they're countered by. So to pick them back to back is pretty interesting. They will usually stand so far apart from each other if they do end up both being cores that they shouldn't end up killing each other because of the Wyvern. Ooh.
They saw what happened last game. They're like, okay, we kind of want that hero. That was sick.
But you don't know you have such a good matchup this time in the lane. That is a very big difference, is that Yandex picked it when they saw the Centaur and they knew that they would crush that lane.
I'm trying to think, now that there's a lot of offlane heroes already banned, what can you come up with here for DM as a way of dealing with it? I would say, like, in terms of lane matchups, the big ones to me would be like Viper. I mean, that feels super rough, but I don't know if you want to run like Nature's Prophet, Lina, Viper as your like 3 heroes. Like, that feels pretty rough.
All in, baby.
You could do something like the Necrophos as well if you want to run that, like a hero that he really struggles against.
10 seconds remaining.
It is the Necrophos. Okay. I like this a lot. They're going to go for the Clockwork, so that's your off-lane duo. Now, whether... Well, I guess it still doesn't have to be. Like, this could be carry Necro, but in terms of if you want to pick something that beats Kez in lane, it's definitely the Necrophos. Like, this is a pretty rough lane for him. So I would imagine this is DM's hero. Lina probably mid lane or safe lane, and then the Nature's Prophet is still flexible as well. Because Malady plays it. Malady is a support NP player.
Now, let me tell you, all support players are support NP players.
Yeah,
we love
true.
it. It's you finally get to be the one farming and doing what the cores get to do, and you feel like, no, this is how you play the hero. This is good support gameplay.
Yeah.
Everyone played nature support when it was viable. You need control from your remaining heroes. That's why I like this Clockwork wherever it ends up going, like you were saying. He's one of the most utility-oriented supports, brings a lot for your team. You need another hero like that, whatever role they're thinking of moving everything around, because this is 3 range damage-dealing heroes. Even if it ends up being support natures, right? You build a little bit more utility, but it's still very much damage-oriented a lot of times, farming.
Okay.
Here's a hero to get to those backline heroes. Just Underlord ult in after Kez finds them, after the Pango roll gets there. They did a really good job of it in game 1. See if they can do it again here.
Dude, I feel like this Lina is going to absolutely slap the Pango in the mid lane. Underlord's looked very good. 7 and 5 so far in the tournament, and in the games we see him, it seems really dominant. And he's got a lot of different item builds. New earlier today, just went straight Aghanim Scepter, knowing that it was gonna really shut down the ability for Yandex to take fights. So I like the idea. They're gonna get rid of the Witch Doctor after what happened last lane. If you have like a very immobile off laner, you know, Witch Doctor can really cause some problems.
Team Resilience's turn to ban.
Maybe you do Ringmaster for Team Resilience, some kind of save into the Necro. Honestly, I mean, the other heroes, as they're all dumping in their damage, you could drop Escape back to get out. That or...
I think they're going to
Tusk
ban
is
the
not
Ringmaster.
bad. You just creep drag everywhere for the lane.
I agree. I think you need something to protect from the Reaper Scythe. Like, you kind of... This is not something you can just leave in the game uncontested, especially if you have something like a Kez that, until he has BKB, can just straight die to this hero. So I think, yeah, Ringmaster seems like a good pick. I like that idea. I'm trying to think what other options you have. The Undying's already banned, so you don't have Tombstone. You could consider Rubik for, like, Telekinesis, but that's not the best. And
If
Shadow
it weren't
Demon,
for the
we haven't really
Necro,
seen a
you
ton
could do
of.
something like that.
Oh, get rid of Coddle. Okay.
I mean, you're trying to do a bunch of range damage in the back and he keeps healing. Okay, they send it.
That might be a deny pick, actually. Looking at it now, I think they're really
That's a
worried
good
about there
point.
being a Rubik into the Underlord.
That is a good point. I mean, it would have been 4 ranged heroes that are a little bit on the greedy side, but it is something they could have done. We've seen that counter pick before, and it gets a lot of work done. The Telekinesis save will be very good versus Clockwork and the Sprout from Nature's Prophet. Even Lina is trying to like stand still and do damage. It just doesn't really work versus the Necro ult because as long as it's activated, like, it doesn't matter if you move, it'll still hit you.
I was going to consider like an Illusion hero versus Kez, but Underlord makes it so difficult, so does Pango. So they might just stick with Nature's Prophet carry and pick a support. It's just the pool is so thin. You could consider something like a Dark Willow if you want more damage. But I think maybe something that gets in and causes chaos might be a little bit better, because I don't know if Clockwork is going to be enough.
Old Snapfire, pre-nerf, would have been kind of cool. Pretty sure she wrecks that Pango matchup.
I'm trying to think if Tusk is where it is going to be Snapfire. Good call.
Post-nerf Snapfire, also pretty cool. Wrecks that Pango matchup.
It's going to be mid. Yeah, so they are going to run Malady Clockwork. Soxa is going to take the Nature's Prophet. So I assumed, or we both did, that if they're going to first pick the Nature's Prophet there, that they are going to consider flexing it. We know DM's going to take the Necrophos because of the matchup versus the Kez lane, and they flex the Lina into the carry role. Chira Jr. The Snapfire into Pango has been pretty Snapfire favored for a while.
Yeah, and there's not really a better offlane hero I was looking through of who's going to play into Kez. So because of that, I think Necro can go there. So then you're just thinking about how do you get more early playmaking going, because you've got a Necro offlane and you've got like this Lina carry and you've got this Natures who wants to rotate and get stuff done. So you need some heroes that are doing well for him to show up for. And as long as you can get a winning matchup in the mid lane, Snapfire into Pango, you can possibly rotate there, help get some kills. And if not, she will at least do well to get a guaranteed ult to then show up somewhere else, along with Natures also teleporting in. So then you can make these plays. Clockwork is going to have to do some heavy lifting here, because they don't really have a lot of stuns, easy to land stuns besides that one. Eventually, right, LSA with extra cast range, Blink on Snapfire, it gets easier as time goes on, but that early game, Clockwork, he's got to dig deep. He's got to land those power cogs, he's got to land those hook shots.
But hey, you get the Clockwork and the Snapfire combo, which is so strong. So we'll see how much they can get active from the mid lanes. As here we go, it is game 3, Yandex taking on Resilience. Both these teams are struggling in TI right now, but one of them gonna walk away with the victory here. We'll have to see which one it's gonna be. I like the simplicity of Yandex's draft. You know, it's like, you know, Pango's gonna roll in, you're gonna have Underlord to follow it up, you have Kez who just brings so much damage. You gotta get out of the lanes again though, and that's what I'm most worried about.
They did get a little cooked in the last lanes, is what I would say if a game 2 had been played, but this is actually just a best of 1. Both teams coming in fresh, so there is no lasting trauma from the last one for Team Resilience. Genuinely, you do need to shake it off, right? After playing that kind of game, it can mess with you, but you can't let it shake your confidence. You have to say, you know, sometimes you lose Dota games. That's Dota, that's pro level competition. Sometimes you get a little slapped, but you gotta keep going. You gotta do some slapping in the next game.
Oh, speaking of slapping, Clockwork just giving it to the Underlord right now.
Q start's pretty rare, but
yeah,
he was able to get onto the Underlord the entire time, so half his health gone, and he sees there's no tangos, so he's gonna enter the lane pretty low.
In terms of the lane matchup too, it's not bad to go Battery Salt against Rubik. That being said, Planet, pointed out by our observer earlier, rushed Boots of Speed to start this one off. So I think he realizes he does not want to be anywhere near this Clockwork.
Neither does New, actually.
I mean, he doesn't have much of a choice, right? He's getting absolutely blasted. Good stuff from Malady to apply a lot of pressure there.
Bully him away with your boots, Planet. All right, nature support is not that common, but if you trade with the Treants, they're actually quite powerful. And you don't need them to help you get CS because you're a support, but you can use them to pressure and possibly go for denies when they back out. And then obviously you can rotate around earlier than a carry Natures really wants to.
Yeah. I'm going to be curious what his build is. Like right now, he's got like treads queued up on Soxa, but a lot of times it's going for pretty much immediate earn. And you just teleport to fights with Urn. You eventually get your shard, and then suddenly you have a bunch of ways of contesting heroes and searching for them.
Yeah, the Vessel's not bad this game because Underlord's very tanky. Wyvern's got a strong heal. Kez does a lot of healing as well. But I kind of think they actually have other answers to that. So maybe just like Essence Distiller is good to find some of these heroes, especially like the Wyvern waiting for the big ult, or Kez when he goes invisible. Could be nice to have that utility.
Yeah, I like the idea. I like the Essence Distiller as like the way of maybe looking for heroes, and combine it with your Curse of the Old Growth, right? The shard. It's actually a lot of damage. I'm curious what the skill build is going to be like. Are we going to see a max Nature's Call, you know, and he's just going to farm? Like, potentially.
I think you still do it. The Treants are just really strong at trade. Like, right now, this is level 1 Treants, and ZZQ is running away from them. So it just gets worse the more levels you put in it. And then when you're free, like, let's say your Necro lane's paying off, and plays aren't happening, then you just, like, you know, 4th heal we see there, just dealing with these Treants. So then when nothing is happening, you can just jungle with those Treants, which we've been saying is pretty good for supports to do. You want to pick up farm. Nature's is one of the best.
Yeah. See what they end up getting done with it. As Lotuses are going to be spawning soon, and getting a Lotus in this top lane specifically is a big deal. Clockwork going to be uncontested for the bottom one, right? One of the benefits of the Clockwork hero, as Planet still just dragging creep waves, trying to stabilize this bottom lane.
It's kind of working. Underlord's getting some farm. Lena is too, of course, but that's just how this lane's gonna go.
Well,
goodbye, mana.
Yeah, that's always fun. Lane stage much quieter this time around than last time, right? We were looking at like multiple kills across the lanes, things kind of falling apart, but right now it's pretty chill for everybody. I think Yandex getting the better of the CS at the moment, but we'll see, you know, if that continues.
This mid lane's going better than I thought it would.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, they're doing fine up here as well.
Hold up, mid lane, not going better. Kira Jr. Forcing a lot out of Echoes there. Perfect timing of the stun to get the rune. Gets the D ward, and he's going to get the bottom rune as well, as Malady held it for him. So that is a slow walk back to the to the base for the mid lane.
Very nice. You do need to put the pressure on at some point. You're supposed to win this matchup. That was the idea. We've seen the lead taken even earlier than this, but with that trade being taken, Cheer Jr. now pulling like a 10 CS lead, which is kind of where I thought it was supposed to be. So we're back on track.
Yeah, he's crushing it now. And the level 6 is the big deal, right? We've talked about it. When you get level 6 on your Snapfire, you want to be able to contribute to the side lanes immediately. You have some pretty great ways of doing that. ZZQ gonna get the heal off, but he should die here. They're just gonna try and time their auto attacks. It goes to DM. That's gonna be a lot of healing in for the Necrophos, and First Blood finally coming out here at the 5-minute mark. Bottom lane, we'll see a second kill as Malady manages to catch Planet, the pesky Rubik, who's been dragging the creep waves all over the place.
Those first levels were okay, but it's getting worse and worse. Constant Necro harass with then one of the best long-range harassers in the Nature's Prophet, then his Treant.
Wait a minute,
Solo
Echoes,
kill?
he used all of his spells! He's just dead! Oh, Echoes came in to try and clear the creep wave, but Chira Jr. called his bluff, just drops the full kit, kills the Pango. Normally, it's going to the side lane at the Mortimer Kisses, but solo killing the mid laner is a pretty great option as well.
Oh no. It's looking a little like game 2 all of a sudden.
Dude, Soxa's Treants are actually just bodying ZZQ. He's going to block him off as well. He has the Cold Embrace. Flare comes out. DM throws another heal. There's going to be a second kill going their way in the top side. This one goes to Soxa. Okay, yeah, these Treants are actually insane. What in the world?
When you can't get Treant Protector, you get the Treants to protect you. These things are awesome right now. They're so strong. Ooh, aggressive TV to the back. They want to kill Kez. They're going to try to dive with these, I think.
They're just trying to scout for him. Oh, they see him. They see him. He has a parry, but he's going to have to try and get further and further away. Nice moves there from Erica to try and dodge it out. Soxa Sprout in 3. Does get the body blocks with the Treants up onto the high ground with the Echo Slash. One more auto attack. It's gonna miss. Uh-oh. Sprout, though, coming through. Does connect. No parry. Soxa gets another.
Now they're trying to steal this Wisdom Shrine, but they will protect it. And you need this. You can't be losing the lanes and then losing your shrine. That'd be really bad. So they'll at least secure it, but they're still going to be at a level disadvantage due to how the lanes are going. 5-0, 3K gold lead. Tower honestly taking a huge beating right now. They have the Treants hitting it. The catapult here.
There's no way this tower lives.
Can he do anything about it? Nope.
This is level 3 Nature's Call. Soxa is level 5 on this Nature's Prophet. Times it up with the catapult, takes the tower down, no problem. And yeah, he's just gonna go to farm.
I was gonna say where's the Pango ult, but actually he just went QW. He's just farm mode for now.
Yeah, Power Rune spawning here, 8 minutes. Let's see which team's gonna show up for it. It looks like it might just go the way of Yandex. Hard to contest the Clockwork and Snapfire, right? We've talked about the combo. So being an illusion rune, not the most impactful, but a rune going his way. Malady gonna get scouted here on the bottom side, but mid lane. Oh, no, they'll just take out the Clockwork. Good rotation, or good patience from Planet, rather, to set that one up. Meanwhile, mid.
Echoes.
Does he get the roll off? Okay, just barely. It was so close. That cookie nearly gets the kill. So, forced to level the roll and use it defensively.
And in the meantime, they're learning their lesson from the last game. We made stacks. We got to clear the stacks. Don't let them steal it. So Neo is going to grab it, knowing that Soxa and Cheer Jr. are thinking about putting pressure in the area.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, well, Sprout onto Planet, tries to get his way out, does manage to get away for now. They'll just drop the Mortimer Kisses. Quick interrupt, but still gets the kill. It's just all pressure for the tower, right? This is the benefit when you have this Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, Yandex really stepped it up. They did not like how game 1 went.
I mean, they're going to fort. I kind of just forgot there's... Yeah.
The tower is... At best, it's going to survive at a sliver of health, which means it'll just fall later.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Cheer Jr. might pop the illusion and tank with it, which looks like that's what he's going to try. Throwing out some cogs, trying to burn some mana. Super annoying. It's working, but they're going to TP in everything. Cheer Jr. Pit of Malice connects, gets the cookie up to his own high ground as Watson's here. Huge, I'll say on to 2. They managed to TP in as well in on Soxa, try and cut off the backside. Wrath of Nature did a decent chunk of damage. They will just back away. Resilience tried to force any sort of fight, but does not quite work out. Watson will take the tower, and they bottle up a regen rune as well. All 10 heroes in the mid lane at 10 minutes.
It's a good idea from Team Resilience. When you're losing like this, you got to make something happen. You got to bring the numbers and try to get a big kill, like the Snapfire, who's at top net worth. Yandex is on the same page. Do not let them take that. Just as soon as they use any ults mid, just everybody TP in. They all respond, they win that fight, and they maintain their dominant 6K gold lead. I mean, he's just walking in here. They're kind of
He's got a regen,
trying
dude.
to chase him away, but it just doesn't matter.
If it wasn't for the katana, I think Erica dies there, because the katana was breaking his blink dagger.
Is this better or worse than a potential game 2 that might have been played before this?
It's definitely better at the moment. It's, well, oh gosh.
Is it?
Not again. Not
How do you feel after this moment?
Okay, I said, you know, now at this moment, a few seconds later, it may be not as good. Planet bottom lane still level 5 on the Rubik. Gonna get caught by Soxa, but nice tree cut there to dodge the LSA. So he's out. Watson on this Lina has the double null talisman, the Maelstrom. Just farming up. No problem. Oh, hey, Chiro Jr.'s down here.
Hi, Chiro. What you up to?
Stealing the tower last hit, don't worry. Mine, thank you.
Well, to be fair, Watson came in and took his tower last hit, you know? So he's just down here return the favor. Okay, ways I think Team Resilience can come back.
Okay, hit me.
First, you need ult on Rubik so you can steal spells. Because Yandex is so powerful, they're so high level, when you steal their spells, you know, you're getting a powerful ability for you to use yourself.
They're going to make a play here for DM top lane. He actually might just die. He does. He stuck around way too long.
Much needed. Okay, you need stuff like that. You need little pickoffs, and then you need to just go back to farming and avoid. Kez, I do think Kez can win this matchup, like in the late game. Kez is kind of a ridiculous hero.
Big Winter's Curse in the mid lane, locking them down. Echoes will have the Rolling Thunder to turn it around. And oh, the cogs at the last second. Will maybe make some space, but they're going to get multiple kills out of it, trying to TP home. That's not going to happen. Okay, well, that's definitely the way that you can turn the game around. Just some overextension from Yandex. 3 kills, and I mean, honestly, like 2,500 gold going their way between them.
That's a lot of gold. That's a lot of gold. 5K down still. That's how bad it was, but when you can get kills like that, you feel a lot better. Things were starting to get suffocating. To be able to kill the Snapfire, to be able to kill the Necro, you know it's still bad, but there's like a belief. You're like, hey, there's a shot, guys. We can do it. They're messing up. We have a shot. The Mage Slayer will do a lot of work this game. It's a very powerful item here.
Yep.
It's also a good standard item anyways. Kez needs a lot of items to eventually out-carry this matchup.
Some of the net worth on Yandex is kind of fake right now, right? Like, you don't have the Radiance on the Necrophos. He's 10 gold away, so he will have it soon. I think they know that, so they're trying to make this play top. Malady in a good spot to cut it off. He's still going to be in trouble. However, Kez in bigger trouble. Malady just tanks the gank for his team. He'll trade for the 1-for-1. That will be the Reaper's Scythe. First one coming through. They actually find CCQ as well. Cold Embrace will not protect you from this. Now, the question is, do they want more? I mean, trying to make a play with this like diffusal. Oh my goodness, Chiro Jr. That's a lot of damage. Nice bit of Malice. Great mana burn coming out from Echoes. Does have to pop the Rolling Thunder, it looks like, to get away.
Well, for his troubles.
Yeah. That was a 3-for-1 though, and DM now has the Radiance, so.
Come easy go.
Double Boots of Travel now done.
Orchid will be a sick pickup for Soxa if he gets there. The enemy is poor. They have to get their damage items to have a chance at killing these heroes, so they're not going to have defensive options for the Orchid.
He's closer than I thought he was. That's a little scary.
This is where the trap's kind of funny. Soxa wanted to farm that.
Great find for Malady here. LSA onto ZZQ as well. Another kill for Watson on the Lina, sitting at 3-0-1. Just farming. No problem towards his Mjolnir. Top lane. Soxa does get found here. Throws Kez inside the trees. DM's walking forward now, but here comes the rest of the team. New really wants to go for this Necrophos, but Pango just dies instead. The Reapers comes through. He gets a massive heal from the Ghost Shroud, but he needs to be careful. Taking a beating from that Firestorm as they continue to look for more. Kez trying to dodge out this Nature's Prophet. He will make it, but Watson got his eyes on the prize, looking for Planet. A lot of damage coming through. He's going to steal the Dragon Slave, but Watson gets another kill for his Lina. Dude, the global presence of this team is insane. Double Boots of Travel and Nature's Prophet.
Oh, but how about triple Boots of Travels and the Nature's Prophet? Because DM wants to join the club. It's going to get it as well. This is it's a pretty greedy draft and very greedy build as they're all going Boots of Travels. But if you lane well and it works really well. So they're double downing on it with all these Boots of Travels to just keep up the pressure and show up everywhere. And it's not even costing them that much in terms of... Like, the issue with Boots of Travels is you show up to the fight, and then the Boots of Travels stop really doing anything, because their value is getting you to the fight, but they aren't like a Force Staff or a Kaya or whatever. But when you're this far ahead, like, if we just remove the Boots of Travels, they're still 4K up with 3 of them having it. So they still have a huge advantage.
I can't believe this Clockwork Hero exists. It's so funny. Great Winter's Curse, Rolling Thunder coming through, finds the Nature's Prophet. This is going to be a massive bounty for them. His first death of the game goes the way of the Underlord. I'm just watching Clockwork play bowling ball, man, and just constantly burning mana and knocking the Pango out.
I said he'd have to do a lot to make this draft work, and he did. He won his lane with a different build than usual, right? Doing the battery assault, adapting to what was required of him. He won his lane. He's made the moves. He is the only one who is like, he's having to dig deep. He's looking at everybody farm. 4 people farming. They're like, hey, can you just go start fights and like make space for us?
I mean, the thing is if he finds a target, the rest of the team can be there. And yeah, that's going to be Rubik. Grabbed in the mid lane, hook shot. Put to good use
Oh my
again.
god, there's no way. There's no way he's going to do it.
What?
Oh my god, he's doing it. He's eating chainmails.
Oh, you're right, he is. He's actually just chewing through the armor.
Oh my god, I've never seen anybody actually eat a chainmail.
Kez, top lane, Reaper's side. All right, well, the TP rotations is just getting out of hand, man. All 3 of them TP to the top wave.
He is having fun. He is going greedy. Look, every Boots of Travels I see you guys build, I will eat 1 chainmeal. They're like, okay, we're willing to let you have 3 chainmeals.
Hold on. They find Cheer Jr. Winter's Curse inside the treants here. These are doing a lot of damage. Rolling Thunder now connects. Snapfire's stuck, nowhere to go. That's a big kill. Malady. Gonna walk in here, does have hook shot in a moment. Throws it, does manage to find New. In comes Stuxa, tries to block off the back lane. ZZQ can't get in to offer any assistance, and well, New burning under the damage of the Necrophos. It's only a matter of time as Planet joins him as well. A couple auto attacks from Lina, gets a Maelstrom proc, and Rubik will be next on the block here. 3 dead for Resilience. It's just, it's so difficult, man.
I'm pretty sure.
Is he getting another one?
I can't. There's a whole fight going on. I'm just thinking about chainmeal. It's consuming me, man. I think with this 1 chainmeal eaten, he's probably set the pro record. I don't think any other pro has ever bothered to eat a chainmeal because it is not good. It is so bad.
It's very funny, though.
It's so funny. This fight, I mean, you take it, right? It's so much golden experience when you get these kind of kills. And great news, they passed game 2 times. So they are making their way through it. But they're going to have to get a lot more kills like that. They're going to have to keep dragging this one out because it's rough. They are very far behind.
Super deep play here and does get punished. They do manage to find the kill on the Soxus.
Holy shit. Did you see the work that chainmail did? Got him out of there.
He barely makes it out. I get a nice deep ward, though, before he dies.
Come on, Malady. I know you. Just buy the second chainmail. Come on.
Okay, so my theory is that he bought it, was going to turn it into something, and then it was like, whatever, and just ate it, because he just was like, I'm not going to use this anymore.
It's like, oh, shit, I have no space. Don't look at the 2 open ones. I'll just have to eat it.
Yeah.
No, look, if you've heard Malady do interviews, this guy's an absolute stone-cold baller. He ate this chainmeal to inflict mental damage. This ain't your pub shit. This is pro-level Dota. They are clicking the heroes and looking at buffs, and Team Resilience is looking and going, holy shit, he ate a chainmeal at 15 minutes. We are so cooked, guys. He's eating chain meals.
We're gonna see what happens as a big fight breaking out here over this Wisdom Shrine. And yeah, of course, the entirety of Yandex just keeping it or trying to get to safety, but Malady will cut him off with the pain. With the hook shot, Planet crashes our Reaper sight as Watson just rips through him. There's gonna be the Orchid holding Echoes and plays Cookie forward. It's a bloodbath, man. 4 dead. Resilience. It was a short game 2, but game 3 starting to look borderline impossible. The whole team just shows up. Like, here they come top.
Your shard.
They're gonna look for the Kez Orchid into the grab. In comes Necrophos. Not enough burst damage.
I mean, this one's pretty brutal, but you don't GG out at this point, right?
Yeah.
We said
no,
game
can't.
2, you can GG out for mental. This one, you're not technically out if you lose this, but you do need to play for your life, essentially. So they're giving it a go. This one, I also think, has a better late game potential than game 2. So they're just hoping for some big Winter's Curses as you come up high ground, right? Everybody can throw on high ground. We've seen it. So you got to play it out. You got to hope. Yandex should win at this rate, but you gotta make them go through the motions.
Oh, boy.
Okay,
so
buy
painful.
a chainmail now. Come on. You've earned it. Maldy, you've earned it. Do it.
Did he get an illusion rune? Oh, he has Manta. Oh boy. Manta Necrophos. Okay.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Come on, do it for the people. We all want you to eat the chainmails.
I think he's gonna go for it now that he has Jetpack, legitimately. There's the Nature's Prophet Shard we talked about earlier, right? Like, it's super strong on support, great for scouting, good damage.
Even in their hearts, Team Resilience also wants him to buy chainmails.
Not because it's good, but because like it might give us a chance.
Dire's bottom tower is under
I mean, you're 19,000 behind here at 23 minutes. I just want to keep seeing Yandex make these like wild global plays, right? Like Nature's Prophet TP's in, drops a Nature's Call. The entire team like boots of travels to the tree ends. Clockwork just hook-shotting in, finding random heroes. This one's going to be Planet in the mid lane. He's dead right away. ZZQ in trouble. Curse to the Old Growth, finds Wyvern. And he's going to die as well. 2 fall with ease. Yandex just keeping up the pressure.
Kez is almost at BKB. What else? We got the
Copium?
Ags on Underlord. Is the Blink on Pango. Hey, you need to find something with it, right? Like, when you have that, you're taking your fight, and then maybe you're GGing out if it doesn't work. Especially if you see Maldy go up to 2 chainmails.
Yeah. Curse of the Old Growth with the Orchid. Holds him in place. Nice little Pit of Malice there from the Underlord. Will save the Kez. You're going to lose your tier 2 tower. I say that Necrophos is not done chasing. He's just going to go farm. Screw it.
All right, everyone, look at Maldy, look at Maldy, look at Maldy.
They're all going bottom.
Shit. We missed it. He ate it.
Did he eat another chainmail? Oh,
Yeah.
my goodness.
Okay, we have to see the third one. We have to see the third one.
You thought you could escape this global team? They're all bottom now. Never.
No, it's still that teleport. Buy another chainmail. Look, this is super rare. You're like, oh, Divine Rapiers. There's been like 15 in this tournament already. A Clockwork eating chainmails is a unicorn in the wild. It is such a rare sight. We must watch him consume the third one.
If there was a fantasy point for like chainmails consumed, this would be the greatest game in history for whoever put that on their fantasy board. 1,000 points per chainmail stack. That would have been the way. More rare than Roshan kills.
It is. I've seen a lot of Roshans today. I have not seen a pro eat a chainmail since the introduction of this. I don't know if I've missed it. Like, is this something the pros are doing? Like in their scrims, they're hiding it from us?
No.
They're just like, yeah, we go to the scrims and we just eat chainmails there. We don't let the people know. We eat so many chainmails in the scrims.
I mean, he's against a lot of minus armor. I'm trying to like justify it, right? You got like Deso Kez, you got Lucky Shot on the Pango. Like, there's actually a decent amount of minus armor. So like, kinda like I could understand, but I also feel like you just build a Lotus Orb or something if you wanted armor. You know, I feel like there's a lot of other options.
Unironically, to be real about it, as we watch him survive thanks to his 2 chainmail.
Oh, here comes the rest of the team. You got to try and find this kill quickly. Malady is down, but they found Soxa as well. The BKB spent from Kez. Mortimer Kiss is coming through. Echoes. He doesn't manage to bounce up and get the cancel, so they've all got to run. CZQ dead. BKB going to protect Watson. I mean, a 2-for-1, you're pretty okay with that.
You take it. That's a BKB success. 2 Deso charges. Okay, back to serious talk though. So Clockwork slots are mostly filled, right? This is the downside of chain meals, that it doesn't make sense slot efficiency wise, but he needs detection. He's got his blood grenades, which he could arguably, you know, maybe do something else. He needs wards. But the thing is, nowadays, holding Lotuses is actually pretty good. Like, it's something the pros, they try to have someone who can hold the Lotuses in the late game because it's actually so much healing. And so when you're eating these chainmails, right, you're keeping that slot open for the Lotuses later on. And the effective health on that shit's going to be crazy because you've eaten 2 chainmails.
My favorite part about this is he like queues up some real items, but he's like, just one more though. Just one more chainmail. Just one more, please. Sox has just been chasing Kez around the map, trying to find a planet nearby, but there's gonna be the Orc and Curse of the Old Growth, the Sprout. Dude, he just solo Kez! Oh my god, dude! He's level 18!
I mean, he's higher level. This might as well be a carry nature for the money he has.
If he doesn't have BKB, I mean, it was just barely off cooldown. Or barely, you know, barely gets the kill before it comes off cooldown. But yeah, Curse of the Old Growth, he's in a massive tree line as well, so.
It's so much damage.
Yeah, it absolutely destroyed him. Curse of the Old Growth did like 700 damage.
Echo's farming where it's safe, which is the enemy's half of the map, because they've been living in your home for the last 20 minutes.
Reasonable, reasonable.
But the Axe is pretty far away, and Watson is literally knocking on his high ground. But I don't think you can defend anyways, you know? Even if you show up, what you gonna do? Blink in the works for Winter Wyvern. I don't know, if you can get there, maybe. Lena kills, Damn, they're also farmed though, actually. Can Lena kill one of her teammates?
Oh yeah, absolutely. She has a Chrysalis, 100%. Winter's Curse is like the most damage Resilience has right now, I think.
That's a Clockwork with 2 chainmails.
He has so much amplified outgoing damage, 7.6% bonus damage, dude. He's huge. Well, hookshot in, Kez in trouble. They do manage to block the Wyvern off, and there's going to be no way to save him. The BKBs are out as Mally's just causing havoc, splitting the fight in half. 2 heroes dead without any contest here, as now the Mortimer Kiss is coming through, trying to find ZZQ on the Wyvern. He's going to be forced to pop the Glimmer Cape. He lives. Soxa goes in aggressively, finds Planet, Orchid, traps him in the tree. Good Rolling Thunder, though, from Echoes. Might be able to finish off the Nature's Prophet. He gets a little bit of help. No, Force Staff, of course, gets away. Chiro Jr. in really deep here. They have what it takes to find the kill. It just misses the last Rolling Thunder tick and the Swashbuckle. Now Echoes is trapped, and there's a Reaper Scythe with his name on it. Another kill inside the base. There's your GG. Resilience will give it up, and Yandex turn around the series. An incredibly dominant game 2 and 3.
For their draft, they opted for the lane counters that you win the lane, you just kind of snowball from there. But if the lanes don't go well, then your game gets really weird. So it's a statement on their confidence on their laning prowess, right? It's like, guys, just outlane them, and we'll go from there and we'll crush them. Absolutely nailed it out of the park. 2 games in a row. Outdraft, outplay. That's a show of confidence.
Yeah, to me, like, both games felt like a little bit of an outdraft, especially game 2. I think game 2 might have been one of the biggest outdrafts we've seen of the tournament. Game 3, they still get everything they want. They go for their early Kez pick. Unfortunately, you leave the Necrophos in the pool, which, if I'm not mistaken, is the #1 like best matchup versus Kez in the entire game. I think it used to be Lone Druid before he got nerfed, but now it's Necrophos. And boy, Soxa showed up on this NP. He did some serious work.
Yeah, if I were to critique the draft and go back to that, I don't think picking the Kez Wyvern that early, you didn't really do yourself favors, right? If we compare it to game 2, they knew the exact offlane matchup, and then they crush it with the Kez Witch Doctor. So you're guaranteeing the Kez has a good start to then get out of control. This time you're revealing the Kez really early, but because of the flex picks, it wasn't even guaranteed that Soxa was going to take Natures, right? They could have picked a brand new offlane to shut down the Kez. And maybe they were hoping like, oh, if they do that, it won't make sense. They've got, you know, Lina, Natures, and a third ranged hero. But Yandex said, that's okay, and also we'll let Malady eat a couple chainmails. We're going to crush you with this pick, and you just won't play the game.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to make plays before the like Nature's Prophet Radiance came online, before the triple Boots of Travel came online. But the moment that they hit these timings, like, Resilience has no way of ever playing the map, right? You time it with the Orchid of the Nature's Prophet. He just teleports in. The rest of the team follows. The Clockwork's constantly looking for kills. It is... The level of execution on Yandex in this game is just unreal.
This is what I would have expected from Yandex, right? And I think it's what a lot of people expected from Yandex. The fact that they're actually playing in this series at a 1-2 scoreline is kind of like, what happened, right?
Yeah.
So maybe this is a return to form. Maybe they were a little shaky earlier, and this is helping them get back in shape. To be fair, the teams they lost to, also good teams, right? That's the nature of Swiss stage, is that you can't, like, there's only going to be a couple teams at the top that haven't lost, right? You play the other strong teams, and sometimes you lose. So it is a bit unfortunate for Team Resilience. I feel like they've had to play a lot of the best teams, actually. But they are at least not out. They're down to 1-3, so they're getting close. The next one is do or die.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think this team can make it. Like, this is... Like you said, they've played some of the strongest teams. I think if I was to put them head-to-head against the other 1-3 teams, I would probably give Resilience the better shot at making it through. And we don't really know exactly what those teams are quite yet, but I still think this team has a lot of potential. But you've got to address some of the draft issues, because I think this is one where, like, Yandex, game 1 didn't quite go their way, but they came back and they just beat you in the draft 2 times. And I wonder if, like, the bans of the first phase, like, addressing like some of their standard like opening picks that they have been relying on, like the Invoker, the Shadow Fiend, the Earth Spirit, it feels like they struggle after that.
Yeah, I think that's a safe bet. It's in the, I don't know if I even want to call this an advantage when they're down here at 1-2, now 1-3, but as a relatively unknown team, I think maybe that's where teams didn't know what to expect in the bans in the draft, right? So it's, you know, Team Resilience gets their hands on some of the heroes they like. And now as people have seen them play, like, okay, what are they winning with? Now it's getting to be a little bit more targeted. And now as Team Resilience, now you have to show we can play other heroes, but maybe we couldn't, you know, it didn't quite work out this time. So they'll have a short break, but they've got to come up with some new strats, because whoever they end up playing next, they're gonna look at the series, they're gonna look at the other series Team Resilience has played, and say, oh yeah, sure looks good when you ban Shadow Fiend versus them. Let's also do that.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a big deal. Soxa getting MVP, not really a big shocker there. I think the moment you see him like solo kill Erica's Kez, you're like, this game's might be over. Like, he just did so much damage, just kills him. He's actually the second highest damage hero of the whole game, right? Like, only second to Chira Jr., and it's not by much. So, yeah, he was all over the map. That, you know, constant pressure being applied to the towers early on with the Nature's Calls. So, yeah, it's really cool to see the Nature's Prophet finally get flexed to a support role, because you and we've, I think, only seen it as a core.
Forget that. Malady 8 chainmails. I'm very content with this TI. This has been everything I wanted. I think, you know, the rest of the tournament, we're good. You know, there's nothing left to see.
Yeah, it's been a fun group stage. We've got 2 more series here today, but you know, for now, we're going to be going to a break, and then we'll be back with that second series. You all stay tuned for it. It's going to be an exciting one. So we'll see y'all after the break.
Hello friends, we're back. It's Dota time again. TI 2026 continuing here with another day of a group stage as we get into the thick of things. Wagger, it's time to start seeing, who gets a little further forward, who's down in the dumps or on the ropes as we head into this next series, Nigma Galaxy against Vici Gaming, two teams that have done pretty well for themselves.
Yeah, I would say that Nigma Galaxy, their success is been pretty good on the part of their mid laner. I think Lorenov has been shining a lot. I think we also seen pretty good stuff coming out of GH and Dubai, but I do think that they are not really getting everything into gear. They can still definitely level up a lot more and perform even better than they have been, but definitely not in a bad spot, right? But the games that we have seen them struggle has been a little bit that maybe they didn't get online early enough with their POS 1 when we saw them actually get taken down earlier.
Yeah, what's so far both these teams 2-1. Vici Gaming losing that first series to Liquid 2-0, and then going 2-1 against HULIGANI and then GamerLegion. Arguably two much easier opponents than the Liquid one is their first matchup. Then Nigma Galaxy, they dropped that series against Iron Wing, and then they just slammed OG and LGD in the next remaining series. I say slammed. They did take an hour in every game to do it.
Listen, slow and steady.
Yeah, it's just you get that little bit of excitement around Nigma Galaxy. You're like, oh my god, they're actually performing. They're winning games. It just immediately becomes extravagant in your mind. Oh, they destroyed them. It took an hour actually.
Yeah. I mean, in the Nigma OG series was one of those examples where it's too old, but it wasn't that straightforward or that easy at any point. It was pretty hard fought. Overall, looking at Vici though, I feel like they have the potential to upset against to upset the boys on Nigma for sure here. I don't think that we should underestimate them, even though their wins were 2-1, right? 2-1 versus HULIGANI, not too impressive perhaps, and 2-1 in GamerLegion is not necessarily the biggest statement either, as a lot of people have them pretty low down on their prediction bars. So this is going to be the bigger test for them going against Nigma Galaxy, who are hungry for a win.
Yeah, I mean, it's a roster with a ton of very high-profile players as well. There's this Vici Gaming side. I guess China in general, you kind of look at a bunch of these squads and think there are high expectations from the players and the teams here in terms of what they have accomplished in the past and what we expect from them in the present and in the future. So I think, Chinese TI, another Chinese team, the pressure is a little bit on some of these squads to actually perform, whereas Nigma Galaxy, Kuroki, smiling and laughing, very jovial, a stark contrast to what we usually see, which is his poker face.
That's actually so true. It's so rare to see him just having a full-on giggle here in the draft. Usually, obviously, we're not in the draft quite yet. The moment the draft starts, all that will be gone, Gareth. He will lock in 100%. But yeah, seemed to be in a good mood. Very nice, having a good team spirit is honestly such an important thing in Dota. It is a team game, and just the general vibes makes everyone perform better or worse accordingly.
Yeah, absolutely. And in this series, in this game, we've got a number of multiple TI hopefuls. Y, Bak, GH, Sumail, all players that have previously won TI are now, looking for that path to a second one.
Yeah.
I've got that man there on our screen, Lorenov, the master of standing in over the past couple of years, has actually found a solid, stable home here in Nigma Galaxy. Ever since he's joined, it really has just looked like a completely different team.
Yeah, I just think Lorenov is a fantastic player. He has a very good understanding of the game, and overall has been very powerful as a player for the last, I want to say 3-4 years. He has just been getting better and better. Obviously already was very good as his starting point, but he's really peaking now for his career, and this is his chance to make a big statement with Nigma.
And in the back there, yeah, your eyes don't deceive you. That's not a mistake. It's Yao. If you've not tuned in to Dota in a while, he's the coach for Vici Gaming, a player that had a pretty decent run through his career, playing through LGD for the majority of the time, then a bit of eHome Tidebound now over to Vici Gaming. He's got the reps, he's built up the reps, and now coaching one of the best teams out of China.
Sumail doesn't have a beard to stroke, but he's stroking the mustache instead. Obviously, it still works.
Twirling the ends.
Yes, exactly. You have to do the evil. He's still going for the beard approach. He's so used to it, you know? But soon, once that mustache sets in, he's gonna sit there like an evil genius. Maybe he will do the drafting.
Well, here we go. Game 1, best of 3. Both these teams at 2-1, looking to continue a decent run here at TI 2026 in the group stage. With the first bans out, we've got the IO removed, get rid of GH's comfort signature hero, and also that particular threat of having the core IO flex. Now an Ember Spirit joining Lina and Treant in that first phase of bans as well.
Yeah, Ember, very strong hero, right? The win rate has been looking pretty outstanding, despite the fact that you and I have seen how he can be abused and hard countered in lane. He still has found a lot of success. I think he's sitting at, what, like 65% plus, maybe even higher. Win rate right now, yes, 71 was his win rate earlier. We've had some games come in now. Yeah, absolutely insane. So two-thirds of the games, he wins, despite a lot of the lanes looking rough.
And despite being like early picked and then potentially being countered, I still feel like we have quite a lot of these games where Ember gets early picked, we get some Huskar or Necro, and then the skill threshold of these players has risen to the roof so quickly that these hard counter matchups don't necessarily mean the game has ended. You just have to find ways to weasel around them. And thanks to players like Nisha, who's shown that Puck or Ember versus Huskar can, I don't want to say be playable, but it's manageable.
Yeah. I'm almost a bit sad that Nigma Galaxy are the ones to ban out the Lina. I was hoping that they would end up with the Lina so that we might get to see what we were talking about the other day, that XM could actually be one to counter it with the sniper. He's like the only guy who plays sniper in pro level, basically. And he's a very good sniper player. As it's a hero I enjoy a lot. I've studied a lot of his sniper replays, and I would love to see him play it. But unfortunately, with Lina gone, that's some of the incentive gone as well.
That's sad. Yeah, because Loronov's a bit of a sniper player himself. maybe he's already clocked on to that fact.
Definitely.
Here we go. Wyvern first pick. Shadow Fiend is going to be the response from Vici Gaming. Pretty open with their position 5 support, so they can go down the Clockwork route. The ET we've seen a little bit as well, so lots of options there to line up with your carry Shadow Fiend.
One of those games that concerns me when you see the Lone Druid not banned out in the first phase.
Oh, you're right,
Do Nigma want to go for it? Do they want to set up that strong safe lane? Like a Winter Wyvern Lone Druid lane would be absolutely horrible to lane into. I don't know what off-lane hero I would want to be if I go to that lane. This sounds like I'm going to lose all my HP, get rooted, and die repeatedly.
So the trade-off here, you've picked the SF as Vici Gaming, thinking that's the stronger hero, and Winter Wyvern is a bit of a deterrent against the bear, right?
It is. Yeah, I mean...
It's not like a counter pick, but it's like, do we want to Lone Druid into Wyverns? Kind of...
Yeah, it's one of the heroes that doesn't die immediately to a Shadowblade Bear as well. Later on, you can just heal yourself and then eventually fly over a tree line, or, maybe worst case scenario, ulti the bear and fly over a tree. So, would be okay. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how the SF is going to work out. A little bit awkward again that they have banned the Bane themselves. It's one of the strongest combos with the SF. So Vici losing out on one of the synergy pieces.
I'm feeling the ET, man. It's on the rise. It's on the rise. We ban the Undying, we ban the Tusk. Clockwork, he can go get do something somewhere else. I don't care about Clockwork. We had Malady eating chainmails in the previous game. That's it. Clockwork's had his fun. No, he's not allowed to do it anymore.
I can't believe that we saw that. I've not seen a single chainmail user in any high-level game in forever, and we get to see it at TI. Malady is a straight-up psychopath, man. Who does that? Who buys chainmails and just eats them?
Not even turbo players do it. I did it once in a turbo game after I'd bought, like, Blade Mail, Shiva's Aghanim's. I'm like, okay, I'm a Clockwork. What do I buy next? I'm like, oh, chainmails? Yeah. Even then, it felt bad. Like, 15 minutes into a turbo game, it felt bad. So I can't imagine how awful it feels in a pro game.
It was style points, man. There was some Midas armor in that game, and like it was kind of good to have armor, but definitely that was just him feeling it like we're owning this game. I'm gonna eat some chainmails, dude.
Sprinkling salt in the wound. Now Mirana comes in here. A hero we've seen quite often in the POS 5 role, but has shifted a bit into the POS 4. I'm not sure how I feel about SF Mirana lane, so I kind of feel like you move it to 4.
this is much more likely to be a pos 4. Like you mentioned, the lane does not have synergy. You cannot set up the arrow as SF, and likely the Mirana won't set up for any races either, so not the best duo lane. They do have a lot of poke and harass, but they can never really secure the kills. So I would enjoy Mirana pos 4 here. And pos 4 is pretty natural for her because getting the Aghanim Scepter earlier is a really big boon for her. It speeds up her game a lot and more doable on pos 4.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now we saw FY do it and looked pretty damn good. Now, Axe and Hoodwink, that's going to round out the support duo for Nigma Galaxy. Give us the offlane as well with the Hoodwink and Axe together. Now, Axe quite often just cutting waves and skipping the lane, so is this an indication you don't want to go head on into an SF?
Yeah, it's definitely his game plan overall. They do have a lot of damage though. I think the game plan is to bully whatever the pos 5 is going to be. We don't see it yet, but when the pos 5 comes to the lane, it's going to get harassed by Hoodwink, and then Axe is going to battle hunger. So you play away from the SF, play onto the pos 5, and then you go and cut creep wave, play behind the tower once Axe has a few levels. That's the overall game plan here. I also like the Axe pick because Winter Wyvern plus Axe gives them 2 different BKB piercing disables. And against Shadow Fiend, it's amazing to have. The hero very frequently will buy a BKB, and his channeled ulti, being able to stop it, can be a fantastic thing. So yeah, I like the draft, and of course Hoodwink Axe is a classic combo, just burst damage.
Yes, that's a good point though, right? To bully the pos 5, because the way that you want to play the SF plus clock lane, for example, is kind of head up, right? You have the 2v2, which splits into 1v1s, but Axe Hoodwink don't play 2v2 or 1v1, they play 2v1. They're going to battle hunger plus Hoodwink harassment on the 5, then they're going to cut waves so you no longer have the head-on matchup, and you say skip, basically. You're like, okay, that's your game plan, skip? No, not happening. We do our own stuff.
Yep. Doom pick comes out, makes equal sense for Vici, as they already see Winter Wyvern. You can now prevent that healing with the Doom ulti, so you can secure the kill on whatever the carry is going to be, and Doom Mirana, no matter what the carry is going to be, you can most likely just run and jungle a bit. You know, you can arrow creeps, you can devour, you can find your farm, even strong lanes. And you got what you wish for.
Oh, right, it's ET on that side. For a second there, I thought Nigma Galaxy had picked ET. I was like, wait a second, what's going on here? But no, it's ET with the SF.
Yeah, ETSF super strong. Minus armor is going to be really, really good. And of course, the AoE denial of the ET Stomp, we saw how successful it was previously. It was yesterday we had some fantastic setups with it.
I mean, Y is just an impeccable ET player. One of the few who are up there. Like, when ET comes to mind, I think I just go to Miposhka and Y. Those are and then Fogged, you know. Those are the big 3 for me.
Yeah, nowadays for sure. I still, fondly look back to the days of Zai ET long time ago. Man, he was putting some work on that hero in his glory days as a support.
All right, I'll allow that. Zai can be 3rd place, just ahead of Fogged. Fogged, you're down to 4th. Just behind Zai.
Listen, Zai is an okay one to let ahead. Yeah. Real prodigy player for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's an interview with Pure not long ago, and Pure was saying, yeah, I begged Zai to come back to Dota, when he was the general manager of Tundra or whatever it was. Apparently Pure was saying, please play, you're so good. Incredible gamer. Right, last bands, last picks. Mid lane for Vici Gaming remaining, and then what's left for Nigma Galaxy? Mid as well?
Yeah, still thinking about what would be the fit. Obviously, they have a lot of different setup now, a lot of different disables. So you can slot in pretty natural here with some damage. You could even play like a mid Snapfire coming in. You have a lot of options, I think, despite the numerous mid heroes getting banned now. Storm, Puck, Lina gone, Ember gone. There's still a lot of heroes to go towards. Like Earth Spirit being removed is probably one of the big things, because that hero has been looking phenomenal as well.
5 seconds remaining.
Any chance of some last minute like SF mid lane swaps? XM picking a cheesy hero like a sniper? Does he come back into the?
Yeah, XM is one of those. Like he's insane. He actually just has the confidence needed for being a mid SF player. And they did have an interview like what was it, a year, 2 years ago, where they just said, yeah, XM mid SF, he's gonna own anyone, like
yes,
they're so confident in it.
That's true. I remember that.
Seconds remaining.
That's why I bring it up. He's one of those players where you're not quite sure what's going to happen. Suddenly it's like, oh, wait, there's this in the game? I forgot that existed.
It's pretty flexible, right? For a mid player, like a lot of mid players are just set in the meta. It's very common that mid players will just be meta slaves beyond anything. Pretty much the POS 1 and POS 2 are the most meta-bound heroes, and then you see a bit more flexibility on the supports for sure. They usually have, like we see here, the ET coming out, and tons of different support heroes being played.
Little Swiss Army knives. There's always that one little bit of the Swiss Army knife you never use, though, like the magnifying glass or the nail file or something.
One thing you don't know what it is. It's like, what? What is this?
That's a bottle opener, or what is that? That's a shoehorn.
What do I use that for?
What's happening here? Lorinov, what's your hero? He's getting vocal, brushing his hair back. It seems like he's ready. Kuroki giving the final directives. What do they need? It feels like they've got control and damage.
They don't. That's the thing. They don't need anything, so it's luxury. It's just what you want to add more of at this point. Their draft is pretty damn good. They have the front line in Axe. They have a lot of different setups and stuns. They have pretty elusive heroes. Would be kind of nice to have one more hero that goes in a little bit, though. As they do have sort of 3 backline-ish, but Wind Ranger is she's like a fake backline hero. Once she gets BKB, she's going to be diving people.
Oh. Viper?
Disgusting.
Is it sniper time? Sniper versus Viper?
It is, isn't it? Like,
I think so. We've been talking about it the whole time.
XM on seeing a Viper surely is like, I don't want to play some normal stuff into that. I'm just going to get bullied. I'll be the one to bully instead.
5 seconds
remaining. Wasn't it that meta, the Sniper SF meta, where they were talking about feeling very good about their combinations of cores?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's very likely we get Sniper here coming out of him. Wonder if there's something else he leans towards even more.
Is that Queen of Pain or something like that?
No, it's super painful. You can't lane that. A lot of heroes just get shut down by Viper, and Lorinov does play a good Viper as well, so you have to respect it.
Tiny. So wait, we're putting.
They're swapping it.
Putting SF mid?
SF mid from XM, I'm pretty sure. There's no way you want to be Tiny mid, so yeah. Shiro gonna be on Tiny.
Cool.
XM sending it mid with SF. That's a pretty baller counter here. Definitely not the passive like, oh, I'm gonna out harass you from far away. This is just saying, you know what? You're gonna go up against me. I'm gonna find the solo kill on you. So Viper has to be very careful. Level 3, the power spike on SF with the raises. He might be able to turn that lane around.
I'm so happy when we get something right, you know. We're talking about XM. There's possibility. Cool. Such a cool little shift. Because it's first pick of the draft, right? Well, first pick Wyvern, then your response is SF. But your first pick, you've kept it flexible till the very end, and then shifted Shiro onto Tiny. So the Tiny story then, Tiny into Axe with an ET by his side. It should be pretty okay, right?
Yeah, Tiny ET isn't a crazy combo by any means, but should be a fine lane. I do think Axe is fairly happy with this, seeing that, okay, I'm not going to be against some murderous lane that just shuts down an Axe entirely. You should be able to farm here. Just got to be careful. Maybe block up the camps. Don't allow the ET to get those stacks. If he gets a lot of stacks on his spirits and comes in with a lot of buffs, he will carry the lane. So Shinkyu is going to be the guy to keep an eye on that lane. Will he be able to do what he wants to do, which is sort of an Undying-like effect where you just run in and 1v2 the enemy. So that's going to be... But I will struggle to take my eyes off the mid lane, man.
Yeah, that's where it's going to be. That back and forth is going to be incredible. I'm just trying to think of like how those fights develop, because when you break down the laning stage, it's quite simple for, you know, a Hoodwink to rotate around, maybe a Wind Ranger to gate and join in on things. A Viper's going to have to like TP and get there, but there's Mirana leaping around, Moonlight Shadow, the speedy Elder Titan. It feels like Vici Gaming have maybe a slightly easier time maneuvering on the map.
Yep, possibly a bit of maneuverability advantage, but pretty good stuff as well coming out from Nigma, having a lot of different buffs there. The Hoodwink is pretty fast. Wind Ranger, of course, if she wants to make gate moves, is one of the quicker carry heroes to come through the gate. So it's going to be interesting to see the rotations coming in and who activates earlier. I do not feel like this is going to be a slow game just watching the drafts we have. mid lane is most likely going to be pretty one-sided one way or another, but it's really down to execution. If XM missteps a little bit, Lorinov could also dominate this lane.
And is it easier for the Viper to execute? Just attack, spit poison? Or is it actually like a nuanced, delicate?
Yeah, his moveset is easier, but he has to do the same calculations that XM has to do, right? You have to also calculate the SF kill potential the same way XM has to. So
Right, okay.
I would say it's probably equally difficult. It's just you are more one-dimensional, whereas the SF will be spamming those races and looking for outplays with it.
Already got a couple of mangoes. A bit of regen there. They give themselves the tips. Lorinov and XM, they know what they are preparing for. Look at that grin. Look at Lorinov. Like, oh, yes, we're ready ourselves for the
great man
duel of
should
the
be
ages.
just like this, says XM. And you know what? I agree. Just Giga Chad mid laner here.
What's we gonna do? Be confident.
SF mid is the oldest, like, iconic mid hero in Dota as well. Like, if you go back from like the very, very early days of Dota, if you think about mid lane, you think about SF.
Yeah, go 1v1 mid. What is that? Jinkyu is showing Jinkyu showing someone what hotkeys to set. He just got out of his chair and he's trying to help someone with their hotkeys. I don't know. Yeah, he sat back down now, but I don't know who he was next to. I just caught it from the corner of my eye.
Jinkyu with the tech support.
Was it Y?
Nice.
Now he's like taking his headphones off. I guess Y is a bit of a boomer now. He's like, wait, what's all this Dota labs? What's all these control groups and commands and camera slots? What's happening?
Sometimes I scroll through the Dota settings now and it's like, there's so much stuff now. Holy crap.
Bro.
We actually have so many different things.
It actually gives me a migraine. Like, I get the little green pop-up like there are new settings for you to look at, and I'm please, no, Daddy Gabe Newell, stop it. There's only so much optimization my brain can handle.
Some of them are so damn good, Gareth. I'm
sure they are.
The ignore hero hotkey is my favorite one. So you can right-click a creep even if a hero is standing on top of it. Because, in these high MMR games, people body block the last hits. They put Primal Beast on top of your range creep, and you're like, I can't click it. But now you can. Feels good.
It's so funny how that's just normal now. I remember 2 years ago, that was the topic, right? When Primal Beast was being picked mid against Puck and stuff, you're like, he's standing on the range creep. He's so big. Look at that strategy.
How do I counter Primal? He's simply too large.
I've got a hotkey for it now. Get screwed.
And just like that, he's gone from the meta.
Yeah, he's out of here. They're already starting on this Mirana. That's quite a lot of damage. They're going to turn back towards Omar, though. It's Nigma Galaxy starting game one with a flurry of aggression into this bottom jungle. No blood spilt, no kills yet. Vici Gaming just going to walk away from that onslaught.
Not quite able to connect the way they wanted to. Not really getting the disables. So both teams are pretty fine. Licking the runes a bit. Mirana tangoing up.
Yeah, on the move to the bounty runes. So Elder Titan, Jinkyu going to head up towards top. Be by back's side. ET doing up there with the Mirana. Probably going to join the Tiny down south. But standing next to the bounty rune means Sumail can't advance to go get it. So in the end, it's going to be 2 for 2.
GH. He got the steal. It's 3 for 1.
It's 3 for 1? Wait, where was GH?
Yeah. GH just flew in on the top rune and outclicked Jinkyu.
I legit didn't see him on the map. I was like, ET's got that one. The dude's got the top one. No.
It even looked like he was a little bit late, but he used the Arctic Burn to fly over the body of ET, so he couldn't get body blocked on the way in, and thus was there in time to click the bounty rune. I thought he miscalculated it, but he showed me. He did the math.
I showed me as well. I eat my own words. Just telling lies on live on broadcast. 2 for 2. A load of rubbish. On that mid lane, Shadow Fiend. And the Viper. A couple of last hits for XM early. Already spent all of his mana pool and half his HP though. And it just shows how volatile this lane is. We just spam everything you can to get all the resources early. It's a mad rush to bottle.
Ideally, as SF, you want to get these races connecting on both the creeps and the Viper at the same time. But you see Viper always moving to the side, so he doesn't get that double value.
And does get 5 last hits.
So far, holding his high ground.
And XM will get that body block. Another pause going to come in as that bottom lane continues with the harassment out of Davai with Battle Hunger, Omar with the right-click spam. Maybe a little challenging early on, level 1 for Shiro and Y to fight back. But once they've managed to settle this lane in front of their tower, which it looks like they've done, they're in a good spot to just heal through the damage.
Yeah,
I'd be able to
this is a
stay
pretty...
inside your tower aura feels so good.
Yeah, the tower aura buff is so good for not taking damage. Like, the regen is one thing, but the armor is incredible as well.
Yeah.
Just taking harassment while you're on the tower, you have 3 bonus armor. That makes a massive difference for a hero like Tiny, who starts with 0. You know, if you play out of the lane, you actually take a lot of damage from the Hoodwink, but under tower, you're pretty fine.
It's one of my favorite things is to drag, like I play pos 5, so I just drag the enemy pos 4 into like a sentry battle, and then I go onto tower and we trade hits. I've legit sat for like 10 seconds trading hits with someone before they've realized that I have the tower buff on me and they're losing.
Anakin moment right there. I have the high ground. Except there is no high ground, just armor.
Just armor.
Mid lane.
He's got bottle arriving and water runes ready to be grabbed, so I think he's fine for now.
Yeah, it looks like Viper is like doing well in the lane, but then you look towards the CS and realize SF got himself the bottle early on, can waddle up a water rune, and he's actually ahead 8-1 versus the 7-2.
And then the ability for SF to like go jungle if things get rough. Very quick at flash farming. We've got a third lane though. We've looked at mid, we've looked at bottom, lots of action and stuff going on down there. Top lane is Wyvern Wind Ranger, double ranged against double melee. Not something we see an awful lot. So that means Jinkyu's job very much dragging waves, try and bring things back to the Doom, who is doing decently on last hits.
It's been difficult. He tried to drag already bottom.
Oh, Divide.
Just have Axe get killed by Mirana.
Well, why
and
gets
she's
first
on the
blood.
Lotus too.
And puts Omar pretty low. Grabs the Lotus, going to harass the Hoodwink out of lane, so now Tiny, perfectly fine. They crack level 2, they set that lane in a great spot, and then they had the long lane to chase.
He could kill Omar, maybe. It's very close. Omar has a fair fire, though, but... Yeah, Leap Starfall does a lot of damage. But this is what I mean. Jinkyu, he didn't get the first pull, and now he has to do his long pull around. But unfortunately, when you run all the way around like this, you miss time your arrival, right? You're at the train station, but there's no train here. The creep wave just passed you.
How much damage is Starstorm level 2? Like 250 damage? Just round it up to 300? 300 damage nuke?
It's more because it's yeah, it's 80% of it. Yeah, or yeah, 250. Yeah, you're right.
What's 80% of 125? Oh, XM's died. Lorinov gets a bit of help out of Omar. AT Stomp's gonna get cancelled out. And Shinkyu doesn't want to stick it. The first kill in that lane goes the way of the Viper. It's always going to happen when you have one of these supports rotate in. And Shinkyu's going to drag the wave around for XM to gather anyway, so he's going to be okay.
Yeah, it's 270 even, right? 80%, so yeah, it's 270 damage.
I'm glad you did the math. My brain said 300 because I didn't want to calculate it, and I was like, 300 too much, let's drop it to 250.
Yeah, it's a lot though. I mean, it's more that comes in as a finisher after the Celestial Quiver damage comes in over and over. Nice move by Y. He didn't Celestial Quiver onto the Courier. Did you know you can waste your Quiver shots on the Courier? It doesn't do anything at all. Make sure you don't have it on autocast.
I learned that one the hard way. Where are my charges going? Worthless waste. Oh, Omar's going to get the two-man bushwhack to make sure Axe can keep dragging the wave, but both of them pretty low. And SF was lurking under dire vision, yeah. So Defy's going to make the long journey around and not get picked off. It's been a real struggle down here, though. You know, Axe has 22 last hits, looks okay, has a few items to his name, but it's been a real battle for every single one of those creeps.
So a pretty unassuming move is the fact that Omar just drove past in the river, right? As the SF farmed that stacked camp they stacked for himself, Omar leeching all the experience. Running around, following the enemy jungle SF is going to slow him down a little bit and give Viper that edge on mid lane.
So after that one death, mid lane is no longer inhabitable by the SF?
Yeah, unfortunately, Lorinov just playing extremely well, as he has done all tournament, right? He's just looked fantastic, and mid lane, I think, give up on it, give experience to support, maybe flash farm it and leave.
It's that Orb of Frost, man. Viper with the Orb of Frost. Lorenzo just so good. If you tried to type Lorenoff, did you know your phone auto-corrected to Lorenzo?
Yeah, sometimes we see the Blood Grenade coming in as well, but the Orb of Frost, nice continuous addition. And it has been buffed over and over. They keep wanting us to buy this item.
Please buy it. Buy some of the orbs. There's a lot of pressure coming into these tier 1 towers. But bottom lane, the Axe is going to get caught up in all the stuns. And Devi watching the rest of his team pressure into top and mid tier 1. And he's going to lose that Axe's life down south. So Omar's behind the tower in that top lane. 15 seconds to go till Wisdom Shrine. They're really preparing to try and steal. But they're also realizing that Vici Gaming are not defending their objectives. So tier 1 top's half health already.
I think they should go for this Wisdom. They have level 6 on the Wind Ranger, Doom is only level 5, and SF not necessarily in good shape to come here.
Well, they're coming in piecemeal, one by one. Omar starts, then GH and Sumail follow forward. Wisdom Shrine's going to get gathered up here as the three of them stand their ground and get the Shrine for Sumail. And this was even with Mirana coming across, trying to help out, Jin Q arriving, and Devi's going to get the opposing Wisdom Shrine while Jin Q is dying. Lorenoff makes the move, gets Sumail the double kill. A huge sequence there for Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, massive. Now they're building a really nice lead. Game started out fairly evenly, but we're starting to see Nigma just getting the more out of it. And a lot of it comes back to that mid laner, right? Lorenoff having the advantage, SF having to TP back and then go jungle and farm, and suddenly he didn't have enough mana to TP in top and fight. He could TP there, but he would have mana for one race. Like, what's that gonna do? It's not enough.
Absolutely nothing. And now Shinkyu, he's being chased down by the two supports. Omar and GH, the two ranged fellas, just going to walk down the Elder Titan, but the Shadow Fiends arrive to double raise Omar. Gets a trade, and Wyvern walks through the creep wave, spotted by Bax Doom. Still level 5,
lightning.
So
again,
he's just going to spam the lightning on him.
One more. Get him, boy.
Oh, this is a massive waste of time. Go on, Mirana Arrow, not even going to land. Now the TP home. No. Infernal Blade, just about has it. Just about finds him. If only GH had gone a little bit further to high ground, could have been away from here. But at least he's brought the attention of Vici Gaming all the way into this awkward part of the map.
It is one of those kills that hardly feels worth it. You do get him, but you invested so much time running there with your post 3 who wants to just farm and get his level 6. But yeah, if he took a few steps more, it would have been perfect coming out from GH.
Because what, you get 300 gold total, and you've probably missed out on, like 5 or 6 creeps, maybe even more, on multiple heroes.
Yeah, I mean, easily you missed 1.5 creep wave up top, and, maybe you can't lane top anyway, but that's time you could have spent in the jungle, so it's a good move, space created move from the Wind Wyvern.
Yeah, it's like you missed the creeps, you missed some stack timings, you missed this, you missed that.
And all the while, Wind Ranger farming away, getting towards the Specialist Array first item. We've seen this quite a lot. I actually like the Specialist Array. I'm still not a fan of the Hydra completion as a level 1 item. I don't believe that is enough value, but a lot of players keep going for it, so, I'm just gonna be in disagreement in that part.
You know what's funny is we were casting Nigma Galaxy like, I don't know, six months ago or something, as we'll watch Bach die again. Same kind of situation here with the two dire supports. Oh, the power shot misses. I thought it was done for. He does just about step away, and now Omar getting tagged by the stomp. Not going to have anything come of that. It was Sumail doing this exact build, and I'm pretty certain
in that game.
He owned, right? He was like 20-0 or something.
Yeah, no, the game worked extremely well for him, and
but we both had questions about the Hydra's Breath. Like, hang on a second, is this what's good? He showed us in that game. We'll see if he does the same in this, because Barker just TP'd in to the middle of 3. Does have the Doom now to chuck it onto Omar. Sumail can't keep chasing the Doom, and why? He's going to go leaping and start storming straight onto that Hoodwink. No leaps remaining, though. Now you're kind of stuck, but he gets a Courier Snipe, a freebie on his way out. Well worth it for Y.
for sure get the kill, get the courier. At least for Sumail, he did get his item delivered first, so it's not that bad for him. But now recognizing that Doom does not have ulti, he can just run next to him, chase him down, wait for your focus fire to come off cooldown, or maybe just a shackle into a power shot. Should seal the deal.
But I remember the conversation kind of went, you know, why is he not going Mjolnir, the classic build, blah, 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 blah. He ended that game with Specialist Array, Skadi, Lincolns. He was a 4,000 health Wind Ranger, and we were just sat in disbelief thinking, you can't kill this guy. He's got, you know, Wind Run and 4,000 health. He's untouchable.
Good understanding of the TP out there. Moment the call misses, he's just out. Yeah, it's a very stat-heavy build. It's basically the Manta Wind Ranger carry style build, but different. You build a ton of stats, and I'm fully with it. I think the Specialist Array is a good replacement for the Mjolnir, especially with Maelstrom taking the nerf that it doesn't do bonus damage to illusions, and also getting a damage nerf a little while back. So I'm not against it at all. And when you're playing Wind Ranger, you are a universal hero, so these stats are very, very nice. Getting all the stats from the finished Hydro Breath.
That feels good. And with the state of the game right now being pretty even in kills, net worth, it still has felt like Nigma Galaxy are the ones stepping forward, making the moves, and making life a little uncomfortable for Vici Gaming. But there hasn't been that like big sweeping killer blow yet. It's been a lot of little cuts, you know, the move up the top, kill the tower, take the Wisdom Shrine, push the SF out of lane in the mid lane with a little move. All the small little nuanced things Nigma Galaxy are doing right feel good. But Vici Gaming are still finding the farm on their core heroes, and they've got some pretty big timings later down the line with this Tiny and SF. Just got to make sure you don't lose the entirety of the map now to a Viper. Lauren with the DD rune's going to come in, kill Jin Q, and do trade out with XM finding Omar, though, with the raises, but you're looking at your mid-tier 1 dropping pretty low, but Nigma Galaxy don't want to finish it.
Yeah, with the Mirana ulti, they respect it, knowing that the sudden doom from nowhere could come in. They're actually going to back out and just say, okay, let's wait. And I think this is Vici understanding how important this mid tower is. You already lost your offlane tower. If you lose mid tower as well, bottom is basically, you know, a foregone conclusion. It's an easy tower to take. These are the harder and more important objectives. Ooh, nice little move by Doom.
Is he out?
Still.
Oh, that's so good.
Wow, I thought he had a range. That's crazy. He was just barely out of range for a shackle shot.
I think he couldn't see him. I think he was in fog. I think he was waiting for the Viper to come up and give vision, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
He was waiting on the bottom of that little cliff face. Please, Lauren, please see him. Please go around the corner. Anyway, really well done by Bach to Wild Wing Hurricane yourself out of danger like that. Then back to farming.
A lot of people default to the movement speed creep, and it is obviously goated. Like, the movement speed is so good, but having this this little trick of the Hurricane can really make some cute plays like that.
Another Wisdom Shrine timing coming up in 10 seconds, and Nigma Galaxy want to try and make it their own. With the Winter's Curse straight onto Xinkyu, the Elder Titan getting annihilated, and that Shackle shot perfectly lined up thanks to GH. With the rest of the cavalry arriving, it's easy pickings. So take down both of those heroes stuck in the top lane. So another couple of kills, another Wisdom Shrine, and Nigma Galaxy, another move going well.
Yeah, second time they get double Shrine. This is really hurting now. The supports are just struggling for levels. Look at this, level 5 on Jin-Q, whereas level 7 and almost level 8 on Wyvern.
There's a big gap. We just haven't seen any life out of Shiro yet. Now, I know Tiny is a bit of a slower hero to come out of lane. He's waiting for that Echo Saber, the Blink, the Shadow Blade. When the Blink is up and that... now, it must be time to go.
It is. He's trying to salvage the fact that the game is not going accordingly. Their mid lane lost, their off lane had a horrible time, so now it's up to you as a Tiny. You may just want to keep farming, go for a Shadow Blade and have a bit more efficient farming, but he says, nah, I need to go Blink Dagger here, and I think they need a big kill. They need either Wind Ranger or Viper to turn this game around.
And it feels like that kind of adaptation has to be made as well, just with the draft you have. You know, Doom, SF, Tiny. Tiny can't get away with being the hyper carry kind of guy who sits and farms for 20. You've got to slot in a little bit of that movement, you know, pretend you're a Storm or an Earth Spirit or something, get in there and do some damage.
I mean, they do have combo plays as well. They can toss back into an ET Stomp, toss back into SF ulti, which now has Kayasha.
That's big. And they start off straight onto Hoodwink. Omar He's been the kill every step of the way, but Shiro has gone in to die.
It's so not worth it. Yeah, they were all there. Unfortunately, that was just the bait, the hoodwink. Like I said, you needed a big kill, and he saw support, thought it was just a support alone mid taking experience, but they were baiting with it.
And I'm assuming there, Divide tips Sumail. I'm assuming Sumail made the call. Everyone go sit mid. He's probably seen, oh, Tiny's got blink. Tiny's going to make a move. The kind of comms you need. Very confident from Nigma Galaxy as they step forward in the bottom lane onto XM this time. The follow through from Omar and Lorinov, plenty to dunk onto this Shadow Fiend.
And bad news as well for the SF as he goes for this spellcaster build. There's already Mage Slayer on the Viper now. Lorinov fully understanding what he needs to do in this game. It's also not going to be bad against the Doom, countering out a lot of the damage. If you get doomed, you can just hit the Doom. One of my favorite interactions is the fact that if Doom dies, he actually starts doing more damage since you can't Mage Slayer him anymore.
Seriously?
Yeah, sometimes it's better to keep him alive.
Is that the same with Leshrac then, with Diabolic Edict? When he dies?
Yeah. Yeah, while he's alive and has Mage Slayer applied to him, the damage will be reduced. But if you die, that status is obviously gone and you start doing full damage again.
I'd never thought about that, honestly. I'm just going to keep me up at night now. That's why I died. That's why I died. He died. I couldn't Mage Slayer.
I shouldn't have killed him. I should
have put him in a cage, kept him as a pet.
Especially a Viper, right? Because you can slow Doom and just hold him still. You can make him not be able to do anything else. So.
Well, now he's got crippling crossbow as well, so he can hobble them. The Viper's got everything he needs. Oh, we've got the Wind Ranger finishing off that Hydra's breath. Nothing queued up for Sumail next. We'll see what he aims to go for. As said before, he's gone for Lincoln Sphere and Skadi. You could imagine him doing the same thing here against the Doom.
Going into a series, I said that the one thing that Nigma need to like really get online is that Sumail needs to have a good game. We're sitting here 7-0-1. Sumail playing an absolutely stellar game so far. And of course, Lorinov owning, but we kind of default to that, right? We almost assume Lorinov is just gonna, he's gonna be completely fine mid, probably win mid lane, and that is what happened.
Things have gone very quiet on the Vici Gaming front. And Shadow Fiend continually tucked away in the jungle. And two supports sat by the Tiny down at bottom.
They were waiting for the Blink Dagger on SF timing. He's 100 gold away. Once he gets that, that will open up their avenues a little bit. Doom also sitting about 700 gold away from his Blink. I fear they might lose some heroes.
Into smoke. It's Omar again. They tried the Cold Embrace, but that's not enough to keep him healed up. But now an Earth Splitter onto GH, going to bring the Wyvern low. The final damage from Xinkyu and kills him off.
All right. That Mirana Invis providing a lot of value. Repeatedly see how good it is to have your entire team coming in Invis, because I don't think they had any right winning that fight, but Nigma couldn't really see the entire initiation coming. They didn't know how many people were there, even when they did see the jump. Had they known that it wasn't that many, actually, they would probably fight back.
And now it's maybe a case of Moonlight Shadow down. Let's go smoke again. Let's go make another play somewhere. Looks like Devi's going to walk straight into that Mirana as they farm back into their Ancients. Y and Shiro trying to step forward on that bottom lane. But Vici Gaming, yeah, very spread out across the map now, just trying to absorb as many of the resources they possibly can. And honestly, a pretty good spot to be in, the fact they haven't lost that bottom tier 1 tower yet. It is still a challenge for Nigma Galaxy to play through the gate, get into that southern jungle, because Tiny's just put his body in front of that tier 1 and kept it alive.
He turned.
XM. What's he doing up here? Top left corner, all alone.
Trying to join. They want to connect with his team. They're going on the gate play. But now they have to go back again.
Oh no.
Return ticket, please.
Yeah, they had Observer Ward, they had Vision, they wanted to come through the gate and play together. And Devi just steps past the Lotus Pool and says, "Hi, how you doing?"
Yeah, that's really awful, because he just recently got his Blink Dagger, so both Blink Daggers came with a very sad immediate outcome as well. Tiny got his Blink, dies on mid lane. SF gets his Blink, dies on top lane.
We've got to start getting some of these. We've got to start getting some of these culling blades going. Huh? Omar stealing kills from Axe. Divide didn't have mana for a Culling Blade on a previous kill either. He was like literally 2 mana short. It's been a little bit sad for him. Getting KS.
Yeah, he does have the Soul Ring, so, you know, should be able to have enough mana in these fights, but yeah, unfortunately, that's one of the drawbacks of having heroes like Wind Ranger and Hoodwink, have those big power shot spells coming in. They kind of steal your kills a lot of the time.
Those League of Legends heroes. Long range, full screen skill shot kind of heroes. Steady as we go for Nigma Galaxy. Viper still keeping up in terms of net worth. Always a worry if mid lane Viper starts to drag behind, but he's top 3 with Boots of Travel able to join from across the map. So he can play kind of like we've seen Underlords and Dawnbreakers. As the Dire slide, you sit on his right-hand side, and then you TP into the action if you're needed.
It's more natural for Viper to do this because your gank initiation is so terrible anyway. What are you going to run up and spit on someone? Like, it's not the best start to a fight. Better let the Axe look for those initiations, or even Wind Ranger together with the Hoodwink. And you can just farm away.
Maybe it would have been nice if your Axe had a Helm creep, so you could TP and get right on him.
It's true.
I guess we don't see much of the Helm Axe anymore.
Yeah, I mean, at least the Dominator is still seeing some play. I'm happy it's in a pretty good spot now where it's not completely busted, but also gets played by certain heroes. I don't miss the days of every single carry, every single offlaner going Dominator every game. Even mid laning blockers.
Helm Dominator pipe every game? Oh, why not? Oh, low enough. Ooh. What was this? Tiny combo plus Doom, toss up into the air, and down you come with a third. Viper this time, the one to get caught by the Lotus Pool.
Just a little bit too far out. Didn't expect them to play down here. Mid?
Oh, look at that.
Solo kill.
With a blade mail to the dunk. There we go. A Culling Blade for Devile Armor.
I think XM just thought he could blink away from anyone trying to catch him, but unfortunately not fast enough reactions. Divide gets him. And that's just insane for Axe, who had a, you know, pretty decent early game, but now feeling really good being level 17.
Oh, now Sumail. He's on to Shinkyu. Easy as you like to kill off the ET, straight onto the tier 1 tower. But I think XM going to have to do even more thinking. I think he can get away with that. So think about how you get yourself back into this game. Desperately scrambling for his BKB on a Shadow Fiend. A hero who has soaked up so much net worth and has had so little impact. Now I start to wonder, hang on, Shiro? With Y, Sumail and Omar say, okay, fine, you've walked into our neighborhood. We'll take a tiny kill, thank you very much. Devi doesn't get the dunk, again, gets KS, this time by Lorenoff, and Y gonna get shackled up and slain by Sumail.
This time it was Devi's fault. He miscalculated the dunk. Goes on cooldown for 1 minute now. But yeah, showing on these side lanes is proving very dangerous, even with plenty of vision. They felt safe, but they had 2 observer wards nearby, but the rotations have been really good. With the Blink Dagger and Wind Ranger now as well, she can help with that initiation that they're lacking from the mid laner.
Dire are scanning.
It really has felt quite sluggish from Vici Gaming in Game 1. And I feel like the same compliments we had for Nigma Galaxy previously stand here and breaking down laning stage and having all these little moves. Just lots of little pokes, right? No, I think Omar does a tremendous job playing forward, sometimes dying, but consistently getting under the skin of your opponents, giving vision to heroes like Axe, who desperately need it. Starting out all the little fights wherever needed. Even GH on his Wyvern, who's so often, you know, sit back, hide in fog kind of hero, he's in tandem with this Hoodwink, like a Hoodwink and a Wyvern duo, are actually ganking and killing people.
Yeah, this goes back to what you were saying the other day about how, you know, Chinese meta, they kind of want to get their 3... Oh, they're on our ward. They went to Invis, but they were spotted by the Observer ward.
Unlucky.
So they're going to just back away.
Yeah, but, so what are the 3 items Vici need?
I mean, they need the 3 items. They need BKB. The 3rd item for the SF here, also the next item for Doom, is going to be BKB, and they want these timings really badly. But we've seen more tempo coming out from Nigma, playing with less items, making stuff happen earlier, and that can be really crucial. Why? You're not part of this gank. Why? What are you doing?
you're not part of this team. It's like...
Where were we dropping, boys? Where are we going?
like in Counter-Strike or something, you know, you're stuck behind a corner, the rest of the enemy team walks past you, you walk behind them pretending to be them. Like, no, it doesn't work.
Just be cool, dude. Just be cool.
Radiant are scanning.
Imagine there was a hero like that, you know, like the spy in TF2, where you could pretend to be an enemy hero.
I always love bringing up, we used to have it. DOTA used to have that direction. The old Morphling. Undercover. You could become an enemy hero and you just walked around. Never mind that there were 2 of that hero on the same team.
There are 2 anti-mages.
Yeah, kind of strange. I could have sworn we didn't have 2 PLs, but okay. Actually, I think it was before PL's time even. I don't think PL existed already. Yeah, it was a while ago.
A long time ago. Goodness. Now, that was the meta where you had to buy Lincoln Sphere, so Morphling couldn't replicate you. Especially if you're an anti-mage. Yeah, because you just put your illusion on one side of the map, you play the other, and you just global TP. Ah, cool.
Alright, so big time is coming in for Vici though. They have the triple BKB. They are by all means ready to go and do stuff. They have Glimmer Cape over on the Elder Titans as well. You know, a lot of their puzzle pieces are here, and they won't get much stronger anytime soon. The biggest power spike they have now is just waiting 600 more gold on Tiny, getting the Shadow Blade. But other than that, it's going to be a long way until they get their next round of items. So it's on them to make stuff happen right now. And Nigma, it's on them to be careful. Look at their positioning. They are sliding back. They realize, they know the triple BKB timing is strong. They're respecting it, and they're grouping more.
Yeah, sit together, play together, slay together. Vici Gaming very potent right now when they're all grouped up as 5 in particular. Trying to sweep through that bottom jungle first before approaching the enemy ancients. But so far, no targets spotted, nobody to jump on. And it's not
you might need gang tank here with like Wyvern or something. Just go in and soak the possible smoke rotation.
Because it's also Tiny with a shield rune. It's like 5,500 health that Shiro has right now. He would love to launch himself into battle. And they've got an observer ward that could see the approach of Nigma Galaxy, but right now it's only Viper showing on the lane in that mid spot. And Nigma sat under their own high ground ward, now drawing a line to go and approach the bottom lane. It seems like they're going to make a move.
I feel like they waited long enough, and they're just waiting for some mail for 1 second to get his BKB timing. We'll get it off this creep camp. With this, they can make a move down towards bottom if they want. And I think the Roche is definitely on menu here for both the teams. Very important time to get any pick off, as it could quickly lead to getting the Aegis advantage.
This whole game has just felt like this for Vici Gaming, right? Like hit a timing, make a move, whiffs, fails dramatically. This one wasn't like a dramatic whiff, but it was still a pretty momentous period of the game where you're meant to feel like this towering, imposing force, and you just walk away. Like, okay, we've got all these items, we're ready to play, and Nigma Galaxy take the ball and go home.
Samael does have backup behind him. Doom blinks forward, but actually was the one in trouble was him.
Oh, quickly through the river. Davai straight onto back. BKB up, Doom thrown. So now you can't get the Berserker's call out, but Wind Rangers keep giving chase. Back in an awful lot of trouble, gets blinked on and finished off by the King.
And we see the value of having 2 BKB piercing disables. They didn't have to use any of them, but he can Doom the axe all he wants. Winter Wyvern is still there, so he couldn't TP out.
True.
The Nightfall Gambit denied.
You can't do it. And now back to languishing in pain and suffering. Just try and farm where you can. But that's not so easy when you've got Omar lurking in the shadows, a glyph on the creep wave, Shiro and Y both going to have to leap back and escape.
Yeah, it's nice to have the value of the Harpoon, being able to pull yourself to trees, get to safety. Harpoon, Shadowblade, Blink, all these are pretty aggressive items on Tiny, but they're also all functioning defensively. So this is such a nice build. To see why every Tiny is going for exactly these items.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Seems like Shinkyu is a little bored, spamming and animation cancelling his Echo Stomp, just standing in the trees, waiting for something to happen. Sometimes that's just your life as a support in a losing game like this. You're only down like 1k net worth, your cores are farming, but you're not doing anything. At least Y gets to like Moonlight Shadow and leap around and place observer wards. This ET is legit just stacking camps and AFKing.
You can post a question, how relevant is it that Mirana and ET are both bad initiating supports, right? And look at Nigma's draft to see the activity they've had. Oh, hold up, XM. He does not know about it, but he does react.
He blinks back, gets off the BKB, but he's still getting right-click down, nearly finished off, but barely survives. BKB and Glimmer with Samael. BKB up, Wind Ranger's in there. He's gonna have to TP out quickly. Interesting move, wanting to finish off XM, knowing that he had the safety net to retreat because they didn't have BKB piercing disables to stop him.
Yeah, now Wind Ranger gone at least. This is a chance for him to move out a bit, look for that pickoff. Tiny on the track, hunting for GH.
Oh, he's gonna find him here. Harpoon back into the Tiny combo, take down the Wyvern.
Yep, they have a few options of what to do right now. Could go down and look for a Tormentor, get themselves a little bit of gold advantage there, or they could run top and play towards the Roche. If they play bottom, take Torm, then you're definitely losing the Roche. They're gonna smoke up, try and take the top area. Nigma's game moves overall have been really, really clean this game. Their reads on the rotations coming out of Vici have been so impressive. I think they're aware of the smoke as well.
Yeah, immediately backing up to this high ground observer ward where they can use this as a platform to defend from. Vici Gaming needing to advance into enemy vision. I think that, yeah, they've got a pretty good idea that Nigma Galaxy have set up for this. And so they hold a staircase of their own, an observer ward placed in the northern jungle, and now the approach from both teams. Samael smoke break, so does Y. Try and jump in with a Tiny, but Devi, he gets the counter initiation. Doom thrown on Samael, but Shiro, he's being annihilated. The Tiny cannot stand and do anything, and Shadowfiend nowhere to be seen. Bark now has to BKB and run. Vici Gaming, they just got nothing done here. A Winter's Curse to set up onto Bark. Chase forward from Devi and Lorinov, easy as you like to kill him off. And now into Roshan.
It just looks so disconnected from Vici. They're going for two different ideas. They're trying to set up the fight mid, but then also XM is still taking Roche. And if you do go for this double play, you basically have to poke them away on mid and then go Roche. You can't commit to a big fight mid, and unfortunately they did. They went in, they doomed, they showed their Tiny. I think, if anything, you send in like Mirana and try and bait them, keep them away, you know, waste their time while you finish Roche. I don't really understand Vici's move there.
So what, XM was in the pit starting Roche? And the rest...
Oh, he almost finished Roche. Roche was 40% HP.
I was legit wondering, like, where is SF?
He was full committed to Roche. So, wow. Yeah, they were just going for two completely different ideas. And unfortunately, this only served a very low HP Roche over to Nigma Galaxy.
And now that game, which by the metrics looked reasonably even in kills and net worth, this thing's going to start to spiral into the hands of Nigma Galaxy with a 2k lead being built up. Tier 2 towers now falling. And this Samael Wind Ranger having Aegis on top of the Revenant's Brooch, Hydra's Breath. A ton of damage on a tanky Wind Ranger. It is a very, very challenging prospect to break through.
It's difficult to get outside of your tier 2 towers even at this point for Vici. You've lost so much control. At least Doom and Tiny are sneaking up to the top area. But buildings are falling rapidly, and Viper in the spot where once he gets the Skadi, he might even think about getting a shard. Get himself that building pushing power.
Where did this, like, I don't know, helplessness come from? Is this a draft problem? Like, is this because Lorinov and Omar killed the Shadowfiend early on? Is that mid lane volatile matchup, you know, too volatile?
It's really not about the draft. It's really about their coordination and their moves on the map. They've been, like, Nigma have been really clean with their reads, right? They've been on top of so many of smoke moves. Even hunting now. Look at Devi. He's locked in. Oh, did not get the blink, though. Took some damage.
Bach is going to be able to TP away.
They force him out, though. The fact that he's even there and hunting for him is what I'm talking about, though. They understand where Vici are playing, and they're making very active moves against it. Whereas Vici, I find that they have not been looking like a team so much. More random plays, like Tiny blinking in and dying to get a support kill on mid, taking Roche, but also taking a team fight mid. And these different moves have all looked very disjointed.
That's where... Oh, we're getting a snipe. Shinkyu? Yeah, shackle shot's gonna land. Beyond godlike Sumail. And I guess that's where my brain, I guess, tries to link it to the draft, because it's the easiest thing for me to do. I get all your points. I'm just thinking, has this SF flex, right? The unusual SF flex ruined the flow. Usually you scrim, you draft, you go through the reps, you know at what timing you're going to hit this item and do this thing. It feels like the fact you have moved your active mid hero to the safe lane and your carry hero to the mid lane just feels weird.
It feels weird this game, but I'm going to be a bit harsh and say that it feels weird because they haven't been doing anything.
Okay.
SF got his Blink Dagger and haven't delivered anything with it, right? He's 2, 4, and 0. It hasn't been any activity. Ideally, you want to get kills off cooldown with his ulti. It's very, very strong with the Blink Kayasha, but before BKB timings, he did not manage to do anything. And now, of course, the game is hard because there is BKB on every single Dire core.
Divide. He's got to jump straight in onto this XMSF. They'll try and protect him with the Tiny, but you've already lost your Shadow Fiend and Shiro's already at half HP. Tiny's going to harpoon back to the trees, but Sumail just keeps on chasing in onto Y. And this poor little Marana gets taken down while the Axe makes a secondary jump. Shiro getting caught, but that Requiem wound up and thrown in. Gets the kill on the Axe. And it took an XM and a Y buyback.
Yeah, very fortunate that Tiny got the last hit instead of XM, but yeah, this is another horrible fight for them. They didn't manage to kill the Aegis, which, sure, it's a minute until the time's out, but more importantly, those buybacks cost you a lot. And yeah, the moves have been very impressive coming out from Nigma. The coordination is definitely there. They have so many different setups and different people who can initiate. Axe can go first. There's a blink on the Hoodwink, so Hoodwink can start fights. Winter Wyvern also has blink, so it can look for those curses. And then, of course, the Wind Ranger. We saw in that fight how aggressive with the Aegis Sumail can be.
Let's just run straight into the middle of them. Do whatever you wanna. Bach trying to find a bit of room up top. Charges forward, is pretty close to this Viper and Hoodwink. They're shifting through that northern jungle and might come in contact with him. Bach says, no, I'm going to TP you away from here.
Bach also went for the Krella Crusader item, an item that's been increasing in purchases. I do believe it's a strong item. It's a bit complicated to say when it's right or wrong to go for it. I understand him wanting it here against the Viper and Wind Ranger, who is so right-click based. But it just feels like you stay alive longer, but at what point are you killing something? This job is not getting easier as well as there's full Lincoln Sphere on the Wind Ranger.
Is
Revenant's Brooch as well. I love the damage coming in with that.
How does the Crozier work with Cold Embrace? You just get a ton of heal into you? You steal all their heal and you get it?
Yeah, I think you take all the healing.
Because that's pretty cool. If you just go like, oh, you've Cold Embraced them? Here comes my Crozier. I'm the Doom.
Yeah, and they did buff it to 90% instead of 75, so it essentially takes all the healing away. It feels worse than a Spirit Vessel being on you.
That's pretty wild. We are now getting into that stage of the... Yeah, so that tooltip is a hefty one. We're now getting to the stage of the game where this Elder Titan can start feeling a little more powerful as well. Xinkyu hasn't had an awful lot of impact in this game, but we're getting now to level 2 Earth Splitter. We're heading to level 3 shortly after. That max HP as damage really adds up in these team fights. Sumail, unfortunately, doesn't have any reveal up here, so Bach with the Moonlight Shadow is going to TP home in the tree line.
Omar playing it safe as well, going for the Aeon Disc next item. Doesn't want to get bursted as a possible comeback mechanic, so keeps himself alive against some SF ulti or Tiny Burst.
Radiant are scanning.
They're also going Aeon Disc on Winter Wyvern, so double Aeon Disc builds coming in.
And just don't die early.
Dear God, the Viper is level 25 and is about to have a Butterfly and a Skadi. This is the point where you realize that, hold up a second, this Viper is a harder carry than anything we have. Like, Tiny will straight up lose that battle.
Oh, no, hold up a second. Viper doesn't have shard yet. It's 40 minutes in. But wait a second, he's got every other item in the shop. That's why.
He does have it in quick buy. He's thinking, the thought is there, and that's what counts, Gareth.
He knows he needs shard. He just knows he doesn't need it until they go high ground fully.
Here we do.
Hello. Doom on Lorinov. Counteract with the Winter's Curse onto Shiro. XM's looking for an opening towards Sumail. He'll blink forward and try and Requiem, but Sumail's got the BKB running now, and he's on the tail of Shiro's Tiny. Can't finish the job because the rest of the team are dealing with Bach in the back. Sumail's going to get caught, but he's healed. The Cold Embrace will top him back up, so Sumail is fine. Urspada lands, but doesn't do an awful lot to this Wind Ranger, who now just runs back. And Nigma Galaxy, they can blink forward. GH starts again onto XM, and that allows Lorinov to unload the poison. Spits on the Shadow Fiend. Get out of my lane. Get out of my game. The Beyond Godlike Wind Ranger picks up the kill in the end. And Nigma Galaxy, they've killed the SF, who's gone for 2 minutes.
Ooh, SF committed as well, going for the Feast of Souls cast speed talent instead of the damage talent. So that's why the Winter Wyvern lived there towards the end. Those 2 races should have killed Winter Wyvern. But GH, just fine.
You've got Tossbacks. You've got ET Sleep. You've got some tools here. But the only hero showing is a 4,000 health Butterfly Skadi Mage Slayer Viper. So if you want to go on him, good luck. Yes.
Yeah.
Arrow.
They're going to keep his HP up. Topping him off with a little bit of healing. He could easily keep pushing, but there's a Roche available. SF is dead for a long time, so probably just gonna be wiser to get this Aegis, and then Sumail can be activated again. Nigma with just a full iron grip on this game, start to finish right now. It's been 42 minutes, and Vici have not really been able to make any successful move.
Yeah, even though that game was very close, like 1K network lead, kill score pretty close, everything looking pretty tight. The actual vibe of the game has always been Nigma Galaxy are the aggressors. They're the ones making the moves and keeping you under their boot. They have run this game from start to finish.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason this game is somewhat close is the fact that CS is very good on Radiant. They have SF and Tiny, both are top CSers, and then you have Mirana being the top farming support as well. But at some point, you need to win against heroes. You can't just win against the creeps. And every single hero engagement, Nigma have been looking fantastic.
And all you can do now
is here now, so building is melting.
Yeah, just watch your buildings die. And Shiro has to go and jump to clear that top wave while the middle lane barracks.
Ferocious spitting intensifies. Viper is so angry.
Radiant are scanning.
And then you put him to sleep. Nap time, Viper. Have a couple of seconds. Just chill out a little bit.
We have a random Lincolns on the axe as well, so that's the second Lincolns coming in. Always more annoying when you get multiple of these.
And good luck dooming somebody. This is last chance to Loon in game 1 for Vici Gaming. Shiro on the left-hand side. Invis expired. Trying to find a way in. Difficult
Thinking
task,
about
though.
tossing him in, but he has Aegis, and there's a Winter Wyvern behind, so you gotta start on the back line. You cannot go on the Viper.
Oh, it's disgusting, isn't it? Like, Roshan's banner can't be touched because you've got all these melee cores. No one can step up to deal with it.
It's pretty far back, though. It was placed for the tier 3 tower, so now it doesn't do much.
Lorinov going to get tanked with a couple of spells. Oh, Bushwhack on the Doom. Do we start on him? Bach taking a tremendous amount of damage.
Right now.
It's not just a bit of poke. He's close to dying. Gets forced all the way back while the buildings are going to fall, and Bach does just die. Shiro is in, but you're now without a Doom for 70 seconds. Requiem out from XM. There's the damage. Kills off Sumail. Lorinov's going to BKB up and stand to deal damage into Shiro. But that's a BKB TP from Tiny in his base to his base. Cancelled by that Winter's Curse. Shiro dropping to all the damage over time. Still staying alive as Lorinov. He's dropping low. That first life not yet taken. Nigma Galaxy lose a couple of cores, but they got all the buildings they needed as Vici Gaming do mount a defense, even after losing that Doom early on.
They're trying to get more, but the supports are still hanging around protecting Lorinov. He says, please don't let me die. It's difficult, though, without Wind Ranger and Axe. They might just have to die for him. Looks like he is going to slip away, though.
Hoodwink tanks the arrow. Eon Disc pops. Make sure that Lorinov is fine to step back.
Finally, some kills happening. You saw the damage potential. We all knew from the draft that potential is there. The Astro Spirit, we saw the extra damage coming in with the natural order hovering on top of heroes during the SF ulti. I actually didn't think that the Axe was going to get deleted instantaneously and that the Wind Ranger was going to die to the subsequent races. But that's the ET buff coming in.
But where was that, 20 minutes ago? Where's this been the whole game?
It's nice. It's signs of life coming in from Vici, but it's after you already lost 2 lanes. You're already in this massive deficit, so see if they can claw their way back from this.
It's going to take a few more fights like that. Maybe if they can go and contest Roshan in the 4 minutes, and he'll be back up. Right now, it's a mad scramble to go and get map space, push waves across the river, try and open up something. Nigma Galaxy, no,
the dream fight.
One lane to play down.
I think Nigma are going to be more careful now about the ET Spirit. The Stomp set all that up. They cannot allow him to get initiation like that.
Dire are scanning.
GH gets the Tormy shot.
Don't go for it. It's a poisoned apple. Go for the creep wave. Oh, this on.
Yeah. Poor little Doom. He's going to BKB up. And Divide doesn't have Blink ready, so he couldn't actually go and call him, but it doesn't look like it matters all that much. Hang on. Ooh, Bark has actually blinked away. How's he escaped from that? The Yule's blink play to get a bit of distance and then tossed back in towards his tier 3.
Actually, Yule's blinked out of the Nether Toxin. I thought he would get cancelled before he got the blink out, but it's not like an Iron Shell. It's not super fast. It just takes, what, twice per second, I think.
Fortunate to get out, though. We had 5 seconds on that blink cooldown for Davai. He probably felt like the Doom was just going to die. Well, there you go. Back survives. Lives to fight another day. Shadow Fiend getting pretty close to Refresher and Buyback. Needs a couple hundred more gold.
To their credit, they farmed really well on Vici Gaming. So their items are still looking comparable and they will be able to put up a fight. Nigma, though, they have this massive advantage of 2 lanes constantly shoving in. It's easy to find rotations. And with the DD rune, they smoke up.
Making a play directly towards the Shadow Fiend. So XM is currently holding about 3 grand. And what he can buy out the Refresher now. He's left with 2,400 gold, so he's 500 away from buyback.
Oh, if they did connect on him now, it would be game winning. He might come up here.
He might still step forward.
Oh no, don't do it.
Oh, XM, that creep wave. It looks so juicy, doesn't it? Oh, he's started stepping. He wants the creep wave. They've moved away though. If they just stuck around for 2 more seconds, they might have found him.
If only they knew.
The jump.
It was so close.
Shiro. Well, he jumps in there, but he's going to get collapsed on quickly by this Axe and Viper. All right. Shiro's dead for 100 seconds.
I don't know what he's doing. Yeah, he's just dead. He doesn't have buyback. That was a crazy aggressive play. He didn't have backup behind him. I didn't even see the vision, Gareth.
No. Very rarely find me lost for words, let's put it that way. Divide is going to get hit by back. They've tried with an XM Blink Record. I think Vici Gaming know that this is pretty much over without their Tiny now. And Lorinov was BKB'd up. He's got Lincoln Sphere on him. Bach is animation cancelling and dancing his Doom.
Yeah, they're just going to have to... Oh, he pops the Refresher on SF. They're looking for the fight.
That's cool. ET Sleep into Blink Requiem. Oh, look at Omar. Look at Omar.
Just go on Viper.
Omar's so ready. Omar's so ready. No. He was fake pumping the Acorn shot Bushwhack. He knew what was coming. XM's going to launch the Requiem, but it's just so meaningless. It doesn't do anything. Bach, he's going to put the self-doom on himself to try and deal with Divide. The Axe will step back, though, and he's still alive. Shadow Fiend, yeah, survived, but Bach is going to get killed off. Down you go as Nigma Galaxy, again, in this raiding base, find more buildings, they get more kills. Tiny still dead for 20 seconds. And even with this Mirana, Aghanim Scepter, Arrow, Starstorm flying out, you can't clear creep waves, you can't deal with Nigma Galaxy. They're just going to kill your tier 4s and force Doom to buy back as Sumail goes on XM. Starts on the Shadow Fiend, back, and being forced away, and I had to use the Kreller's Crozier.
They don't have Doom, they don't have SF ulti, no big spells to play with. But at the same time, I think XM are just, sorry, Nigma are just happy to back away as well. Force the buyback on Bach. I can just play the map. They already got the Mega Creeps. Let the Mega Creeps come in, do their thing, paralyze Vici and hold them in the base. Man, that was costly. Shiro has just not looked nearly on the same level as Sumail in this game.
Just Vici Gaming in general, right? Like,
yeah.
I'm just trying to think about, you know, the impact or any cool moves or anything that's done with confidence. And I cannot think of a single thing in this game that Vici Gaming have done with confidence. Everything has been kind of run away, reset, react, try and deal with things.
All their power spikes were basically missed. The Blink Tiny reveal, the Blink SF reveal, and even the BKB timings didn't really amount to anything. And now you're just kind of sitting there. Sure, you have all your components. You have the SF double ulti with a refresher, but Nigma have just taken the entire map.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to the point where SF's got this double ulti, and you're looking at, you know, multiple Eon discs you pointed out. There's Viper and Windranger have Scardies and BKBs and Lincoln Spheres. And when I say Scardies, I don't just mean Windranger has one and Viper has one. I mean, Viper has 2 Scardies.
He actually does that. He bought a second one. I mean, he's missing his days as a Universal hero, I guess. He's looking for where the level 25 become Universal. Viper, you don't go to university anymore. They banned snakes. That was still one of his silliest talents. Just become a Universal hero. There you go.
Is there any better item than Eye of Scardy? Obviously not.
If you ask Lorinov, then no. Absolutely not. He's got some good damage. He's got some good HP. And all that is thanks to his stats.
Best item in the game. Can't be beaten.
You could probably argue that, you know, having some other item would be better, like a Swift Blink, a Satanic, a Heart, but if you ask Lorinov, this is peak.
Oh, who's this? We dying? Sumail? Yeah, Vici Gaming. There we go. A bit of confidence. Something going their way. The question is, what is next? Because Lorinov, his BKB got past the arrow. Device made a jump, but doesn't find a target just yet. Now look at why. Finish off this Mirana as Shiro makes another jump. Oh, the Winter's Curse stops the Requiem. GH saves the day. Device now in with a call. XM gets cleared out. Shiro still going head-to-head with the Viper. Kills off Lorinov as Sumail board back. Looks to return to the fight. They've got the TP in. Lorinov is in as well with a dunk on Shiro. They've killed him off. Shadowfiend brought back to deal with the base because the Radiant Throne is in a lot of trouble. Vici Gaming, they've got 5 alive if they want to use that tiny buyback, but Nigma Galaxy are so ready for anything.
Yeah, it did cost them buybacks on their +1 and +2. So at least it was the best fight so far by Vici, I would say. Really good pickoff there on the Windranger to start the fight. Unfortunately, super fast reaction by GH. Blinking in, Winter's Cursing, and stopping the entire SF second ulti. And then, of course, chain stunning that with Axe Call. Poor SF just couldn't do anything.
Nope, not a thing. Impressive amount of damage into that Roche Pit from this Condra's Catalyst, Aghanim's, Starstorm, Arrow, Mirana. She does quite a lot of damage when she chucks those arrows out. We'll see what she can do now in this last fight. Vici Gaming, that is a real axe there. Those are not 2 illusions. Devi is trying to play with you.
Yeah, he's baiting. He's the one core on their team with buyback right now, so he's rightfully looking to be pretty aggressive.
Banner placed. Viper spits. Starts on the throne. BKB up while in the back. Winter's Curse on Tiny and the Doom. Gonna keep them at arm's reach from Sumail. Vici Gaming tried to start a fight here, but Lorinov looking to finish it. Gets forced away from the throne. XM trying to defend his base here with a Requiem and push back. Lorinov getting tossed out of Earth Splitter, chucked across towards Device. Shiro, I think he saved the Viper there. I don't know if it matters all that much, but he's dead for 2 minutes now, and Vici Gaming going to lose out on all their cores. The foregone conclusion will finally have the curtains closed on this mad stage play the Nigma Galaxy put on for us. A great show of force from them, while Vici Gaming flounder and fall off the stage in Game 1.
Yeah, super impressive stuff coming out from the early game there of Nigma, but keeping it very composed. You could tell the communication was there. They were really, really coordinated with their chain stunts, with their plays on who saves what. Sometimes they waited for SF to jump in. They had both the Winter Curse and the Berserker's Call ready, but never did I see them double layer that, right? Did they ever mess that up? I think they always designed, okay, you're going to go and counter the SF, I'll go on someone else. And it was beautiful to watch. I think they were really on point with the Axe and the Winter Wyvern combo in this, and obviously big shout out to the cores as well. Really fantastic play from the Sumail Wind Ranger in this game. Very active gameplay.
Yeah, I think that's a really good angle to come from, because I had that feeling throughout the whole game where, you know, in my head, it didn't feel like Nigma Galaxy were going down the checklist, going, you know, oh, if A happens, B happens. They had that already prepped in their head. They just knew immediately, they're doing that, we must do this. They already had that link. Yeah. They were very quick to react. They knew exactly what was going on, and they're all on the same page. So it's like mad props to the team comms, the team prep, the coach. You know, Kuroki's done a great job here for Nigma Galaxy heading into TI.
Yeah, it speaks to good communication. The players all were on the same page all the time, and I really didn't get that vibe from Vici. It felt disjointed. It felt like they were doing random ideas, and they were not communicating about the position of Nigma or the possible position. So a lot of fights were just not going their way before the fight even started.
Yeah, I do still have that vibe that this, you know, Shadow Fiend has unsettled Vici Gaming in this role shift and changing the expectations out of, you know, what they want to do and when they want to do it, not feeling confident. I think some of the calls were just like, okay, we need to sit and farm this next item. That's where this lack of action kind of stems from. But just, overall, they just didn't seem confident in their draft or their gameplay or anything that they were doing.
Yeah, I do think some of it goes back to the support duo as well, being a hard initiation combo. Like, Winter Wyvern Hoodwink is so strong in this patch. That might just be one of the strongest support pairings that you could ask for.
Like, what does Shinkyu do this game? You know?
Yeah, I mean, he got his moments, but a lot of the time he just ran around waiting for somebody to be ready to fight, and you're never going to have that as Winter Wyvern or Hoodwink. They can set up stuff on their own. They can go with any core and just say, you, follow us, we're going to kill something.
I just, you think about...
Oh, look at that. That reflex, so good.
That is so good. Because you think about Shinkyu as this, you know, Rubik, Mirana, Wind Ranger kind of skill expression player. And that also takes me back to this draft shift, right? Where they had to put him on ET because they moved the SF, and then they had to pick the Tiny, so the Mirana then becomes the Tiny. It felt like Shinkyu was meant to be the Mirana from the beginning, and then they did this whole rigmarole of moving the roles around, and it becomes, oh, Shinkyu, you're no longer playing one of your best heroes, Mirana, you're now playing ET, which is one of Y's best heroes, which we were talking about. He's now shifted off of that onto something different. You know, the knock-on effect really sucks. So I think, yeah, back to the drawing board. No more tinkering mid-draft like that. Just stick to something solid that you've already prepped.
Yeah, but we've seen it here on the stream today. We already had Yandex lose game 1 and then come back looking insanely strong in game 2 and 3. So, you know, turnarounds can happen. We'll see if Vici are going to be able to do the same thing, because Nigma Galaxy, absolutely dominant force in game number 1. This was maybe a pretty dragged out game. It wasn't super quick, but it was very one-sided. 55 minutes of just suffering for Vici.
Oh, we're so close to some really beautiful numbers here. Like, why on Mirana? One goal too many. Like, just get rid of that penny. What are you doing? You know, we've got Divide 3-3-3-3-1. Again, same story. Just why couldn't you have collected 2 more gold? Omar, 18,888.
Just missing 70,000 gold. Yeah,
precisely.
Omar, just farm a little bit more, dude.
Just farm a little bit more. 70,000 gold is nothing. That's all you needed to bring the numbers up.
You just need a lone druid. Put you know, some satanic on lone druid, and you'll get that. He'll fix that for you in like 25 minutes. Don't worry.
There we go, standout player, 6'2" and 16, Mr. Double-Scardy himself.
That item build is beautiful. Imagine losing to that. You feel so bad seeing someone just slot in a bunch of IO Scotties and just statting up. But you saw how good it was. He was actually pretty tanky towards the end. SF ulted him, and he just kind of shrugs it off like, yeah, don't worry. I got 4,500 HP and not a worry in the world.
He's got a lovely bunch of coconuts that are all standing in a row. He's got a great pair of Scardis there, Mr. Lorinov himself. But there we go, game one. Vici Gaming not looking particularly good. Back to the drawing board. Time to wash your face and reset heading into game two because Nigma Galaxy on a tear, on a win streak, and looking very hot as we head into game two after the short break.
All right, Lorinov. Let me just check my notes. Lorinov of, it's Nigma Galaxy? Is it Nigma Galaxy this time?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Because it's hard for me to keep track with you, Lorinov, because I went through your history for the past 12 months. I'm going to read off all of the names that you've played on. You played on VP. You played on Avalis. You played on Mouse. You played on Cheeky Breeky. You played on Aurora. You stood in for Falcons. You played on Mouse again. And now you're on Nigma.
Yeah.
Bro, what does your closet look like? Is it just 50 different jerseys? Like, what is going on?
I have a lot of clothes at home. I have a lot of...
So, you're famously known as, like, you are the mercenary stand-in, always. But now it seems like you finally found a roster. What was the process like for Nigma calling you up and saying, yo, you want to play TI with us?
I mean, I was looking for players with who I want to play for EWC and for TI, and we just like speak with Nigma for this, and I was having like this choice to go to them.
Leaving that team, were you confident that you would be able to find a new team for?
Not at all. Not at all. Because I feel like in Dota it's really hard to find a good roster right now, actually, because teams stay together for a long time, right? And they don't change any player. So for you to like come to some team, it's actually really hard. So I was not confident at all.
Especially for Nigma specifically, because you took mid from the King. What was the conversation like between you and Sumail joining back at least from publicly it was the same time? Was there any conversation on who takes what role?
Honestly, not really, because Sumail, I would say he don't really enjoy maybe playing mid so much right now. He wanna like maybe change something in his life, to have something like new stuff.
He's getting old these days, you know, he needs a change in his life.
Yeah, you know, like need to change something a little bit, and I think it's worked well, you know, it's worked really well. So it's like this. We don't actually have like really talk, I don't speak with him about this. It's mainly was like her choice.
So then did you even know who your carry was gonna be when you were gonna join?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So at least you knew like who the other four players were.
Yes.
Sumail's going carry, and it's Sumail. How bad could it really be? He's gonna be great no matter what.
Yeah, it is, exactly.
Okay. Now that you're on a team interacting with a roster, is there more of a back and forth of you sharing your ideas with Kuroki?
A little bit, yes. A little bit, yes. I mean, if you like work with people for a long term, you kind of like need to speak well with the guys and find the solution how you wanna play and work in one way. So I don't think it's really hard for me, honestly. I can like be pretty easy on this.
Nice. And then coming into this TI specifically, did you get your first TI jitters out in 2024 with Aurora, or does coming back you still kind of get a little anxiety, like, oh, it's TI time?
Honestly, right now for myself, I don't have this like stressed about that, I would say. No, it's pretty good to be here, pretty good to play on this TI, amazing time, so just wanna like focusing on myself. But I feel it is actually important for me this TI, because it's anyway like the biggest tournament for me in the year, so it's important.
And you've set a high standard. In 2024, you guys got top 8, right?
Kind of. It's not really like super high, but it's fine.
Wow, you're quite modest. First TI top 8.
I mean, it is not really high. It's just normal, you know. It's a top 8 only. Sure. Only top 8.
If you have high standards, listen, I come from North America. If we get top 8, it is a miracle run. We still look at Nouns back in Seattle. We're like, yo, top 8, let's go.
But yeah, but it's maybe in North American, you know. Like,
come on, you do me like that?
No, I mean, because not a lot of players in North America. That's why it's just a bit harder for the region.
Nice. Well, I'm glad to see that you got a good mindset coming into this tournament. Hopefully, this is your roster, and maybe you're going to stick with this one for maybe longer than like 3 months.
We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see.
All right, we'll see. Thanks again, Lorinov. Looking forward to seeing how you and Nigma Galaxy do here in Shanghai.
Thank you.
Welcome back to TI 2026 as we get ourselves into the game 2 of this best of 3. Nigma Galaxy taking on Vici Gaming and Waka game 1. Nigma Galaxy again continuing this storming run. That's now 5 individual games on the trot. They've been victorious.
Yeah, looking very good. And you can understand it as well when you see how they played in game 1. I think they were locked in by any, definition here. They performed really well in lane. They coordinated their moves well. They read and understood Vici's moves. They even dodged ganks when it made sense for Vici to make a move, but Vici didn't make the move. And that's also saying something, right? Like they're not just randomly like, oh, they know, they're cheating, they somehow see them. No, it's not that. They just literally played good Dota. They dodged the correct timings for Vici and played to their own strengths.
If the stats and if the pattern is to be followed, though, Nigma Galaxy, the potential to 2-0 this is definitely there, but they've had a 50 to 55 minute game 1, and then game 2 has been an hour plus long. So I'm kind of expecting a long game again here. And I don't know how you felt, but TI has also felt a little long in terms of game average in general.
Yeah, it's been either bombing out very fast or it's been pretty longer games for sure. And
the 18-minute GG,
I guess.
Don't count those.
We did have that. We also had some 21-minute game earlier sometime, but there's been a lot of games that kind of go the distance, and it's what our previous caster pair mentioned as well, right? That either at TI you have people going all out aggression, you just go, or people get very timid and it slows down a lot. But we'll see how it's going to change in game number 2 here. Opening, though, still going for that SF first phase pick, saying that was not the problem.
I think I'd just like them to stick it in Shiro's hands and just say this is the carry, and then have XM play something different. Just for the flow of the game.
For all we know, and for all Nigma knows, they may have done that. It could be that this is no matter what going to be Shiro's, but it's still nice to open it as a flex. Makes it harder for Nigma to draft.
And then, Darkseer as a response to the Shadow Fiend? We've seen this quite a lot against, Drow Ranged and Terrorblades and stuff like that, but it can work against an SF in the mid-game.
Yeah, the ulti is good against him, but the lane is not very pleasant. Very difficult to ever get value out of Iron Shell against an SF in lane. You're not going to be able to get creeps to stick on him. He's going to race and kill them. During the lane, he's ranged, so he can easily last it. He has great damage, so he can easily deny you. I think there's a lot of downsides to laning against the carry SF.
It's Spirit Breaker time. Go on. Go on. We had Xtreme Gaming play Pos for Spirit Breaker. It looked very good in the hands of FY. Come on. Come on, give us a Darkseer Spirit Breaker. Ruin the Shadow Fiend's life.
I think Vici needs something like Spirit Breaker. They need a straightforward initiation, something that can just start stuff that isn't Shiro blinking in and dying out of position, like he unfortunately did multiple times.
Some kind of point and click stun, or just click and go kind of hero.
Yeah, just something that starts the fight. And fortunately for them, all of them are available. Spirit Breaker, Tusk, Clockwork. You got plenty of heroes to choose between. Obviously, Nigma probably want one of them, but Vici having the SF, all these heroes play really well with the SF.
And they've got all the options they want. Darkseer Mirana. It's not like the most synergistic combo in the world. These are heroes that I guess are going to play opposing lanes. Darkseer off lane and then Mirana 5. Do you see a world in which Mirana goes to this off lane and Darkseer is cutting waves while Mirana deals with the support kind of deal?
It's okay. Darkseer can have ranged pairings as well. It's not terrible for him. Obviously, not being able to Iron Shell is kind of annoying, but I don't think, even if you pick a melee hero, it can be hard to run in on Tusk SF, which looks to be the safe lane, right?
Yeah.
How are you going to get on top of the SF easily? So I think it's okay. If you want to run the Pos 4 Mirana, you can. But more than likely, Pos 5 is going to be cleaner in this game.
Yeah, I mean, we might still see the Hoodwink for Omar. No, it's banned. As Dark Willow's going to come out for Vici Gaming. A ton of control out of that position 4 or 5.
Yeah, they're fixing the problem that I talked about last game. They had support that don't really initiate and start to fight for your team. These heroes can do it. Tusk, one of the best initiators you could ask for. And while Willow has sometimes a little bit of trouble starting the fight, she can definitely get it done, especially if you get a Blink Dagger. You can create a lot of chaos.
And then you've got to start thinking about these, you know, Centaur Willow lanes or Axe Willow lanes that get really nasty with all the damage that starts to add up. You've got to consider who your carry is going to be if they can withstand a lot of that early damage in the laning stage.
Yeah, Sumail has enjoyed playing a lot of those heroes that are very durable in the lane as well. Wind Ranger's still open if he wants to go that route. It doesn't look nearly as good in this game, though, with the Tusk and the Willow coming in. Willow and Tusk can both protect themselves pretty easily from Focus Fire rundown.
Well, Clockwork kind of indicates we're going to have one of those range carries for Sumail.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know, I see this Mirana. I just feel like Mirana's shifting more and more to pos 4. It's like I kind of don't want her to lane with the Darkseer, but might just be.
Nah, with the Clockwork, I think it feels pretty good to pair the Clockwork and the Darkseer. Even though it's against an SF, I think you still want to run that duo. So I'm more like now seeing the Clockwork picked since they chose to go that route. I'm more in line with putting the Mirana over on the post 5.
So then are we aiming
carry them on her?
Nature's Prophet? I was gonna say, are they aiming for like some kind of tiny, you know, this melee carry then to be with Mirana?
Yeah, definitely a possibility for them. Also a very high HP pool, so doesn't really get bothered too much by Dark Willow and her Bedlam damage. But Nature's Prophet, pretty active hero coming in.
Not one that they've played a lot of. Like Nigma Galaxy have like 3 games of Nature's Prophet. And it's been Lorinov every time? No, Sumail did play it once. And then Lorinov twice out of the 3 games they've got on record.
Yeah. I haven't played against or seen too much mid-Nature's Prophet nowadays this patch. I know it's playable. I know that you can definitely still make a lot of action happen, gank around on the map. But I would rather see him carry in this game and see that they last pick something for Lorinov. They obviously have the choice anyway, so I think right now they're keeping that value, keeping the flex, and Vici Gaming, they already revealed their puck, expecting it to probably get banned out. Very good hero against the Darkseer, doesn't get punished by Mirana and Clockwork, so they basically have 3 heroes that are useless against puck. And that puts a lot of pressure on Nature's. He has to buy Orchid essentially, and the last pick pretty much needs to address puck as well.
Yeah, they had used Nature's Prophet mid in particular against Viper, so it was mainly a matchup thing, it looks like.
10 seconds.
So I'm assuming he has to just carry Prophet. Huskar, ban, protect the puck. And what we're left with, Bax Hero is the last one for Vici Gaming. We've gotten rid of the Pangolier, the Slardar. I'd imagine we remove the Centaur, right? This guy with the cart later on is very annoying.
Yeah, Centaur looks super good here. And it's also just a classic combo. Whenever you see SF, Centaur is soon to follow. It's a nice combination. You can always put this SF in the cart in late game. And overall, I think it is pretty good against Darkseer to have Stampede, so you can get out of trouble. The moment he vacuums, you just Stampede, run away quickly.
5 seconds remaining. Vici Gaming's turn.
They're thinking about it, but yeah, it is going to be a Centaur ban. I don't think there's anything that's stronger to ban out here. And it's not a super easy choice for offlane. This is not a game where you can just say, oh, I'll go Timber, it's going to be free, because what if you lane against a Nature's Prophet Mirana and you just get clicked down, like constant harassment.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, any of those options, even thinking about like bringing back the Doom or something.
Seconds remaining.
Nothing seems particularly powerful. Beastmaster hasn't feel...
Still be... It's Underlord, isn't it? I am not a fan of the hero. I say it a lot, but if there is a game where you want to pick the Underlord, I think you should do it here. Because, look at it. They have Surge and Run Away from Darkseer. They have Mirana with the Leap. You can counteract both these really well with your Root. And globally, being able to join is very good when you have this active draft. Tusk, Dark Willow, Puck, all of them are so good at non-stop fighting. It's either that or you go towards the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, it's like, you know, when life gives you lemons, make lemon juice. When Dota gives you circles, make Venn diagrams. The more circles you have, the better. You know? You've got Dark Willow with a ton of circles.
That's a circle.
You got Ravage, yeah, a massive circle. There's Dream Coil, so Requiem's a circle. I do like the big team fight wombo combo we've got from Vici Gaming. Just add in even more.
They are certainly outcircling them. Vici have the bigger wombo combo spells right now. A Tidehunter is not global presence, and I fear that it might be a little bit of a drawback that they don't have the mobility to play the map as easily. But their team fight is looking great, and their draft internally is very strong. Minus armor synergy with the Tusk, punch buff up as well. You can do a ton of damage.
Ooh. Mr. Void Spirit, the purple boy, going to come into play. That classic matchup into the puck where you have all this back and forth of good lane into weird game with the Dream Coil versus Ether Remnants. Like, overall, like, not just lane, but like game in general, do you have a number on this? Like a 50-50, 60-40, one way or the other?
For the
matchup.
Void and puck matchup? Overall, since lane is so important, I think it's like a 60-40 probably for Void Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
It is a very common counter pick that you go for it. It's just if puck gets off to a good start, then the coil can be super problematic for you. But normally you lead out in the early game, you're very, very strong at level 6 timing. You are way stronger than puck with your level 6. And after a good laning stage, you can probably snowball enough. Once you get the Aghanim Scepter, you can counter out the Dark Willow and the puck here. It's not just the puck who has the phase shift, but you have Shadow Realm on Dark Willow is essentially the same thing. So if you get that Vessel into Ags build going, you can just kill everything.
Yeah, and it kind of fits the Nigma Galaxy MO as well, this ability just to keep playing fast. The level 6 of the Void Spirit, this TP from Nature's Prophet. They don't really rely on the long ulti cooldowns, which you see from Vici Gaming. Okay, they've got Vac Wall and Moonlight Shadow, but they're not requirements for them to go and take team fights. They can dogpile pretty quickly onto people.
Yeah, playing fast is probably going to be their one advantage, really, because the 5-man lineup is going to be very hard to address and deal with. So Nigma pretty much need to break the laning stage to a certain degree. They need to get some edge in the lanes to not lose all your buildings. If we just have a slow and steady, even laning stage, everyone gets equal farm, and then Vici group up and starts moving for buildings, I think Nigma would really struggle in that situation.
Yeah, you don't want that drawn-out, stalemate kind of situation. And you get to a point where, you know, puck getting items means that this hero just runs the game. Again, going to be a challenge to keep tabs on XM and where he's lurking around. Yeah, it feels like Vici Gaming kind of reliant on these levels and early experience out of laning stage to actually have the spells they need to fight, whereas Nigma Galaxy need to itemize to deal with heroes. They need these like Orchids and Hexes and, you know, Aghanim Scepter on Void Spirit to be able to stop what Vici Gaming are doing.
I do think they have like 2 lanes that are favoring Nigma, though. Their off lane is their weak point, where the Darkseer obviously is a bit of a liability going into an SF carry. I think that's not the easiest matchup. But other than that, the Void Spirit into the puck should be good for them. And I also think their safe lane should be very strong. Yeah, Tidehunter can eventually be a problem, but Sumail on Nature's Prophet, you know he's going to right-click and harass a lot in lane.
Yeah, with the Mirana by his side, the double ranged with the Celestial Quiver, right-clicking and harassing, that can really stack up quickly. We'll find out how it goes. Game 2 in a best of 3 here. Nigma Galaxy and Vici Gaming going head-to-head in these TI groups as they are both currently sat at 2-1 in this Swiss stage scoreline. They're looking for that third win to try and push them a little bit closer, making sure they don't lose out anymore. Nigma Galaxy, like we were saying earlier on, this is their 5th game win in a row. This could be the 6th coming up now. They're on a pretty hot win streak, as Vici Gaming have been dropping games here and there. Let's see if they can keep that momentum going.
Really, really solid. Going behind the enemy, setting up on this high ground, holding it, but later smoke coming out from Nigma. More of a standard smoke, the 45-second smoke timing.
30 seconds to battle.
Lorinov doing the fake ward. Branch in backpack, open inventory slot. He wants them to break his smoke, so they think that he placed an observer.
Yeah. It's a nice little detail for sure. Pretending. But all the words were placed in smoke.
Considering the contest on his top rune spot, They're going to step up and bully them back. GH, Sumail, and Shiro get 3, and there's a 4th waiting for Sumail down in that bottom river.
Getting the bonus rune again. Actually.
Yeah. So it was
same as in the previous game.
Yeah, 3-1 last time with that move you pointed out from GH.
That means it's game over, Gareth. Rune advantage. Can't recover that.
I'm telling you, my pattern recognition kicking in. If everything's to be believed, this is going to be a 1 hour and 7-minute game with Nigma Galaxy taking the victory. 2-0. The script has been written. You just have to look at Wikipedia. That's it.
Doorknob takes the victory on mid lane, gets the range deny. Puck, of course, not the favorite going into this matchup.
And Jinkyu has missed his first brambles in that bottom lane. GH and Sumail just walking around them. This is already stepping up to be a difficult lane for back to sit in. They've held the wave in front of tier 1. Now you've got, double ranged heroes start clicking you as you drag this wave back. And then you've got Treants dealing with Jinkyu, so he can't go and easily like de-ward or stack or pull or anything. He has to sit in this lane and play.
Yeah, this lane is just going to be non-stop harass, and they're doing a good job so far with the Nature's Prophet and the Mirana in particular. Top lane is also going to be a lane where some shenanigans need to happen.
Mid.
Hold up. Mid lane really trading.
Very low. Xtreme has a Fairy Fire. Lorinov has some bottle charges. But this wave coming in on the tower and a couple of denies going the way of Lorinov. It's challenging for XM to grab this wave and keep his health up. And with that Remnant drag back, it's some more good damage, but while this is happening, Davai, alongside Omar, have not just killed Shiro, but they're under this tower with a creep by their side to get a double kill for Davai. A 2 for 2 in that top lane. Everybody dies.
Yeah, but the 2 of them die after they get the 2 kills. So no experience being delivered. Just fantastic stuff for them. And I thought this was going to be a lane they might struggle, but Davai showing this lane is winnable together with Omar, of course. Finding a good play there going behind tower.
And that's not even level 3, like level 1 Ion Shell. You know? So often we have this conversation like, Darkseer is a dog shit hero until he's level 3 or level 4, he's waiting for these levels to come up. Davai and Omar say, you know what, actually, you're wrong. We're very powerful.
Maybe he is a dog shit hero, is just Clockwork is that busted, okay? Cogs. Power Cogs is a skill that needs to be tweaked.
Oh, all the harassment down bottom culminates in a kill onto Shinkyu. GH takes his man down, and we've also got Bach with no regen remaining, waiting for a salve to get brought out on Courier. A real tumultuous lane in this bottom spot for Vici Gaming, and we see that getting reflected in the creep score. 18-7 Void Spirit, 15-6 Nature's Prophet, Darkseer 13-0. The rest of Vici Gaming really behind.
Yeah, this point, they're actually losing 3 lanes, basically. Sure, the SF is ahead in farm, but when I say losing, it's like relative. Relative to what should happen on the lane, I think this lane is going very well for Nigma. Oh, as I say that, Omar is fully trapped Cogs and Ice Shards.
Yeah, he's dead, but Davai got a Courier snipe, killed off Shiro's Courier, which had some items on it, dragged the wave, and he's able to farm. So not a total loss with Omar dying there.
Yeah, and he is in this comfortable spot as an offlaner, being able to go behind the tower, farming here. No way SF can really connect. He's trying, but if Davai just runs away... Oh, hold up. Maybe it's not that easy.
Maybe it's not. Tries to vacuum them away, but the ice shards and the follow-through. Plenty of damage there to kill him, knowing he doesn't have Surge, I guess. Nice 1-2-0 build, biting him in the butt.
I'm not sure about the vacuum play. Like, why no Surge?
I don't know.
I thought he would just Surge and run away earlier.
Same.
Forcing the Tusk's hand, making him use something, but no, he just goes down. I guess SF got a little bit too close. He felt like if he Surges, he just gets snowballed into Ice Sharded and he dies anyway, but I think there was a moment where he could just have left earlier.
I guess he's leveled Vacuum for that initial, like, first blood kill attempt, then he has to go level 2 Iron Shell, so he's level 3, can't level Surge, and now he's in an awkward position where he's being bullied out of lane again. Omar has cogged up the Shadow Fiend, but the Darkseer has been zoned away totally. And now it's down to the clock to try and drag waves.
Yeah, clock is trying, but the small camp is open up, so they can actually just farm this. And that's going to put SF in a good spot. Finally, the lane is stabilizing to what they expected it to be, what it should be. Meanwhile, the bottom, though, I'm watching Tide, and it's just sadness. He is relegated to the Largo camps. Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah. The
This is where we
Sand
normally find Largo sitting and kind of playing music to himself, but Tide doesn't even have that.
Or Sand King playing Darude Sandstorm. Then we had level 2 Sand King would legitimately leave lane without any pressure because he knew he could farm those camps faster than actually just laning head up.
Yep. Guys, I'm out.
Same thing.
I
Well,
like
why?
PvE Dota more.
Why are you here? Why are you on the Radiant side of the map? You've gone the long way around. It's not even 7 minutes. He's not attempting to go for Wisdom Shrine.
The Tranquil Boots, they repair themselves, and suddenly Omar is faster.
Oh, he's coming. Snowball off to the range creep. This Ion Shell, Battery Assault. Rocket Flare is ready. Come on, Omar. Finish him. Finish him.
What a quick and easy kill as well. Only took him about 45 seconds of chasing.
But you can't let the Tusk get away with that.
Yeah, you know, you say it's space created because you make someone chase you for 45 seconds, but 45 seconds you ran around as well doing nothing productive, just kind of dying slowly.
Where's Shiro going? He's got a lot of items on Courier. Shadow Fiend with Brown Boots Wand. You know, he's top net worth, but he's got no items in his inventory because his Courier died.
This Courier is absolutely stacked. It's got majority of a Power Treads on it, Windlays, a full faculty, some regen.
Oh, that's an insane Courier. Well, here we go. Nigma Galaxy. They've shown how snappily they can play, combining smokes together, contesting Wisdom Shrine. They want to make a play to this eastern side.
4v3.
And Marana, GH, starts things off, goes to the Watcher, steps forward, and initiates straight onto Bach. Arrow lands on XM as well, so controlling up the Pug while killing the Tide. Under this tier 1 tower, Y and XM trying to defend their territory and fight back. Get some good burst damage onto GH and tag team right-click him down into the ground. Divine and Xinkyu get the 2 Wisdom Shrines. We lose Bach and Omar alongside GH in a 1-for-2 trade. So Nigma Galaxy actually lose their 2 supports.
I like what we're seeing from Vici. They tried to turn it into 4v3, but oh, hold up the DD rune. Trying something on XM.
Doesn't have enough in the tank to finish him, but definitely putting the fear of God into this puck. Where does he go? No way does he find it. The next angle?
Meanwhile, the bottom, some angling. I think Shiro has to back away here. Being pretty aggressive, sticking around, but without your team around you, sieging tower isn't an option. They want the gate back home because they TP'd down here. So he really wants to get to the gate, but Omar knows this. He says no.
They've got carrots being flung at them. Oh, there we go. Now through the gate. We get scouted by Omar. While that was happening, we had Lorinov going for that attempt on the puck. Nearly had it, but didn't quite grab him with the Remnant. And does get the regen rune to bottle it up, though, so a little victory off the back of it anyway.
Yeah, controlling the center of the map, getting the runes. Very important in this game as both of them are so rune hungry on Puck and Void Spirit. Looks like SF is queuing up the Kayasha. No surprise there. Kayasha Blink build coming in.
Devi with his little Hellbear Smasher. Has that on the Dominator and is farming pretty quickly through these ancient camps. So that now gives Clockwork time to get to level 6 in that top lane. While they continue just straight up laning down the bottom with Sumail and GH. Continuing that extended period of farming.
It's going to be a bit strange of a game because SF is having a fantastic game. Oh, as I say that, maybe not for long. Gets cogged up. Iron Shells.
Yeah, I think you've cursed him there. He's surrounded on all sides, and even with the Death Requiem, he's going to die without anything going back his own way. While GH has also found why. The Tusk stuck around here, maybe considering an attempt to save the Shadow Fiend, but he's going to be left to his own devices to try and shard blocks, sprout blocks, treant blocks. There's so many things in his way, and that allows Lorinov to pick up the double kill on his way to this top lane, and probably a tower.
This game is really missing a shaker just for some extra stuff on the ground. There's so many path blockers, it's crazy.
Yeah, Shadow Sharpman, Venomancer, Undying, Earthshaker. Just put all the shit on the floor you can.
Speaking of shit on the floor, Pugna is an area you hardly ever see. And I feel like that hero might be worth playing sometime just for the fact that when you go Roche, he can tank the Roche forever. The Pugna Word is still able to tank Roche for like, I don't know, 16 auto attacks or something. It takes forever.
Really?
Yeah.
So dumb.
It's even better than Undying. Obviously, it doesn't buff up the damage against the Roche the way Undying ulti does, so it's not actually faster at taking it, but he does tank it.
He's got a bit of cheese. Funny little strategies. So where are we game state-wise?
I was going to say, that it's a funny game, though. SF is having a good game, but his teammates are just so down in the dumps. The Tidehunter just cracking 3,000 net worth minute 10, barely getting above that 2,000, and now Puck, you know, getting some farm, but again, suffering the consequences of having to lane against a Void Spirit.
And you were also pointing out in the draft, right? This is the kind of draft which needs to play off of each other, right? This is a Gestalt draft. The entire draft is better than the sum of its parts when they're able to actually play together, fight together. If one person's having a good time and one person's having a bad time, they don't have that full synergy joining everything together. Whereas I feel like Nigma Galaxy, individual heroes here can just pop off. Void Spirit can solo kill. Nature's Prophet can solo kill. Clock and Mirana, the duo there, can do what they want to. Whereas Tusk needs a Blink Dagger. Dark Willow needs to get some survivability items. Puck needs this Witchblade and a Blink before they feel really comfortable doing anything.
They're more split pushy. They're more farm oriented on Nigma, and you're gonna see that a lot. The Dominator Darkseer should also not be understated how greedy this hero is. A lot of people think Darkseer, that's a team fighty hero. He wants to join his team. Actually, every Darkseer I see, they farm a lot. They just sit here on the top part of the map and keep accelerating their farm. They can farm very quickly, so it's pretty damn good to do it. But that also means it's on Vici to make something happen.
So what is this? The Nigma Galaxy draft, super libertarian, capitalistic, individualistic, everyone's doing their own thing, farming their own stuff. Vici Gaming, very communal, you know, stick together, play together. A rising tide lifts all boats kind of deal. But if someone's not pulling their weight, that drags everyone else down.
But if they're all about that, how come the SF has all of the net worth and Tidehunter is living on scraps, Gareth? This is not a very communal living. If anything, it's Radiant who has a nice equal distribution here.
They've got to gather the farm before they can spread it out, though, don't they? You know? You've got to make sure that your labor force is working correctly.
The true equality was brought by OpenAI, who let the POS 5 and 4 farm. I'm now going to play as a core CM, just standing mid and farming. The equal net worth.
Yeah,
everybody deserves items.
Why must one guy get all the items?
No, don't give the support any ideas. That's bot behavior.
Yeah, I'm a robot. I'm part of the machinery now. I'm one of them.
You know, in the bot world, you might actually be allowed to farm. Speaking of that, look at GH down bottom. Got a massive creep wave coming in. Is this for him? Do you think this belongs to the Mirana?
Yes.
Think again.
No. I think that belongs to Mirana. Sumail thinks otherwise. Other people may think otherwise, but I believe that GH nurtured that creep wave. He brought it into existence. He kept it alive. He put it in position, and then someone else harvests it. Oh, hook shot.
Invoke some from the Finders Keepers.
Into the butt of Divine Llama. Not going to land onto XM or whoever the target was.
Unfortunately, didn't get to start. Yeah, he wanted to set up mid and then have Void Spirit follow-up. Didn't happen, but they did get the bottle and the Invis rune at least. This is the most even start that we've seen today, perhaps, though. 7-6, only 1,000 gold difference 12 minutes in.
Very close.
SF is definitely wanting to make his presence felt, though, the moment he gets the Kayasha and maybe the Blink Dagger as well. Need to offset the fact that the rest of his team is struggling a bit.
Yeah, I mean, they would love to be able to plant this Tidehunter somewhere, to be able to, like, shove a tower or defend a tower, but top being cracked so early on meant he never got that chance to sit top. Playing center of the map doesn't feel particularly good as Tide, so his only option now is to continue running bottom, dragging waves, and doing what he can to get gold, but that means he's out on the map, deep on the enemy side, and he can get punished heavily by Nigma Galaxy, who globally maneuver into position to kill the Tide.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's very hard for him to find space. He doesn't really have stacks to fall back on and keep farming there, so just going down bottom and gets taken down very easily. Void Spirit, by the way, working towards a Meteor Hammer. The moment he gets that, the mid tower could open up. It's fine to see how many Meteor Hammers we get. Even with the nerf recently, it didn't really impact it too much. Just mana regen amplification nerf it's still a good item.
That's a funny item. I mean, one of my favorite things to do is buy all the Kaya items. They look so pretty next to each other. Kaya Sand with a Yasha Kaya and a Meteor Hammer.
Oh my god, Gareth.
Spell amp.
You asked me if I felt physical pain from like seeing stuff in inventory yesterday. I mean,
well, the Yashas don't stack, but the Kayas do.
Wait, do all the Kayas actually give you more spell amp? I didn't know that the different Kayas worked. Are you sure?
I don't see why not.
No, I'm not sure they do, dude.
Why not?
I don't think they do, Gareth.
Why wouldn't they?
Have you actually looked at it?
I actually haven't. I've assumed.
Oh god. I'm like 99% sure that they don't stack, Gareth.
So, I know for sure the Yashas don't stack, right? All the movement speed. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Been there a long time. But are you telling me none of those items stack?
No, keep buying them, Gareth. You're fine. You're golden.
I will. I will. No one's called me out in my games. No one's actually said, "What are you doing, idiot?" Idiot warlock buying Kaya Sand.
Because they also don't have any clue, Gareth.
Because they also don't know what's going on.
Nobody knows you can just hover these stats on your hero and see all the details for what you actually have.
I'm gonna try it later when we're done. In what? In 5 hours.
We can ask Lorinov to buy one right now.
Yeah, Lorinov, do it. Do it.
Hey, we have a request from the casters.
Well, I'm going to be itchy. Actually, I might not wait the 6 hours during our until after our shift. I'm going to wait until this game is done and quickly jump in the lobby and test it.
Do you really want to know at this point, Gareth?
Yes, my life's goal is to prove you wrong one time. I need it. It's never happened before. You know everything. I've never been allowed to be correct before until now, maybe?
No man holds all knowledge in Dota, Gareth. You'll find the time to punish me. There's too many things, and I suffer a lot from the being old and having known a bunch of different ways it used to work. It messes with your mind, man. Oh, we have tall Void Spirit and short Void Spirit going for a gank together. The Darkseer and the Void.
Oh yeah. Pointy-headed purple boys. The device enters Mud Golem into the creep wave, all iron shelled up, while the rest of them hunt in the shadows, but can't find anybody. The scribbling on the map, a very good indication that this time, Vici Gaming have the read on the situation, fully understanding where Nigma Galaxy are coming from.
Vici actually looks like they're paying a lot of attention, and they're sending Y first to maybe initiate, maybe gank tank.
Well, I've got a Terrorize coming in onto Lorinov, trying to chain stun up this Void Spirit. Looked good to begin with. The hook shot not going to be able to save him. They vacuum back the Tusk, trading out 1-for-1, but now Omar's stuck. And Vici Gaming sticking around in this area on the map, defend their territory very well.
They didn't have Nature's Prophet wanted to TPing in there as well. I think he feared getting ravaged if he did join the fight. You know, very difficult to find a safe spot to TP in where you won't just get overrun by like Dark Willow and Tidehunter being on top of you immediately. And unfortunately, there was a nice attempt with the Shield Rune play. Shield Rune on Void Spirit, he tried to bait them to commit spells and then use Shield Rune, turn around, but the damage is so high from Kayasha SF that he just bursts him anyway. Shield Rune or no Shield Rune.
GH. Starting but failing.
Yeah. Pulling some circus moves. Use the SF, send an arrow under him. Don't explain, leap away.
Still gonna make a move into mid. Halfway through Moonlight Shadow, but dire scan. XM, even with the scan turning red, knowing his limits.
He managed to hit the rune. It's actually pretty big to be able to secure a rune with no help when the enemy have 3 heroes on the rune, so kudos to XM for that play. And with the Shard and the Meteor Hammer, Void Spirit is set up to start ramping up his farm. Both these abilities can actually farm quite decently for you. Obviously, it's combo pieces for killing the puck later as well.
Things is getting a little tight now. We're starting to consider, how do we get to Tormentor? How do we get to Roshan? How do we push these lanes out so we've got a bit of space to farm Ancients and get our Tide to blink, get our Shadow Fiend to this Hurricane Pike? Vici Gaming need a little bit more wiggle room here, and they're putting bodies out on the map to make sure that Nigma Galaxy don't have easy access into these jungle points. Now, Puck very difficult to go on, but has spent the orb. Yules into hookshot, not going to land because while he puts his body in harm's way, arrow straight through though onto XM means Omar can continue, but with his Shadow Fiend and Willow there, I make short work of the clockwork and another good defensive move from Vici Gaming.
Yeah, I like that they bring everyone very quickly, realizing that when you play against Nature's Prophet, if there's an engagement, likely your opponents are trying to outnumber you. So we saw the same thing down bottom at the Rune fight early on, or Wisdom Rune fight early on. They TP everybody, just making sure not to get outnumbered. And right now, I think they do have potential to make plays. The Puck, together with the 2 supports, can actually find kills on the map. Blink and Witchblade are complete. And yeah, Hurricane Pike on SF. Interesting that he respects the Sprout and the Cogs that much, that he doesn't want to go for the Blink build.
Yeah, I guess you can even not just pike yourself, but pike someone else out of those dangerous situations. Multiple ways of using that same save tool. Get them out of an Aether Remnant, get them out of this like Yule's arrow setup if you can force them. And potential to save them is huge.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Even against the Meteor Hammer, I guess. If there's a Meteor Hammer set up on someone, you can get him out.
Yeah, just force him out. Feels like Sumail's been a little bit quiet, but he is this carry Nature's Prophet. Joined in a couple of those fights. 1-0-4, Milner, and the Hurricane Pike done. What chance does he stand heading into this like mid-game period?
Oh, I mean, he has a very big power spike that he will hit, but I think level 25, the SF will still take the cake. But Nature's obviously is a very, very good chassis for carrying late game. So with the rest of his cores looking very strong as well, Darkseer getting so much farm and Void Spirit being ahead of the puck by a little bit, I think he's decently comfortable here.
Moonlight Shadow to reposition, grab the Wisdom Shrine, and also try and push down through bottom. There's been a real back and forth flow to this game. And one team advances, takes an area of the map, then retreat, the vacuum is filled. Space gets created and then taken
They're
away.
waiting for items on the side of Nigma, just trying to delay. They have the Shivas working on a BKB on the Darkseer. And once they get the BKB timing on everybody, right? Nature's Prophet is building his, Void Spirit is getting pretty close to his, 1,000 gold away. Triple BKB and Puck is gonna struggle to have impact on the course. So I think Puck is missing a power spike right now. Not making any active moves with the 2 supports, not finding any pickoffs. This is big for Nigma.
BKB timing is going to be huge for him. Vici Gaming, on the other hand, still getting to this point where Tidehunt has Blink now and they want to try and connect into him. They've dangled back in his bottom lane several times. This time there's a smoke trio behind him. And we'll see if Nigma Galaxy get bogged down in defending this tier 1 down in the bottom lane, because it's basically full health. And it would be so nice to keep your tower alive, but they've got this vision on the Mirana to just jump on GH and blow him up. We'll see if Nigma Galaxy want to try and react, because I think this bottom right-hand corner is kind of done for now.
And Puck keeps leaving his fish behind. Goes back to eat it now. Gotta eat your tasty little fish.
Teammates start pinging it. There's a fish on the floor. There's a fish on the floor.
They're officially yummy as well. The description even says they're yummy.
How do they spell officially?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Where does it say they're yummy? On the fish itself?
On the description, on the buff on him, Leviathan's catch. eaten 2 yummy fish.
Ah, there we go. I assumed it said actually said officially yummy, and I thought they spelled officially with fish in the middle as a pun.
Unfortunately not.
Well, they should do. You should be a writer. Send an email to Valve. Hey, come on, more puns.
I mean, Dota is probably the game that I played with the most amount of puns in it, if you listen to all the different heroes' voice lines. So yeah, they honestly should go with that. The worst offenders are like, what, Razor, Morphling?
They just can't. No, honestly, they're all they're all pun masters.
I guess core heroes.
Hello and goodbye. XM blown up. Nigma Galaxy come back down here, even after losing their tier 1 and the Torm Falls. They come down to kill off the Parker now. A bit of map space opens up for them.
Yeah, you probably thought that this was going to be an empty area, but instead they reclaim it. And I do think they've weathered the storm, so to say, on Nigma. They are getting to the point of mass BKB timings. We have them flying out right now. Void Spirit is getting his. Darkseers is on the way on the courier as well. And Nature's Prophet is just 400 gold away. So triple timing is all aligning. The stars align for Nigma.
Beautiful. Low enough, Meteor Hammer. Just send it onto that mid lane tower. Nothing to stop him from doing that. And Vici Gaming getting a little itchy. Wanting to use this BKB of the Shadow Fiend, group up with Y, head up the top, and again, you're playing into this Bark Tide who has Blink Ravage. The trouble is, it's only Omar. And you will be able to jump him and kill him. Dead in the water used, a quick little catch on the clockwork. Does this allow them to move into an objective, though?
It's actually a problem if Lorinov is allowed to keep Meteor hammering mid-tower. He's gonna go for it again, but the creep wave died far enough away. XM killed it just barely out of breaking the backdoor protection.
Well done.
Yeah, they need to do that, because that mid-tower is 800 HP. If you lose your mid-tier 2, I mean, it's not as important as the side lane tier 2s, actually, because you still have easy access towards mid. But it would open up stealing the outpost. It would make it awkward to contest Roche.
You know, this has been really crazy, honestly. Like, game 1, the whole story of that game that you were spinning was Vici Gaming weren't doing enough, right? They weren't making enough moves, doing enough actions, not utilizing their heroes. Game 2, it feels like they've drafted and they're definitely trying to make these moves and getting grabs. But like, game 1 was a clinic from Nigma Galaxy in playing aggressively. Now, game 2 is a clinic from Nigma Galaxy in dodging. They are split pushing beautifully. Like, Mirana goes bottom, clears the wave, mid lane gets shoved and clipped by the Meteor Hammer. They are not allowing Bark's Tide to do anything.
Yeah, they're playing good keep away, and unfortunately they only have the one BKB canceling spell in Tusk. Actually going in now.
And trying it with Divine Lorinov, catching up to Y, but with the turnaround play, Terrorize, Ravage, Coil, spent, Lorinov dead. Looking for the kill on the Tusk inside the Sprout, but it's not an easy one to stick around. The BKB expiring on Sumail stands his ground and delivers the damage from the high ground as Shiro gets hookshotted on. Requiem cancelled momentarily, but Omar still going to be the casualty as Bark goes back in again. Divine dead in the water. Cyclone onto the puck, but the arrow's going to land on the Tide instead. And in the meantime, Sumail, he's just been standing here clicking. Right-clicking, damaging, killing off hero after hero. Phase shift spent, but where are you going? Where are you hiding? Come back to the map with a bang. Sumail with a double kill.
I think he messed up there. He phase shifted, and I think he did have the blink ready, but you can only blink out of a phase shift in the direction you were looking when you fade. If you're against Iron Shell, which is instant damage, and I think he tried to blink in a direction he wasn't looking before phase shifting. Also, a nice little trick about that. Just for anyone who is an aspiring puck player, you can actually turn right before you click phase shift. If you give a turn command, say you're looking up, right? Straight north. You click below your hero and press phase shift immediately. Your hero turns while in the phase shift. What? And suddenly you're looking down, even though you were looking up. Yeah, you just need to give the command to turn before phase shifting. And now you can blink down because your hero finished turning while in phase shift.
I thought pucks can't look up. Or is that pigs? Or is that dogs?
You know, with that neck, I'm not sure that he can, actually. I think that head is fixed straightforward.
How can a puck blink up if you can't look up?
That is, yeah. That would be a weird hero limitation. You can buy Blink Tagger, but you can only blink downward.
It's like when Io didn't have a face and you could go any direction you wanted. Oh, those are the days. There's no front end to IO. He's all back.
You know, the only blinking one direction reminds me of playing like easy open qualifiers a long time ago with Sing Sing, I think it was, or some other qualifier team. We made a special rule for early open qualifier rounds that we were only allowed to move forwards. If your hero wants to move backwards, it's not allowed to. You can only move forward.
That's a great rule.
Yeah, when you have those, you know, round one in a million teams. Oh, deep dive. Get
Down you go.
off. With your hammer, they can call over Nature's Prophet and take this tower super fast. Maybe he doesn't even need to join. He picks up the Wisdom Rune, gonna keep farming the other side of the map.
This Nature's Prophet is huge now. 4 minutes on the Aegis.
Vici, unfortunately, they have all these fantastic teamfight tools, but not really able to take a good 5v5 fight. Even the last one was very scrappy and started out in a bad way for them. They see the natures, they're going.
Yeah, attempting on the Sumail, but
he's
he's too quick with the BKB. And even then, he's got this second life. You attempt on him, you get Shiro out there. Thankfully for Vici Gaming, only losing the Tusk.
Yeah, you try and kill Sumail, he kills you instead. Turns it around, obviously still has Aegis as well, so even if BKB is on cooldown, doesn't necessarily mean he has to play defensively. Full silver is just about to be done for him too.
Yeah, can keep advancing in this top lane, send the treants forward. Looks like he's going to TP back and then can teleport with his spell. Forward if needed, because they're currently setting up around this middle lane. Clockwork, Darkseer, ready around the rune spot. Bak is going to make a jump in towards Omar, though. Vici Gaming wanting to punish Nigma Galaxy in their area of the map. Divine BKB and runs away while the Dissimulate out of Lorinov gets him some distance away from Puck, but onto this Dark Willow, kills off the tower on his way through. A double damage Void Spirit. Doing some serious work here, and you've got to be careful. Bak trying to sidestep the Remnant, but then he's put in a Sprout. Arrow's going to come in while XM gets into the back. They've got a snowball save to dodge this Meteor Hammer and get onto GH, but the damage from the Void Spirit is too much to handle. Ravage into Shadow Fiend Requiem. Shiro BKB'd up and trying what he can, but Lorinov's too strong. The Void Spirit just stands there. Shiny golden blue shimmers from the Void Spirit, and now Divide deep in. Kills the Shadow Fiend. Xinqiu's blasted by Sumail. It's the Nature's Prophet who gets all the kills. An Ultra for him.
And Sumail just pushing in as well. Divide gives him the tip. Good tanking there by the front line. The tall and the short Void Spirits, they both are so hard to kill. The BKBs of both of them, but the Shiva's also over on Darkseer. The offlane difference in this game is being felt. Tidehunter just hasn't really had the same impact. Sure, he picks up a Shiva's of his own, but the Darkseer is just much farther ahead in farm and being more oppressive. He almost has enough to get his Hex coming in soonish too. 2k gold away.
It feels like we're not going to head to the hour mark here. Nigma Galaxy trying to break that pattern, get out of the situation they were in, going faster and faster, picking up this head of steam. Going for this mid lane of Barracks, 31 minutes in.
Yeah, it's also a fact that Silver Edge was just finished by Sumail before the fight, so he could come in with just a solution to the Tidehunter. You think you're hard to kill? Not really. And even Willow felt it there. Got slapped by Silver Edge, held in place. Sure, you can go Shadow Realm, but you have no movement speed still.
Stuck in the mud.
Miranda sits up top.
This Yule's doing a ton of work. Trying with the arrow after, but Y will sidestep that one. And Mirana has been an incredible hero, you know, even during the qualifiers, getting into this group stage at TI from post 4 to 5, getting this Aghanim Scepter quite early on. It's a massive damage dealer on top of the map maneuverability you get from Moonlight Shadow.
Yeah, I think the ulti is so tremendous as well. Just being able to be invis, forcing the enemy to buy a gem early that they didn't really want to buy. It's money spent as well. Void Spirit now has the Aghanim Scepter, so Puck has to be ever so careful.
You know, they found that Tide TA give you everything. You know, the old classic for Kuroki. I think they found an individual hero that gives you everything. This Mirana gives you laning stage, gives you transition into mid game, gives you this damage output mid to late game. What more could you want from a support?
Yeah, and she even tried to fix the only weakness. Pretty bad initiation. So goes Yule Scepter.
Yeah, that's great.
Solo kill for Lorinov. Actually,
well,
for Sumail, sorry. yeah. My bad. Obviously, it was the carries that stole the kill.
Of course it was. It's Sumail from top lane. Killed the Tusk down at bottom.
Yeah, you can see he did 44 damage.
A little bit of damage. There we go, Vici Gaming.
Less than a level 1 auto attack.
I mean, this was a big smoke out of the base. They were meant to get something done with it, but they are immediately met by GH's Mirana, who just slams the door on them.
Yeah, Puck getting the Plasma. Finally some damage coming in, but it's difficult. Puck struggles with the mass BKB build-up, and we might even get more counters, right? The Hex is going to be a massive solution to the Puck. The Vi is just about done with it soon. And Nature's, his items are progressing faster than what should be legal. We're 33 minutes in, and he's starting to finish his 6th item.
Yeah, he'll soon have one of the 2 Skardis he needs.
Oh, yeah. The Lorenov recommended.
Because Lorenov's not going to be buying any, is he?
Well, for now.
For now.
Void Spirit is universal, you know. He might pick up some Skardis later on, but I'm not sure if the Vici squad is up for a task of surviving that long.
But it's just unfortunate that Lorenov isn't showing my build with the multiple Kaya items. No, he's missing the Kaya Sanj and the Yasha Kaya, which definitely stack.
Horrible. Rookie mistake. Yeah, I'm sure no pro player would buy multiple Kayas if they did stack Gareth. No, listen, you don't need to go to the MMO. Just live in the happy thoughts, you know.
You know what it is? I got really bored with the 6 boots build, because that was my favorite meme for a long time, was just buying 6 different boots. So I had to do something new, you know? You got to try something new. This move, Vici Gaming, they put XM up in the front to try and scout out where Nigma Galaxy are. Straight up loses half his health and has to jaunt away, while the rest of them are playing up towards top where nobody's sitting. So the Puck is actually just getting chased down and killed. They see XM under the vision. They're just blowing him up. Vici Gaming, another complete whiff and another incredible read by Nigma Galaxy.
They didn't even have a ward on him. It was just they knew that he was going to be greedy, sent a rocket after him and hook shot. He actually wasn't under a ward. It was the dire ward. Yeah. So just good play by Nigma. I mean, fair play. It would have been safe to assume that the Puck got out as soon as possible, but nah, his greedy ass stuck around.
And now we sat with a 20k net worth lead. Another smoke to get into position to try and push high ground again. A mid lane long gone. Nigma Galaxy, look at this bottom lane. And a spam of pings onto Shiro. You know, Shadow Fiend, you've got to be very careful about your positioning. You are be-all and end-all of this Vici Gaming side. Shiro,
I think currently they need to burst like Void Spirit or Nature's Prophet with an SF ulti. Otherwise, the fight feels nearly impossible. Or Nature's Prophet, though, is at 4,000 HP.
Buyback-wise, we're tied and Tusk with buybacks. Shadow Fiend doesn't for about 100 gold. He's got 50 gold away from it now. That could have been a moment there. You know, if they found the SF, the game could have ended.
At least there's no Force Staffs other than the Hurricane Pike on Sumail for Nigma. Because I think that would be also, like, basically the nail in the coffin. If they get a Force Staff on the support here, or on either of the supports, then the SF ulti combo, the Tusk locking people in place, the Ravage to try and burst the target, you could play around that.
All they've got left now is patience. That's the virtue you've got to follow as Vici Gaming. Puck currently under Radiant Vision, and so is the Tide, so Nigma Galaxy knows exactly where Vici Gaming is setting up in that top part of the map, which means they can spread pretty wide, from one Lotus Pool to the other, through the river, and all the way to this dire base. 80% of the map belongs to Nigma Galaxy, and they are using it perfectly.
Yeah, they're just happily waiting for the Roche to respawn. They feel confident that they're going to be the ones to get it, and I don't think they're wrong. At this point, Vici struggling to find any grip on this game.
I mean, their support's down in the dumps. 7k net worth apiece, while you've got 10, 12,000 on the Nigma Galaxy supports on the other side.
It's a rough feeling, but the only threat you have on your team is SF ulti, right? Like, there's nothing else that's going to suddenly kill a core hero.
No.
Even if you Ravage and jump with Puck or something, you're not killing Void Spirit. You're not killing Nature's Prophet. So the SF ulti is the only thing they need to worry about, and that simplifies DOTA a lot.
Oh, they're trying to jump on XM again. 1k damage slaps him down. A massive hit takes him out. That's 70 seconds without your puck.
It's a long time of him being dead.
Didn't get to BKB. Face shift, blink, nothing.
Yeah, also means that he lost their gem, which is maybe the bigger blow. Dying is one thing, but losing gem when you're this far behind, it feels awful. Roche goes down quickly. Tusk looking for the steal. Let's go. Tusk.
He's gonna try it. Oh,
get it. Oh, he was so close. He got the banner.
He got the banner.
Yeah.
So Mel got the Aegis though. That's what matters. And they're onto this Dark Willow, forcing the Shadow Realm TP. Y tried, succeeded in getting something, but now he's dead for 30. Puck gone still for 20.
He had his feet on the Aegis, Gareth. They were on there.
In baseball, you're in. Unfortunately, it's Dota, so it's 3 strikes, you're out. That's how sports works. Divide grabbing a pretty juicy wave up top.
Aegis 4000 HP Nature's Prophet pushing high ground. Hitting for 450 damage a pop. You gotta address him somehow. He's gonna get mega creeps, but as a ulti, he has the rapier. SF is looking for a chance. It's on physical right now. Not starting with it on spell.
Just Lucian Q. He's gone, has to buy back. Vacuum on 2. They're on XM and back. Trying to jump with Shiro into the back on Sumail. The damage looks good, so Aegis is down. XM got killed by Devi though, and his Darkseer on the front lines tanks through everything, forcing back away, so no chance to Ravage in the midst of the fight. Shiro's getting forced back, and Nigma Galaxy just rally around Sumail. The big Nature's Prophet stands and delivers, plenty of damage, dish it out, kill them off. Shiro trying to stand and fight, but he doesn't have enough. Down you go, GG called. Vici Gaming out of this one, 2-0 victory for Nigma Galaxy.
They made it look so easy, actually, in this game number 2. It felt like the start was so even, though. 12 minutes in, 1k gold difference, both teams very even, same amount of moves. But then, at some point, we just felt like Vici could not get their tide online. A Darkseer rapidly farming the entire top area. And we didn't really see the one thing I was looking for. Puck and the 2 supports just going places together. Group up and move. But it didn't happen.
Yeah, I feel like they attempted it like once or twice, but then they like smoked up the top as 3, didn't find anyone, or they smoked in the bottom jungle, then and Tusk dies on his own a little bit too far away. Again, it was this, unsynchronized movement from Vici Gaming. They didn't seem to connect into back lane properly. They couldn't really play with the Shiro Shadow Fiend.
I think they're too slow. I actually think, and that's saying something, because I don't think Nigma is the fastest team in the world necessarily. I think they are actually a pretty controlled team by European standards. And Vici Gaming felt like they're just not meeting the pace. They have this wombo combo draft that's very strong later on, but against the fast pace that Nigma brought to them, they couldn't really keep up.
And it's also like trying to be fast-paced, you also need the read, right? Like in order to be fast, you need to understand what's going on and react to what's in front of you. It felt like every time Vici Gaming tried to be quick, they just had the wrong read or wrong understanding of the game, whereas Nigma Galaxy had a soul read on them. They knew what the whole cards were. They knew exactly what you're holding. Oh, you've got a 6 and a 7 over there. We're going to freaking destroy you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
Nigma. Highlight reel of Nigma Galaxy winning every team fight, isn't it?
It is. There were very few moments where things gone their way on Vici. They stole the banner. That's the highlight, Gareth. They got the banner at least. Moral victory.
And yeah, in a best-of-3 series, you lose 2-0, and the one highlight you have is Y stealing the Roshan banner.
Yeah, I mean,
very end fight, super well executed by Nigma Galaxy, like zoning out the Tide. You can't combo SF and Tide together with his Ravage Requiem. It's just complete control.
I actually do think Tide Hunter was the problem. And yeah, I called for the Underlord pick. I think he would have had a better time because he has range damage to deal with a Firestorm. Tide, when he gets poked by a Nature's Prophet Mirana lane, what do? You can't do anything.
You die.
He just took... Yeah, during the lane, it was a beatdown. Actually, I'm looking back at it now. And in the lane, by minute 10, the Tidehunter had done 900 damage total to heroes. And meanwhile, Mirana had done 5,500 damage to heroes. Sort of telling you the story of what happened on that lane. So I think had he been, you know, some hero that has some form of response or retaliation to the aggression coming in from 2 range heroes, then maybe it would be fine. But this was just not the game for Bach.
Crazy stuff. I was looking at these numbers. 12, 0, 11, 43,000 net worth, Nature's Prophet. Putting up some incredible numbers.
Sumail played fantastic in both the games today. Just absolutely stepping up. I was saying that's what Nigma Galaxy needed. They needed to level up Sumail and, you know, have him show the big carry potential. And he definitely brought it here.
I mean, what is that? 27, 2, and 19, his overall scoreline from those 2 games in a best of 3. Yeah. Spot on stuff. Sumail, the king has returned back to his throne, put on the coronet or the crown, and he's ready for TI here. Close to 1,000 GPM, a mark we don't see hit all that often anymore, unless you got an alchemist or something on your team. And having this Nature's
straight
Prophet
up a
just
turbo
pop
game.
Off.
This Nature's Prophet getting real rich. And comes back to just good understanding as well, right? They looked like they were all synchronized. This is not a one-man show. This is not one thing being, you know, done by the carry that the enemy carry didn't do. It's just all game long in game 1 and game 2, Nigma looked like they were on the same page, synchronized. And that's boding really, really well for them going further in this tournament.
Yeah, everyone's got their job, their tasks. Everyone's been drilled on the algorithm, how to follow the flow chart and do what you need to do. As being crystal clear, the Nigma Galaxy are very well prepared, draft and gameplay and execution-wise, coming into TI. So a 2-0 victory for them puts them in a pretty sweet spot here as we get ourselves a little deeper in the group stage. We'll find out who we've got up next, though, as we get ourselves into the next round of Swiss as we take a break and figure things out. We'll see you then. And we are back here, more Dota for you. TI 2026 continuing as we had to wait a little bit for some of these round 4 series to wrap up and end before we get into our next few games. And now we've got China versus China, technically by the team names. The orgs, roster-wise, of course, a completely different story, but Vici Gaming against LGD Gaming going to be our next series here as they're both kind of middle of the pack.
Yeah, it's the Nordics, you mean. You got Topson here, LGD, obviously, and Nordic. It's a Finno-Scandian team now.
Oh, hell yeah.
As we go into this matchup. He's here, the mercenary, the stand-in. We'll see how he performs. Obviously, can look there at the record. Nigma Galaxy with a very strong performance against Vici Gaming in the previous series. And Vici, I'm a bit concerned, Gareth. That series did not look clean. Nigma did play really well, but I also feel like Vici, they were not necessarily asleep at the wheel, but they were just all doing their own thing.
Yeah, I mean, their first series, you know, an hour-long loss against Liquid definitely set the stage for Vici Gaming in this tournament so far, getting 2-0 by Liquid there, and then having a struggle to get it past the line against HULIGANI, who were the first team eliminated, going 0-4. Another red flag, then GamerLegion. You know, you're getting a victory against some of these teams which are on the lower end of the scale in terms of opponents, especially here at TI, and you're still having massive struggles against them. Against Nigma Galaxy, we say, okay, Nigma are on form, they're looking very crisp and clean, but you're right, this lack of identity, lack of confidence, lack of a lot of things. Vici Gaming really need to just reset themselves, settle into some kind of rhythm, which they just haven't had that flow or rhythm to their gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, they're capable of so much better than what we just saw them do. So hopefully they can bounce back from the previous series, you know, shrug it off and go into this one with a fresh mindset. At least they had some time to talk in between it. You know, there was a little bit of time between the series here. And this gives them a chance to address perhaps what went wrong. I really think that the key issue for them was they don't have as aggressive early game strats as what we saw from Nigma Galaxy. And I fear that LGD might play an even faster style than what Nigma did. So Vici really need to turn it up.
Yeah, the worrying thing for me is that you know, I'm recollecting some of the conversations we've had previously about Vici Gaming. I can't remember when it was, but it was within the last year where we'd watched Vici Gaming play. We talked and, you know, we had interviews with the players, and we talked to some Vici Gaming, you know, staff member, players, had a sort of, you know, a rattle around in their brain to see what they were thinking, and the lack of confidence was definitely there. They mentioned, you know, having a director in the game was something that they were lacking. Shiro wasn't necessarily super comfortable making these confident in-game calls that they needed to try and iron that out. And the fact they haven't done that heading into TI, that's the big worry for me, right? They've identified, they've openly spoken about the issues that they've got. We've seen it in effect, and they've had this, you know, 6 to 12 month period to try and iron things out, and that's not happened.
Well, it's also very difficult if you're particularly the carry player and you want to make calls. Like early game is so hard to be the voice, the forceful voice of where you want to go and what you want to do, because you have to lock in on so many of your specific things, like last hitting this, avoiding this gank, doing this and that. Coordinating your entire team is so hard, but you need to have that strong voice. Somebody needs to step up and be it. And hopefully we'll see Vici with a bit more directive in this game, as LGD open up with a fast hero already. I said that, you know, they might come in and play some fast Dota. Keeper Light is phenomenal at that, especially if you do want to put it towards mid, if this is going to be on Topson, but more than likely it's going to be the support.
Yeah, it was in the hands of Theolacore just a matter of hours ago in their victory against Xtreme Gaming. And LGD have already dispatched with one Chinese opponent today in a 2-1 victory over Xtreme. We'll see if they can do it again here against Vici Gaming. But yeah, this Keeper of the Light, so many combos to go along with it. You don't necessarily need the full spam hero, but you add in an Ember Spirit or, you know, the old Bristleback combination. Just one little guy who gets Chakra Magic on him feels very good.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many heroes in Dota that are good with Chakra Magic that no matter what 4 heroes you draft, somebody's going to be broken with your hero most likely.
Yeah, you'll end up with a Tiny or a Centaur or a Terrorblade or something, right?
Yeah, for sure. There'll be some hero that enjoys the cooldown reduction, or the mana refill for that matter. Banning out the SF, smart choice by LGD, seeing the Bane. You don't want to play against the Bane SF combination basically ever. The Nightmare, pulling them in under tower, and then triple race is basically a death sentence to any offlaner.
And Kotl can kind of change how the lane is played, right? You know, securing the range creeps with Illuminate, dragging waves back, very fast on his feet, going back to stack and then gathering runes. He's quick across the map to make these little moves, right? We praised Nigma Galaxy on all the little moves that they were making in that previous series, and I think Kotl is one of those heroes that can do a similar job in all the little bits and bobs that you have to do in that first 7 minutes as a support. Kotl is one of the best at doing it.
Yeah, I think for me, one of the key things as well is that he's very good at shoving lane, right? If you're playing Kotl on +4, you can pair it with some Beastmaster or some similar hero, and you just double nuke the first creep wave, all the creeps die, and then you go and pull the second creep wave. And it's very hard for any safe lane to match that, because safe lane heroes, there's pretty much none of them that kill the first creep wave as fast, right? It's like maybe Gyrocopter or Flak Cannon is the closest you can get, but even then, level 1, it doesn't really do that much.
Vici Gaming's turn to pick.
All right, Sam and Yao there getting a little vocal over the draft while King Jungle stares down at his keyboard. What's he found? What's down there, buddy?
It's like, what the hell? Someone put custom keycaps on all my keyboard. What is
No, he's trying to find any little bit of respect he's got for Tai Long. Looking down the floor. There's none of that left, buddy. That's all gone.
I think he would keep looking, dude.
I don't think he would. I think he gives up. He's like, no, there's nothing there. There's actually nothing there. No, get focused on this game.
I'm happy that he can be here, lock in, and focus on TI, and have fantastic stand-in along his side in Thompson as well. It's absolutely amazing to see that they still have the chance to do this. But yeah, we see Vici Gaming going for the Bane and Mirana classic combination. You sleep, you arrow. Very straightforward. And Mirana, we've praised this hero, how good it can be, and I think it's a natural pairing.
Yeah, and then coming back to that conversation about the whole Kotl business of shoving lane, being given that space and the movement speed to do stuff, Bane can be pretty good at tracking heroes, right? Following them, stopping them from doing stuff, no lane dragging with a Nightmare. Go and block up camps and counteract any stacking that's going on. He can definitely help out, especially when you've got a mobile mid hero that could be coming down the line. And Bane, a very good hero at doing that. So we've got our 5 and 4 for Vici Gaming, our 4 for LGD. We need to try and set in motion some of these side lanes. You mentioned some of the options for Kotl to lane with. The Beastmaster, Centaur. Wait, where's Mars? Let's bring Mars back. Let's give him a buff for TI.
Shit. No, this is not his TI, I'm afraid. I fear that hero, he's been played a lot. He's always been the go-to off-lane hero, but he's outmatched by this man in particular. If you want one guy to fight in the arena, well, you got the Colosseum Warrior here, the Centaur Warrunner. He'll be the one to do it. It's Centaur has basically overtaken entirely the function of Mars.
Well, let's go. We've got horse heroes now. Are we just going to go for all the mounted boys for LGD? Vici Gaming, looking through the hero list, like where's the glue factory? How do we deal with all of these four-legged monstrosities?
So far, none of the heroes' feet touch the ground. Even Bane is floating around. He's keeping all those appendages up.
That's true.
We'll see if that theme keeps going here as LGD digging a bit in. It's a classic combo as well, the Kotl and Centaur. You can always blinding light people into the stomp. Functions very similar to the Batrider Centaur lane that was popular for so long.
Yeah, or the Snap Centaur lane, right? Just a little bit different to that, but same.
Mm-hmm.
Necrophos now going to come out as the carry for LGD, I assume. And they've got a pretty wide open pool for like melee 5s.
It's a counter pick as well, or a block pick, you could say, for Vici, because Vici would be happy to run a carry Necro into the off-lane Centaur. It's a very, very good matchup. Centaur gets destroyed by Necro, but now they block that opportunity, and does at least give some identity away. So Vici have some information. Centaur, Necro, 2 core heroes revealed, and a Kotl to go with it. Now is when you can come up with what you want against this. It deters any form of physical hard commitment, in my opinion, when you see Necro like this. Maybe you get some high spell damage heroes in.
I'm honestly really curious what hero Thompson's going to play. I saw a little thread pop up on Reddit saying he's played 9 or 10 different heroes in 10 games so far. I want to have a quick check back to see if we get a duplicate come out, because I'd assume his hero is coming soon.
Yeah, surely your last pick Thompson, though. He's so flexible. I feel like with them having the ultimate last pick, I think Thompson is the type of mid player you definitely want to utilize that last pick on, because he likes to get the gotcha pick, you know, some hero that isn't meta, but oh, it works so well in this game, is perfect with everything. Thompson will be able to play it. He is extremely good at utilizing stuff that's even outside of regular mid players' hero pool.
So was it DK, Lina, Void Spirit, Ricky, Viper, Zeus, Pangolier, Earth Spirit, Dragon. Oh, he played Dragon Knight twice, no?
Then they doubled on Dragon Knight.
Oopsie daisy.
Early and late pick. But it had been long enough, you know? It wasn't back-to-back Dragon Knight games, I
And
guess.
then what was it? Gyrocopter and Wind Ranger. So I guess 10 from 11 different heroes. Did I say Ember Spirit? I'm not sure I did. So maybe this is now 11 out of 12. I can't remember saying Ember Spirit.
But this is Ember for Vici coming in.
That's Vici Gaming. I should have tabbed in and used my brain. That would have been useful.
Yeah, no worries. You just heard the sound of Ember. Meanwhile, nerding on the stats. Ember Spirit, solid pickup. Like I said, pick up a lot of magic damage against Necro. Makes a lot of sense. And this hero's had absolutely outstanding win rate. He is still a very broken hero. Wins about 2/3 of his games. Pretty much exactly. And we have Darkseer picked up as a combination. You Iron Shield Ember, and then you have Giga Radiance effect, basically. You Iron Shield plus Flame Guard, plus the Immolation passive that the hero has.
It's the lawnmower. The old strat.
Yeah.
Was Ember, Darkseer,
perhaps,
Treant.
a Radiance on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be Treant, Darkseer, Ember Spirit. Yeah, you'd buy Radiance, and you'd just run at people. Just non-stop damage over time with invulnerability. It was very good.
Yep. Yeah, it's strong, but if anyone can find those cheese picks to counter on mid lane, I totally expect it to be over on Thompson here. Although I did lie earlier, he doesn't have the ultimate last pick, I guess. He only has the pen ultimate.
That's true. I just flamed myself in Twitch chat and got a 5-minute timeout. It was worth it. Someone's protecting us by attacking me.
Stupid caster, you got it wrong.
Now, you were talking about this, right? Yesterday or the day before? Oracle, a hero that should be rising in the ranks, especially against Darkseer, right?
Yes. I mean, I have wanted to see this for a while. It's also a strong combo with Necro. Anytime you have Necro going in and popping off, you can put a false promise on him and he's going to heal an immense amount. So very hard for the enemy to kill him. You can protect him really well with the magic resistance. And of course, the major reason to pick Oracle here is the Darkseer. Dispelling his Iron Shells is a grief level experience for Darkseer. It's so hard to solve that.
It's bad. If you are so reliant on Iron Shell, pushing wave into tower, getting to level 3, getting what last hits you can, harassing, glyphing under tower to dive, and that just all goes out the window. Gone. Not existent.
Not to mention the Necro versus Darkseer matchup we had the other day as well, and I said that matchup is not easy, and now with Oracle as well, it gets even worse. So I am expecting Darkseer to have to go back in jungle. Maybe we create stacks for him with the Mirana. You know, prep the jungle a bit for his recovery. Can even farm Ancients fairly early with Iron Shells. So there are avenues for him to deal with this, but I do expect offlane to be a problem.
10 seconds remaining.
Now, they're banning Monkey King here. Of course, you know, Thompson's there. Does Thompson Huskar? That's a hero that... Thompson's kind of a cheeky, cheesy player.
I've never seen him Huskar.
Exactly, but I don't think I've ever seen him play Huskar, right?
I haven't, no. I mean, he plays Viper. He plays a few other disgusting heroes, so we'll see exactly what he wants to go for. I'm very curious about this pick in particular. They don't have much time. They're gonna go into the Troll Warlord.
So wait, is this Necro mid against Ember, right? They've got the counter already.
Yeah, I suppose so. And Troll also lanes really well against Darkseer, so paired up with the Oracle, it's going to be really nice lane.
Wow, I love this. So False Promise plus Battle Trance, you've got like 13 seconds of invulnerability. Good luck killing through that. Then you've got Ghost Shroud and the combos with Oracle on that side. Stampede to save, tons of damage. The one thing I worry about maybe is the like immediate catch from LGD, but Centaur can cover that quite nicely.
Yeah, they rely so heavily on Centaur to get the catch. They do have Solar Bind as well, which is like a soft catch, but once the Dispels come in, it's not that great. Their Chain Stun is non-existent. The only stun they have is Hoop Stomp into the Reaper Scythe.
What about the Troll rooting the Ember Spirit? That's the way.
Yes.
Yes. Well,
you know what? They just gotta buy a Basher on Troll, throw a ranged attack, turn into melee while the attack is in the air for the increased chance of a bash, and there you go. That's the initiation you need.
Now, Troll used to get picked up to counter Lifestealer, but here we have a last pick Lifestealer into Troll, Necro.
The Lifestealer is less picked for countering the Troll. The idea is more that, okay, he's going to go for the Radiant, so we'll get some burn. On top of that, Infest into either Darkseer or Ember. You can jump on top of the backline really well. The lineup of LGD is susceptible to backline jumps. You have Caudle and Oracle, two backline supports who are quite squishy. You can even look over and say, oh, but Vici, they have Bane and Mirana. Those are also backlines, right? Not really. There's a difference here. These are squishy supports on LGD, and I think they're looking to exploit that.
The Trollson has arrived.
Oh, they do like that.
Troll mid lane. Yes, they do put that Necro in the safe lane.
Yeah, that's also a possibility to use the Troll mid. I think that he should be winning the lane pretty hard, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. I'm not as convinced as I was with the Slark pick that we had the other day, where Yandex absolutely destroyed Huligani using the Slark against Ember mid. Troll is also a good lane against Ember, but most heroes have a good lane against Ember. The question is, can you destroy Ember to the point of no recovery? And I feel like Troll would be harder to activate as much as the Slark activated in that game.
We'll see what he does. Cool stuff, honestly. We'll get the Topson Troll coming to play in that mid lane. So that's now 11 out of 12 games. Different heroes, only repeating the DK the once. And we'll get LGD against Vici Gaming here at TI 2026 and find out exactly who's going to come out on top in a best of 3.
Imagine being LGD and you have Topson as a stand-in and you're like, all right, what do you want? You just give him anything, right? He says a hero, you're like,
fine, I guess.
Sure, buddy. Yeah.
Honestly, it's probably one of the best teams to do it with, because I think CAFS is one of those coaches who is very open-minded, right? If you put all the coaches in a line, you say, like, oh, hang on, we're just going to have a straight-up clash up this high ground? I got him. I mean, Wires walked up here. The staircase, no safety for you. First blood for Yuma.
Bit over-eager to walk up the high ground like that. Their level 1 isn't bad necessarily, but they need to prep iron shells beforehand if they're going to walk in there. Because if LGD are on the ramp, they're just going to lose the fight if they don't have 3 iron shells already. Like 2 put down and next one putting down soon.
So that's immediate first blood. Yuma grabs it, then the smoke, snapping into action to reposition. Already an incredible start for LGD.
Yeah, that's all you can ask for, really. Necro being very happy about it. He was already going to have an easy lane. Now it's even scaling faster.
And now Vici Gaming really have to put 5 heroes towards the bottom rune spots. No contesting, no sneaking. Looks like we're gonna get the 2 for 2. And Topson's going to make the walk back to try and get a bit of lane block going on. That's something that XM needs to be very wary of as well, is where his lane stands in that mid spot. If it's down in the river or up on Topson's side, you're in trouble as the Ember.
Yeah, we'll see. Body block is going to be very important for sure. See exactly where the lane lands, and Topson did lose his body block there. Accidentally dropped the first 2 creeps and then just runs down to try and zone XM instead. But XM comfortably, pretty far back here.
Nice, decent for XM. Should be able to get a few of these last hits out of that first wave. And get the Flame God burn over on Topson. Yeah, that block was the most important thing out of the first minute or so. Now just a bit of a farm trade, harass back and forth.
Yep, he got perfect CS on the first creep wave, so if this is Ember going into a cheesy possible counter pick on mid lane, you can't ask for any better outcome on the first wave. You get all the CS, and that already puts you in such a good spot to have an okay laning.
Yeah, perfect start. 5-0. Incredible beginning to this game. Side lanes, not as clean. Looking a little messy on both sides. We've got Bane wrapping around behind the Koffel, who is illuminating this wave to push it forward. Whisper and Thealacor playing very tight together, like they've not been out of 300 range of each other. Mid lane, keeping eyes on that as the Troll keeps applying that pressure to XM. It gets a little deadly before the bottle arrives. And my eyes at top, just watching the lane dragging, the nonsense going on. We got Bach dragging this creep wave around, Xinkyu bringing the next one around as well. Little carousel of creeps.
But Yuma is going to be pretty happy. He has the big camp available, so he can farm the enemy creeps plus the jungle creeps at the same time. This is only going to act to accelerate his farm so long as the pull wave doesn't kill anything. And in fact, Oracle just goes in, kills off the Mirana.
At level 1 Oracle? At level 1 Oracle with the creep wave just kills Mirana. I mean, Baku's going to be left with a bunch of these creeps and is all right with things, but 2 kills to the good. LGD having a very strong start to the laning stage. And these 2 side lanes in particular.
This off lane was going to be a liability from the start. That was true before the first blood even happened, and now it's just in complete despair mode.
And good luck, Bak. Just get level 3. Get level 3. That's all he's caring about. And then maybe think about jungling. Bottom lane also not super easy for Bane and Lifestealer. 10 last hits for Shiro. Whisper at 14 and 4. Centaur is just having full free reign in this bottom lane.
Yeah, they're doing a good job playing close to each other. The Caudal protecting the Centaur, standing right next to him, so anytime Bane goes up to harass the Centaur, he's threatening to push him, perhaps with a Blinding Light. Actually committed for Chakra now. Chakra and Illuminate just gonna clear all the creeps all the time.
It's so annoying. So it's like, yeah, wise Bane is like, where am I meant to be? Do I just gate top and try and tri-lane up there? Because bottom lane is not inhabitable for me. And then you look up top and it's like, okay, Oracle is 1v2 zoning a Darkseer and Mirana on his own. What a sick spot to be in. 21 last hits on Necro, again, dragging into the large camp, as you talked about, accelerating that farm very quickly.
At least they managed to snipe out the big creep with the arrow, so Miranda can slow down the farm a little bit, and Darkseer looking to get whatever farm he can, but Oracle comes in with that Fortune's End, dispelling his Iron Shell, and Darkseer's like, please man, just let me farm. I just want to put Iron Shell on something.
I beg, let me cast my spell.
Leap on the Mirana.
Has a surge.
It's
now
surged,
but Fortune's End comes in. Surge off, out on cooldown. You're just dead. You've got no answer for that. You save your teammate and then you fall.
Mid lane.
And then steal the core in the mid lane battle. Xtreme very close to death. Both of them on the knife's edge. A little breeze would push them over, but 4-minute rune's going to spawn, and it's already Oracle guarding top. Troll position to take bottom. Xtreme stuck here with no refill.
Coming in.
And he might just die. There it is. Purifying Flames, Fortune's End, combo kill, double water rune. LGD 4-1, dominating every single lane.
Yeah, really amazing. That was so clutch that he came in there with that little rotation. The CS is actually looking very even on mid lane. 23-1 versus 21-3. But looking at experience after that death, level 5.5 versus not even level 5 yet.
Yeah, so is Troll meant to like crush this lane, or is this a later matchup kind of thing? Because they have the option of putting Necro there to just destroy it.
I think Necro would be a stronger lane against Ember in particular, but Necro is also just a hero that Yuma enjoys a lot. I know that I've seen him play it quite a bit this patch, and this is what the players wanted, I would assume. Honestly, either lane would have been pretty good for both the heroes.
Yeah. It feels more like we're aiming for minute 20 timing rather than we want a lane domination timing. And Thealacor in that bottom jungle, going to get nightmared, slept up, gobbled up. Another death on the Cottle. Lifestealer and Bane very thankful to get what scraps they can down here.
Yeah, and finding those kills before face boots as well. Face boots are on the way now for Lifestealer, but once he has that, it'll be easier for him to connect with his Bane and find those kills.
Starting to get pretty close to
At the same time, Centaur making his way towards Dominator, the classic build, gonna accelerate his farm.
And that's when you don't see him anymore. He goes jungle, his creep goes dragging waves and dragging them all the way to him. You just never get to touch him again.
Yeah. To touch more on the Troll versus Ember, like one of the nice things later on is going to be the fact that you can never really jump on top of Troll as Ember. You might just get rooted and that could spell the end of you in a team fight. It's very scary. And Troll has the luxury of being able to itemize counters as well. He can go Diffusal if he wants this game. That's a really annoying item. Or he could just go for more farm-oriented, like Specialist Array. I'm curious to see what he's going to do on Thompson. There's quite a few options.
When do we slot in an Aghanims? When do we slot in an Aghanims? Is Aghanims particularly good here?
It's great, yeah. It's a good Aghanims game. You can dispel the Searing Chains off yourself and remove Iron Shell, Flame Guard, Surge, a bunch of different stuff on the enemy. Yeah, it looks really, really good.
Not Fiend's Grip though, right?
Yeah, unfortunately not.
That would be so
Well, he can dispel that when he's level 25.
Well, Bach getting run at again. We're approaching 7 minutes here. We're in the 7th minute. Wisdom Shrine's about to pop up. LGD completely swarm this left side of the map, while the right-hand side, it's a Bane and Mirana looking at a Centaur. I wonder if LGD bring heroes over here to help Whisper, and it seems like the answer is currently no. Just going to go for the trade. He's watching them, though.
Doesn't look like they're doing anything there. And they are getting the top tower very early, though. Troll came in for some valuable help with the push, but Yuma is going to be the one finishing the tower. And this is going to be a super fast Radiance timing. He does miss the last hit, unfortunately. But 2.6k gold at 7 minutes. This relic is coming in early.
XM down to half health. And trying to wave over to these camps. Trying to get what he can. We've got a salve and a pretty full one to rely on, while deeper in the jungle, Whisper is being chased down. Bane, Mirana, and Lifestealer all the way down that right-hand channel. So they bring 4 heroes to kill off the Centaur, leaving the entirety of the map open. And you can see Theolicor scribbling the huge circle there, saying, hey guys, space.
I mean, they're doing a great job activating the 2 supports together, recognizing the top lane was a disaster, and just leave it, play the 2 supports together, and Shiro has also been just getting involved in these kills. Even before we saw the Mirana rotations. It's going to be Aghanim's first item, Thompson's build. It is a decent farming tool on top of just being good for fighting. The cooldown reduction, the mana cost reduction on your W and your E is really, really nice.
Yeah, it's a good ag game. Good item on the hero. Sam trying to hold on to his mid-tier 1. Currently under assault. Both of these dire support plus the troll within an illusion rune, so tanking through the majority of this tower damage. Glyph up. Thompson also has the chakra magic behind him. Can spam out the axes basically at will.
A bit of damage taken, but at least tower dropped fairly low. And with Oracle, could heal up again and re-go, but I think more likely just play the map, keep farming a bit.
Yeah, you've put it within threshold, like next catapult wave or 15 minutes in, just go for that tower easily. Lots of options for you. And they've already got wards prepped, like the double wards around mid, bottom rune spot, the dire ward that sees the Darkseer farming. A lot of intel there for LGD. That could lead to their moves. But here is the Centaur's move. Yeah, he's got his helm, he's got his creep. He's dragged a wave all the way to this deep, dank corner of the map where no one can touch him, creating a new lane for himself.
He's non-stop going to be using this just to farm. They're trying to get a valuable kill over on the Necro. Unfortunately, run into Oracle instead. Just going to go for the kill on him. But this is a gank tanked right there.
And a wall dropped on him.
Yeah, they put everything. A wall, a star in his head, arrow.
Yeah, freaking crazy stuff. Well, why doesn't get dusted? XM did, but they can't really chase the Ember Spirit. Again, this lack of lockdown could be a problem maker for LGD, as XM has quite a lot of freedom to dance in and out of fights, which he'll start to do here. Chip away at Yuma. Pretty low HP on the Necro, but a ton of sustain of his own and behind him. Lifestealer inside one of these Black Dragons, just holding on to this mid-tier 1 for as long as humanly possible. But LGD bring the numbers, knowing that Darkseer is kind of stuck up top. Centaur has a Stampede to join, can swing into mid if needed. And LGD have a catapult.
It's pretty costly for Vici to move that many heroes to defend. Gives a lot of space to the Centaur. And at the same time, Necro now can just swing back, finish up his Radiance. And while they're defending, the tower is dropping. Catapult got some more damage.
I love the fact that we go through this whole list during the draft of Kotl heroes. You know, the Ember, Bristle, Terrorblade, blah, 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 whatever it might be, all the spirits. And Troll Warlord never came to my mind, but my god, the double whirling axes with Chakra Magic is just infinite. It's actually infinite damage. You just non-stop spamming these guys.
Yeah, it's tons of axes. And that's already before he gets the Aghanims. With the Aghanims, it's going to be even more, even faster. Obviously, getting them instantaneously refilled. Radiance timing is absurd, 11 minutes.
Oh, wow.
And a few seconds. Lifestealer is pretty farmed in his own right. He's about to get his relic now, but he has the entire Talisman of Evasion to finish up as well. As he committed for phase boots and Necro went for the raw, just brown boots into Radiance. There's a little bit of a difference in commitment there.
Yeah, still a record breaker. A record break in time. You should have skipped the boots. You should have skipped the fluffy hat. Just go straight ready. And Thompson comes back in round 4 on this tier 1 tower. This time should be able to bring it down, bar a deny attempt from Vici Gaming, but that doesn't come. So Thompson clears out the tower and gets a double damage rune for his trouble. That's been quite...
2 towers open. Leaves this jungle hanging pretty loosely as well, so you don't have the tier 1s to support you anymore. It's open for Thompson to walk in and steal a little bit.
Just been a very, very clear dichotomy here of LGD feeling very comfortable playing through top and mid. 2 lanes plus, 1.5 jungles, while Vici Gaming, the only place they've found to play is this bottom lane, trying to hem Whisper back in the corner, getting Shiro really fat. And his lifestealer definitely going to hit his mark. The question is, can the rest of the team do it? Because the Darks here is in recovery mode. Ember Spirit starting to drag his heels a little bit behind the rest of the pack as well.
Well, Centaur stomps. It wants to live, but dies in the end to lifesteal, so 100 extra gold, and that means this creep wave will give him enough for the Radiance. So definitely no slouch. Gets the 13-minute timing.
Poor Bane's to level 5. 13 minutes in. He's got 2 wind laces, though.
You put 1 in the backpack so that people know that he knows that he has 2. He's like, I'm not unaware of it. I've done this myself.
It's like when someone said, your shoelace is untied. It's like, I know. I'm just waiting for the right place to stop and tie my shoes.
It's my choice to have them untied.
This looks cooler this way.
I'm just confused because normally you don't go Tranquil Boots on Bane. The double wind lace normally happens when you have some hero that's buying Tranquils and a bunch of wind laces. But yeah, he's just gonna run around with this wind lace, I guess.
That's a little odd. Oopsie-daisy. Thompson. Oh, hello. Gonna get nightmared, but why? Wrong side of the tracks.
You can't catch him. Double wind lace. Get away. Damn it.
Yeah, death comes for you all, whether you've tied your shoes or not. And King Jungles. He's going to deny the Invis rune. Thompson's going to catch up, and they see XM under the sentry. Zips through a remnant just a little off to the left, but there's that lack of disable. Improving itself. Difficult for LGD to kill him.
No reliable way to lock him down. And the Ember does have a Spirit Vessel, even though he hasn't had a very fun game so far. He's got the tools needed to start fighting. It's going to be a very good Spirit Vessel game as well against the heals coming in from Caudal and Oracle and Necro as well. Even the lifesteal from Troll ulti.
A slow and steady game can start to make things feel a little nicer for Vici Gaming. This Dark's here scaling, getting the farm he needs. Now he's not bottom of the net worth of the cause. He's caught up, top 3. And he's the kind of hero with a few items, which is very powerful.
You see how non-stop LGD are moving their 2 supports with the mid laner? Everywhere he goes, he has both of the supports behind him and playing with him. This is the kind of stuff that I want to see Vici do in their previous game.
Oh, the
roots,
net.
They're starting.
The roots.
Roche, he's yeeting.
You can't move. You're stuck and held in place. But that's an important point you make. The fact that both these supports, I mean, it's a walking fountain, right? Like, Thompson has infinite mana, infinite health, and invulnerability through his ult and False Promise. So he does infinite damage and can't die, and has infinite mana for his infinite damage. This trio just does everything. Except stun.
It does everything.
Except stun someone.
But you still can't TP out because it does have roots.
Yeah.
Multiple roots. Got the Fortress End, got the infinite roots coming out from Troll. And the Aghanim Scepter complete now. Puts him in a very good fighting position.
Yeah, starting to gap the Ember Spirit with about a 2k difference between the Troll and Ember now. That's when the difference starts to flourish. Not too much done to shut down Shiro. That's been an impossibility so far, so his tier 1 bottom still very safe. Lifestealer continues farming and rushes to the armlet after the Radiance. Sailor Core getting nightmared in the bottom jungle, though. Went on a dewarding mission. Oracle's walking across, maybe thinking about saving him, but I think you just leave your Cottle to die.
Yeah, it's a bit too deep. You don't want to be just a collateral damage there to that kill, so just run away. Get to the mid lane, and you have haste on Troll still, so quite likely LG are looking for a fight the moment they respawn on Caudal.
And Necro getting to play
By the way,
PvE.
during all this... Yeah. all these different moves happening, Darkseer's had a lot of time to farm up as well. He's recovered really well after laning stage. He's the second highest CS, 187. So net worth, he's looking pretty decent, sitting at 8.4k gold.
But Necro is the Hoover. He's vacuumed everything up. This Radiant Spirited Travel build is just so good. You know, jungle camp after jungle camp, push a couple of lanes, TP another side of the map. He's gone from 9k net worth to 11.5k in a matter of minutes. And now aggression into the bottom jungle from Topson again. Straight down here. Nightmare Arrow onto the Troll. Very tanky, but they've gone backstabbing in onto King Jungles. They catch the Oracle, so no more saves. Topson now under the wall, dealing with the Bane. Whispers arrive. Shiro chasing Thealacor with a 3-man vacuum drag back. They've opened the Lifestealer up to get a kill. Shiro can keep on chasing. Yuma doesn't finish off back. The Necro's now in trouble. He's trying to heal up and turn with Topson by his side, and Vici Gaming are going to respect that. Even though it's a 4v2, they know that the two are strong.
Yeah, I actually think LGD could maybe have kept fighting there. They back out in the end, but it looked pretty grim. No resources on Darkseer. The Ember had already used everything he had, and of course the Lifestealer, no HP, means it's pretty hard to armlet toggle against a Radiant's Heartstopper Necro. That's probably not going to happen. So I think they should be happy with the fight they got. Quite impressive. The little heal trick there with the Infest from Shiro. Shiro's had a very clean game so far. Been involved in 7 out of their 9 kills.
Still no deaths on Topson or Yuma, though. That's the big thing for LGD. Keeping these cores alive. They hold a lot of that net worth.
Yeah, it's not like they have an overwhelming amount of magic damage as well. Once this Necro gets big enough, it's going to get hard to counter him. You basically rely on the Nullifier, Lifestealer eventually to deal with him. But yeah, I do feel a little bit like LGD have a pretty nice late game scaling, since Troll is not going to be some random just fighting mid hero. He's going to become a traditional Troll eventually as the game progresses.
Yeah, he's no little, Parkour Storm Spirit. He's going to get there. And yeah, the fact that Yuma is going straight BKB into Heart.
I could not have guessed Rap's second item on the Troll. I mean, it's a good item, but I actually had no clue that it was going to be Ags into Raps as the build-up here.
As Topson, you expect Diffusal Blade, don't you?
I do. Topson at TI, I expected.
Yeah, expect Diffusal Blade. But yeah, a Necro having a Lotus from his Centaur, the save from the Oracle, the heal from this Cottle, the Chakra Magic, all that good stuff. Just going BKB hard. He knows he just has to tank up and withstand some of the spells.
Yeah, eventually you want to have the Heart on a carry Necro anyway, because the Aghanim Scepter is a nice component to add in later on. It's definitely not something you buy early game, because it does scale with your region, so you want a lot of it, but Heart enables that build.
So far, the main casualty in this game, pretty slow and steady one, 9 and 7 at 20 minutes. The main casualty has been Whisper's Helm Creeps, who've had about 8 of them die in his bottom right-hand corner, just sending them as fodder into the battlefield.
Yep, yeah, definitely. Those Dominator creeps live a tough life, can get brought down quite easily here. We have a Quelling Blade mission by Y. Look at Y, he's being so sneaky at the Bane, down in the bottom right. What are you up to? It's a Tormentor ward that he's placing so that they can see the enemy go for it. Cutting all the way in here to place this ward that sees the Torment. I've not seen this. This is so sneaky, man.
So cool.
What are you up to, I?
He's got a nice little move.
They bought the Quelling Blade for this. It's not like it's some Tree and Protector game where, he started out with a Quelling Blade.
I'm still trying to figure out what to do with that second Windlace. Like, would it not have been better to just sell it?
I would argue yes. But, maybe after his Aetherlands, he will then buy a Yule Scepter, and then he will have a reason to have... Yeah, he should have sold it. Yeah. I think so.
They can get Yules and Solar and Drums. Yeah, get all of them.
All those good items.
The Bongo Boots. He needs the Aetherlands as quickly as possible. And Shinkyu needs to get out of that top lane as quickly as possible. Fortune's End follows him. He'll send an arrow onto Yuma. That was his last leap, and he's going to get found by Thealacor. No chance of survival. Reaper Scythe going to find him. Yuma now dominating, and the chance to go Tormentor if they want to, but they don't head through the gate.
Yeah, they have really good vision on Vici for the gates, at least. That Tormentor ward we saw down bottom also have a ward up top, so they aren't aware of the movements. Ooh, but they're not aware of this one.
Now Shiro having to rage and run. He's got 3 calls chasing him. Jump into the Statter. Come on, Tormentor, get me out of here. Bane sleeps up the Necro, but he's going to hand his life over. And another jump from Whisper, finding an opening towards Shiro. That'll harass the Lifestealer out of this situation, but won't be able to net them a kill.
Pick off a support top, pick off a support bottom, baiting it out by going on Lifestealer. I think he probably did need the help from Bane there, because if he didn't sleep, then they could have kept chasing, and on the center stun, maybe get the kill on Lifestealer when he came out.
Oh yeah, I think
the support has to suffer.
Invaluable work being done by Y. Yeah, for sure, saving his life.
Ooh! The sneaky little arrow coming through.
Tried it.
Yeah,
and now they're like,
found some kills.
They're like, where is he? Can we try and find him? The counterplay is coming in for Vici Gaming. They see Theolicor, Keeper of the Light, 5 deaths to his name. I think that's 6. 6 out of 10 belong to that Kotl.
I mean, it's pretty good when your POS 1 and POS 2 haven't died a single time at least, but yeah, getting caught out a little bit. And good signs of life from Vici Gaming, who otherwise feel like they've been a little bit slow, but finding these kills brings them back in the game. The kill score looks good, 10-9, but then you look over to the goal difference, it's 5k lead for LGD.
It's that looming monolith of Necrophos farming as quickly as he possibly can.
He's gonna hit the power spike and then he's gonna decide to just go BKB might be it, or he will just say I want BKB plus Shivas, you know, wait for the next item. We'll see exactly what timing he was to punch it, but at some point he's gonna make his presence felt. He is an enormous force. And he does have to make his presence felt still, right? Like the troll will scale to some degree on mid lane, but Lifestealer is the strongest carry, like straight up traditional carry hero in this game.
I mean, maybe they're going for the Octopus strat. They've got 1 heart on the Necro. They're going to go for a 2nd one on the Centaur. Just wait for the 3rd heart.
On the Kotl.
Yeah, absolutely on the Kotl, yeah.
He needs it so he can tank the ganks better.
I mean, who else is going to buy it? If you're going for the Octopus strat, you need 3 hearts. Thompson's not doing it.
Crazy stuff.
King Jungle's not doing it. I don't know how many brains an Octopus has. It's like 9 or something.
Actually, their entire body kind of acts like a brain, right? Like they can think with their tentacles and stuff.
Yeah, I read something about that. It was like
they perceive.
They're like almost brains. They're like pseudo brains or something.
Yeah, they can make their own analysis of the terrain.
Funny little animals, clever creatures.
Welcome to Dota 2 and TI. This is where you tune in to learn random animal facts.
Yeah, of course, it's been like that forever. I mean, Bruno had the no leg strat. I'm going to bring the 3-heart octopus strat. I'm trying to keep the tradition alive.
That's very good. Ball we have a setup, but I think he might be setting up for a kill on himself.
Yeah, he's dead, isn't he? Super dead.
Yeah, it was ambitious. He didn't necessarily have anyone to combo with either. He just wanted to mess with Thompson. He wanted to sleep him to waste a little bit of his time, but now he's gonna waste his own time. Getting put on the bench. 20 seconds.
Yeah, gone for a while. Theolicor taking a ton of damage though. Lifesteal Illusion plus this Mirana with a long range damage.
Yeah, the Aghanim Scepter is already complete. You can see the damage coming in. I like that he went for first item Aghanims in this game.
Yuma.
You don't necessarily need to go for one item first.
Yuma is the icebreaker, the smoke breaker. Up at the front, arrow flies in, he clips onto Roche. Yuma tops in holding the line though, making sure there's no advance from Vici Gaming. And that's the majority of Moonlight Shadow now expended.
Yeah, it's awkward to back up, and now with the Radiance as well on these illusions, he can push out the side lanes, he can use them to scout a little bit. All while this is happening as well, Dominator creep, cutting bottom wave, tower damage coming in from the catapult. Vici in a very uncomfortable spot. Oh, I didn't see that. He went full nullifier as a second item, or well, third item, I guess, on Ember. That is a curious curious build. Obviously, against Necro, it's quite necessary. And then you have Oracle heals coming in as well. They can be dispelled.
It's a lot of expenditure, though, for like a very one-dimensional item.
He's the least farmed core, and he went for the nullifier. Basically, he made a big concession to his own build, and he's also the poorest on the map. So it makes it difficult for him to feel confident. No BKB, no Aghanims for that extra range in initiation.
And it feels like a very much
necessary. Someone had to buy it.
Yeah. Just like someone had to buy the third heart. Someone had to buy the nullify. But it's very much a here and now item as well, right? Like, this is an item to play this next team fight, get an advantage, contest this Roshan, get into the pit. They drop the wall, but Yuma once again face tanks the entirety of the Vici Gaming side, and Roche is about to fall. They back them back in towards the wall, but Thompson making short work of the Roche in the pit. XM going to try and slight spam, scout them out. Shiro steps up, Roche about to die, and we're going to get the Aegis for Yuma as he steps into the pit, but BKB going. Vici Gaming cannot get in there. Can't stop the Roche take. Yuma grabs the Aegis, and now the Stampede forward. They're going to sprint into action. Straight up, Slay wide. Theodore has been killed, though, by XM and Shiro, and Yuma's losing a lot of his health. Nullified and killed off, munched on by Shiro. No, he's not. He's stayed alive with a save out. Gets into the Shroud. False Promise comes up. He was a hit away from death, but Vici Gaming couldn't finish him.
Yeah, it was close, but they don't want to overcommit. They know they can get punished if they go a little bit too aggressively. That Fortune's End can come in aggressively instead from Oracle, locking them in place. I think it was probably better to just back out. They still are missing one very key item, and that's that Eye of Skadi. Lifesteer is trying to go Eye of Skadi with a combination of Nullifier on Ember. They'll have their Necro solutions, but with Aegis in hand, I think you still have to wait out 4 minutes as well. That's 4 minutes that LGD are definitely going to look to press the advantage.
But it's also like you are all in, all eggs in one basket, itemizing to deal with the Necro. And it kind of feels like you're ignoring this Thompson troll.
Yeah, it's a problem that will come as he's going for his first real DPS item next. He's going Mjolnir as his next item. We'll give him all the attack speed he wants, and also getting those procs will be very good. And you're right. Eventually, he will become a right-click core. He just has to be careful not to have a repeat of what happened in that fight. If he presses ulti and Darkseer presses ulti on top of him, he just gets stuck killing his own illusion over and over, and you don't have any choice. You're just standing there. And it actually hurts. You lose a lot of HP for every illusion that spawns on top of you, right?
Yeah, well, we've seen the clips where you get stuck on top of the high ground, you know, on a cliff top or something, and the wall just keeps, you kill the illusion, more illusions spawn, taking more damage, dying. Nothing you can do. LGD, 4K lead, not massively substantial. It's been hovering around that point for the majority of this game. Still have their hands on this Aegis, which was a big deal to keep Yuma alive in that fight, having the second life so they can keep levying this advantage to apply pressure into this top lane. It has come out at the same time as Shiro's Skadi, though. And he's going to go forward onto Yuma, and Necro doesn't seem to particularly care. Creeps being farmed under each other's noses, but Shiro's going to need some backup here. They throw the Reaper's Scythe, they try and catch him pre-rage, but Shiro is able, with the help of the vacuum back into the wall, deal with Thompson and Yuma. Troll pretty low, doesn't want to recommit now, and LGD... I walked into a dangerous position. Thankful they don't lose anybody. Vici Gaming standing their ground.
LGD messed up a little bit, or Whisper messed up a little bit. He accidentally stomped the ground before they went high ground there. I heard the stomp and looked over to see where it was, but he must have pinged that he had it ready or something and accidentally stomped the ground.
That's what it was. Yeah,
it wasn't like he was about to blink in.
Reaper's Scythe seemed a little bit odd, but that makes sense if Whisper was trying to get on top of him.
Yeah, he may have fumbled that one a little bit, but it's okay. They have time to reset. Also, once Whisper gets the Aghanim Scepter, he can put the Oracle in the cart. Keep the Oracle in the cart, and he can ulti anyone else. There you go. The double saving strat.
There's layers to it. Yeah, double invulnerability.
Just gonna have this healing man on my cart riding around. You always think of the cart bringing death and destruction. What if it just brings green and happiness and some healing?
Oh, yeah. You're gonna put the monk into the Cobra car. Just walolo.
Yeah. It is the reign of serenity.
Blue and white stripes on the Centaur cart. Walolo. To turn someone onto their side. The healing man has arrived. Oh shit.
It's the perfect strat.
Rogan. Yeah, you're screwed now.
That was actually one of my plans for the voice lines for this year, to just do start the game already for the bosses.
Wood, please. Wood, please. Go.
Dude, they were so ahead of their time. AoE 2, what a game.
So good. The original chat wheel lines. Oh, incredible.
They were.
11, 11, 11.
30 seconds on the Aegis timer now, and I think Vici Gaming honestly weathered the storm of the Aegis extremely well. They actually had like a negative power play with the Aegis, I think. In terms of gold difference, I think they recovered. So that's super impressive from them.
Yeah, it's gone from like 6 or 7k down to 3k. It's crazy. Darkseer accelerating, getting all the farm he wants. Lifestealer up there with 22k
third 6 or 7 this stream. I'm gonna have to report you there, Gareth.
I'm not
too much.
I'm actually not. I did one of them intentionally, and the rest.
You halt yourself right now.
It is verbal diarrhea. I have no control over the matter. I see the numbers 6 and 7, and it just spills out. 11-11. It's the time on the clock. A kill score up on the board. We're 32 minutes in. So far, neither team really budging. Just trying to farm into this late game with real giga items. We've got the Aghanim Centaur. We've got this BKB Heart of Trash Shiver's Guard on Yuma's Necro, working on Manta style next. Thompson's
an overwhelming
item.
blink coming in on Whisper as well. That's going to be an interesting one once he gets that. Being able to cancel the Blink Dagger. Mirana, Darkseer, both have their own blinks. I'm sure Lifesteer is thinking about a blink after replacing his face boots as well. Does Thompson have the full Mjolnir? Yeah.
He does, yeah.
Full
double damage bottled up too.
That still needs the BKB eventually if he wants to be a traditional right clicker, so he queues it up as the next item. Level 20 is reached, but needs level 25 to be fully safe against the Fiend's Grip. It's such a quality of life talent. Strong Dispel on Battle Trance just kind of counters Bane, doesn't it?
That's incredible. Just hard counter everything. So Ember Spirit got this nullifier, and then is this Yule Scepter? I'm trying to figure out what he's progressed into. Yule Scepter's new? Yeah, he got the Ags
is new. Yeah, Yule's, so Spirit Vessel into Yule's, into Nullifier, into Ags. This is build order. And going Shard into BKB next. He's basically going back for the stuff that he wishes he had.
Yeah.
And so far, you could say that, oh, this Nullifier hasn't really achieved anything. They haven't gotten kills on Necro because of it or anything, but I feel like it was a deterring item. If he didn't go Nullifier, I think they may have gone run over earlier, and LGD have given respect to their fighting potential because he had Nullifier.
Makes sense, yeah. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Scythe of Ice up this Keeper of the Light, though. That's a big one. If they can get that catch on Lifestealer pre-rage, this time they've got the disables to do it. And they're hunting. Moving into enemy ancients, smoke up, Bane in smoke break position, but they see the Lifestealer first. There's the Scythe of Ice, straight in with the damage, hexed up Shiro. He tries to come back out with the rage and the vacuum wall onto 3. There's just no follow-up, is there? That's a nifty little move, but it's Shiro and Y just dying.
Such a clean rotation. Letting Kato go early as well, make sure that he is one of the first ones to go up that ramp, so you have the hex to start. And they're cutting the side lanes now, putting all the pressure they can. With troll damage, you can actually push pretty fast despite having a Necro carry.
True.
One of the concerns of the Necro carry is you don't have building damage, but look at your mid laner. It's Thompson.
It's incredible. Oh, it's glorious. Backed up again. Oracle and Kotl, the perfect backline fog support, just waiting for their moment. Yeah, to try not to feed your buildings away to the troll who sits on your high ground. Chipping away at the bricks and mortar. You can vac back all you want, but there's 30 seconds with no Lifestealer. Fortunately, there are tier 2s on the side lanes, but that's just going to be another port of call for LGD to swing in there and kill off some more objectives.
Some very, very quick punish, and Poor Shiro, man. He has had a really good game so far, but he gets caught out of position a little bit there, and the Hex just means that there's no chance he will live.
Q trying to do what he can, split pushing waves with his Aghanim, his Arrow, Starstorm business. TP's back to base,
Also,
but can't really cut out or deal with top.
We can see that Necro now is about to finish up the item, the Aghanims, which really is the final nail in the coffin in this item build. Once you get that, the damage amplifies so much. The moment you get any kill in a team fight and pop maybe your Ghost Shroud, you start becoming this super radiance that just burns everything around you. So he will be dishing some serious damage.
So if the Aghanims is a nail and Necro's item build is the coffin, who's the corpse? Yep. Who's the stiff? Who's the one sat in the coffin? Who's the guy who's been...
obviously.
Yeah, it's Lifestealer, isn't it?
He's an animated corpse walking around here.
What was his lore again? He's in a prison with a wizard and they joined souls or something. The wizard was like, let me take your body.
There was that amazing short film contest video that explained it. I think that one was beautiful. Also, where are short film contests, Gareth?
I don't know. But we've got a smoke here. Vici Gaming trying to put together a short little highlight reel. If they can get a single team fight going, they'll have one clip for it. 37 minutes in, they're looking, but yet again, we have this exact same situation where Vici Gaming make a big sweeping smoke move and they just have the wrong read on the map. It's not been their day. Maybe they can still connect though. With the Moonlight Shadow and the vision on Thompson, they see the troll, but he immediately pops the axes, dispels any business off, walks it off. It's perfectly fine.
They basically need to see the Oracle, right? They need to get on the back line. I said it early that this draft wants to get on the back line, punish the back line. We haven't seen it in any of the fights. They do have the Ember Aghanims now, so it's possible to get in there, but it's not so easy. Blindly jumping forward is risky.
But you need to contest this.
Auto Hex.
Roshan alive, and Thompson is straight onto the objective. Another smoke from Vici Gaming tries to put them in another good advanced position, but the Dire have the vision advantage, the positional advantage, and this 11k lead helps out tremendously. Start with the Remnant over the bow of the Roche Pit. Some slight chains, an arrow flies in, but straight through the Eye of the Needle there as Ember Spirit, he zips over the back line. They've got a decent initiation with the Darkseer, but the Troll just turns, roots up the Ember, Yules in the sky, but the Scythe will follow. They've chain disabled XM up, while Theologor slips away from danger. Whisper comes out with a car. Necro drops. And now Thompson might be in trouble. He's got Lotus put on him, and XM's going to buy back. They want to make a meal out of this fight. Thompson's going to BKB, trying to sprint away from danger, but Shiro hot on the chase. Straight into battle, looking at this Troll Warlord as a tasty morsel. He's got the false promise on him. The Yules into Yules. Everyone sends skyward, but Thompson's in a 1 versus 5, and he's not winning that fight.
Oh my god, and it finally happened. What needed to happen, XM realized, okay, I'm just gonna jump in, sends beautiful triple Remnant forward, buys a lot of time, reveals the entire enemy positioning, cancels all the blink daggers. Absolutely insanely important that he jumps in like that, and that isolated the poor Necro. Oracle normally blinks forward to save Necro, but could not really get in there this time. What a monumental fight. Seeing that again, look at this. He triple Remnants around. Beautiful 4-man vac wall. And they chased down the Oracle, who had to protect himself. And that left the Necro completely alone.
Yeah, we saw there. Observer pulled up the death recap. A 5-second grip just held him in place as he got slaughtered. And once your Necro's gone, the backline is broken. You don't have that layering anymore. That hierarchy and tier system no longer exists. Thompson is just left alone without anybody to support him. That's false promise.
XM dropping voice lines now as well in the game, feeling themselves, getting that confidence, ever so crucial.
That's what they've been missing.
Yeah.
Maybe now they've found a little bit of it.
And for the first time in this entire game, they're about to nullify the network lead that LGD have and bring it back to possibly a network lead for themselves. 3k behind, 2k behind. It's closing. With them stuck in their base, they're not doing too much right now.
They're starting on Shiro, though. Oh, they just take him out of it. Age is gone. Why in trouble? I mean, that net worth lead, he went for a wave too many. They didn't respect the respawn timers. He's going to get the infest into the Darkseer and sprint away. Thankful for the back Darkseer to be nearby for the Uber home.
Okay, bit too much of the confidence. Bit too much. Walking high ground when all 5 enemies are alive and they have a hex, you know? Or all 4, I guess.
From one extreme to the other, it's like no confidence, what are you doing? Into too much confidence, what are you doing?
Listen, if I was a lifestealer with Aegis, I would also feel like, you know, the world's my oyster. But now he's a lifestealer without Aegis, so that should keep his ego in check, Gareth.
I should do. You can imagine so.
Oh no, he just got a BKB. Never mind that. Now ego is massive again. I'm unkillable.
Can't be touched. LGD's still going to gather up and try and play down these side lanes and get the tier 2s, which they are still yet to assault. Things can get a little bit awkward though, like when Roche dies, Aegis is like immediately claimed. What are you fighting for on the map right now? It's like just map space. Looking for these little scrappy team fights, a smoke maneuver here. Like it gets way more squiggly in terms of approaching your next move.
You're mostly fighting for the triangle control, right? Whoever wins fights, whoever is more dominant, can usually invade the enemy triangle, deward it, control it, and then you pin your opponent in base. So it's less so about getting something on the map, but more so about being on the map. But we are going to see one of those smokes to try and find a way to get the advantage. I wonder if Lifesteer should also get rid of his Radiance and just make a second Nullifier, because honestly having 2 of them is not a bad deal right now. There's Yule Scepter, Aeon Disc, there's the Ghost Form, and a whole lot of different reasons you would want one.
That could be good, especially with this timing where they've got multiple BKBs. You know, Rage BKB, Lifestealer, Ember's just finished his, and Darkseer doesn't have one, but he's got Greaves Shiver's Pipe, so he may as well have a BKB. And he does have one queued up for his next item too.
Meanwhile, Thompson is building towards Satanic as his next item, so in a roundabout way with the Aghanims first and getting the wraps, which now are long gone. He has sold them and moved on. He's gone back to being basically a traditional hard carry build.
Yeah, if you look at this build, you just take a screenshot of it and say what hero, when, and how. That's Troll Warlord, 40 minutes in the game. From position 1. Never be able to tell it's mid-troll.
Yeah, looks very normal. Gets level 25, and without a second of decision making, he picks the left talent. It's super obviously the better one here, even if you do have Aghanim Scepter. The other talent is kind of cute though. With the piercing talent, he can dispel the flame guard through the BKB of the Ember and stuff. There's some funny stuff you can do.
Great, yeah. The Dispel is just so high impact, though.
Yeah, Dispel is good, but Fiend's Grip is better. Yeah. Of course, Bane does have the Ether Lens and Aghanim Scepter. The cool thing about that is it pierces Lotus Orb. So Bane can ulti someone who's Lotus Orb. It's kind of weird. I don't feel like it should work that way, but last I tested at least.
It's like 3 individual guys doing it?
Yeah, but even if 3 individual guys do it, shouldn't it return the Fiend's Grip on every single one who casts a single target spell, you know? But the other ones don't cast the Fiend's Grip. They just exist and are gripping already when they spawn in. So they don't actively cast it. I think they made it that way because they used to cast it and then Kanda was broken on Bane. People went Kanda and the illusions dealt the Kanda damage.
God.
So I think the janitor removed that coding, but that made it so that Lotus Orb also doesn't stop it. Yeah, it's complicated. It's a whole topic, but bottom line is he should be able to Fiend Script someone even if they have Lotus Orb on them.
Good. His clones don't spawn in until after or something. There's some funny stuff going on there. Tormentor, going to be an easy one as Thompson grabs the shard, but look at where Vici Gaming are currently nestling. Smoking all the way to top. The lane already pressured and Yuma showing. They try to start in there with the grip. He got off the BKB and the Shroud, so he's going to be fine. Cart alongside, and XM far too deep. Reaper's side claims his life. Now Shiro and Y on the run under Midnight Shadow. The umbrella of safety gives them that cover of invisibility, but Y not going to be so lucky. Does get scouted, Cyclone, and slain. And 3 kills in a row there for LGD with 100 seconds, no Ember. A nice window opens for them to run down a lane.
Teolikor is putting in some work with his Hex. It's just punishing the Ember over and over. Gets caught by the Hex. The follow-up is always there. They have good follow-up in the team. That was perhaps a little bit ambitious to kill the +1 carry Necro inside his own base when the enemy team has Oracle. Like, you know, I get trying to force the BKB out of Necro, but full committing to this fight is a bit insane.
Wild, yeah. Very eager to go and get some kills there. Is this potentially mega creeps? Like 70 seconds still without this Ember Spirit.
They have tier 2 bottom, so they're gonna take top lane, and I think they will have to forfeit that. Then the question is, do they try and poke for the tier 4 damage as well? We'll see what Topson is feeling like.
And they don't have time to like cut bottom wave, set up the creeps. I guess it's a little bit too far out.
Not for that time. They could backdoor it though. They could go and take the tier 2 tower, but they won't high ground before Ember respawns.
That's a little rough. Instead, just go claim this top lane of barracks. Now 2 lanes ahead, and a long line is drawn there saying, yeah, cut and cover. Make sure you encircle that top area, and I'll shove in bot as the Necro.
I like the choice of Centaur to go for the refresher as well. Paired up with his Aghanim Scepter and his ulti. I mean, he's just making everybody speedy non-stop. And a hero like Lifestealer suffers from being kited quite badly. It's one of the worst feelings as Lifestealer is when you're really farmed, really strong, and then you try to DPS someone and they just all run away from you. So I'm not sure how they are meant to take the fights now. Basically, Fiend's Grip is instrumental here to their success.
Yeah, kind of wish that Darkseer had a Hex, or yeah, the Abyssal Blade Lifestealer, like something was there to give that additional bit of help.
Oh no. Oh, the Observer just pointed out something big there. The Wind Waker as well, the Caudal.
Oh,
he's already been
on
a
that.
thorn in Ember's side, and now, yeah, long-range Wind Waker gonna be amazing.
So whoever gets gone on gets saved by like 3 different things, and then whoever goes on that target is going to get hexed and scythed. That's scary for Vici.
I like that King Jungles has a pair of wraps now. I had to double check the tag if it was Topson Soul Rags that he got. They've been handed down. Yeah, this is reminding me of my childhood. It's like, oh, new pair of jeans. How old are they? Like 11 years, but they're new.
Oh, hello, big jump. Oh, Whisper, he's found Shiro. That's the big target. Kill the Lifestealer. No, the vacuum back to high ground. Puts Whisper on a pedestal. Shiro's still going for it, but he's got to run. Can't stand and fight against Yuma. He'll try and save him with the Infest into back as LGD came in swinging. Real hot initiation from them, and that's Vici Gaming spending a lot to defend and still losing a life.
Yeah, that's super painful. They do still have the BKB on Lifestealer, something they managed to keep through that fight, mostly because he wasn't able to do anything. But another good pickoff for LGD. And they look so dominant in these fights. I don't even know where to start. Like, when you see a 5-man lineup go in, you look for who you can go on, who you can break, right? Where's the weakness? But nothing looks weak.
That's a really strong, like, daisy chain of heroes all playing together. Very tight-knit group. Everyone's on the same page, and the swiftness of that initiation just catching Vici off guard.
Yeah, the only fight that LGD or Vici really dominated was the one where they managed to create chaos by flying over everybody with the Ember. They need something like that, like a miracle fight.
They need the Dam Busters, they need some SAS parachuters. Like, they legitimately need to hot drop in behind, right? They can't go through the trench warfare of getting past the Centaur Necro Troll. They've got to get past the barbed wire by just trying to just drop into the back somehow.
Lifesteal can do that. You just drop him in. Ember jumps in with a Lifesteal Infest and just drop him somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I think they have to go for some crazy, like, no vision blind play, Infest in Ember, and just go for it. Like, all caution to the wind.
One ward. They're playing under this one ward right now. They know the D ward is coming. But go to LGD, they bring everybody.
I mean, they're on Topson here. The grip and back, but the save comes in. Topson is invulnerable. Ember Spirit trying to get in the back lines, but the front is being marauded by this Necrophos. Yuma and Whisper have dealt with back nicely, but he's not been killed just yet. Moonlight Shadow gives him the cover, while Topson mano-a-mano with Shiro. No one coming out the victor in that duel, but Yuma's going to join in, helped by King Jungles to send Shiro back, while the rest of the team just soft reset, looking at this bottom lane as the place they want to slowly shove in towards the Radiant base.
Ember used all his resources to try and kill a support, but the 2 supports are just unkillable. Between the Oracle and the Caudal, they were just laughing at him. They had 3 healing Lotuses, size large, and they have their own healing as well, and he just could not do anything to them. Yeah, even the Aeon Disc on Oracle is unbroken as all his efforts were onto the Keeper of Light, but he got kited.
3 Lotuses size large. Sounds like Big Smoke's order from GTA. 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra deer burns. And 3 greater healing Lotuses. Yeah, thank you very much. And a large soda.
They should get some more. They have the cheese with that as well.
Well, they're readying to go high ground. Vici Gaming don't particularly want to take LGD's order right now. 27k net worth lead. Aegis Troll, Refresher Shard Necro, and Thompson just going to waltz up high ground, step up by the tier 3 and start on it, which forces Shiro to make a move, already spending the rage, while Thompson says, cool, I'm going to get healed back to full by my Illuminate and Purifying Flames behind me.
Yep, non-stop just dealing damage. They're trying to shove him away, but it's not that easy.
Yeah, it doesn't get hit by the shivers.
Here.
The banner is there for the catapult. And Shiro, with the help of the Hex, doing a bit of chip damage to Thompson, making sure life isn't super comfortable.
Yeah, they're doing some damage, but that Hex, I think, is needed for the catch as well, so anytime it's on cooldown, they can't punish.
It might look weird, you know, Troll and Lifesteal are going at it head-to-head, but the immediate jump, Whisper, straight onto the Bane, looking for that easy target, carting up and chasing into Y. Reaper's Scythe going to finish him off as he dies and buys back. The wall was dropped on Thompson here. Battle trancing up and dealing with illusions as
all the illusions.
Faces off against Shiro. The Lifestealer is losing out in this one. The Troll just comes out on top. You have to buy back his Lifestealer, and Thompson gets handed the Refresher Shard, so he has another Battle Trance if he wants it. They'll walk past the wall. XM onto King Jungles, looking at the Oracle, but he's still got False Promise. He'll save himself. Yuma's dead, though. Bark and Shiro able to deal with the Necrophos. Thompson on the run. Aegis still in hand, but that gets claimed now. Vici Gaming with a number of buybacks have defended their base and they're looking for any further damage, but XM gets shredded. Shiro now stuck between Whisper and Yuma while the Troll, Thompson goes onto Y. You can't stop this man. He runs past the banner. You can cyclone him all you want. While Shiro and XM trying to run the back lines, Thompson just owns the front. You zip into him. You've got to be careful of getting rooted up. Whisper with another blink stop. Shiro, the help of the vacuum. Maybe he can do enough here to Yuma with a nullifier. But LGD are just running left and right, kiting back and forth, looking for target after target. But Vici Gaming have kited this out for long enough. They've kept their cores alive. Even with the buybacks they had to spend, the trouble being, it's not just their barracks that are falling. The tier 4s and the throne in that mid lane are crumbling. The entire base is in disarray.
And Troll has double ulti available. He waited long enough that his ulti is back and still has the Refresher Shard as well.
That's sickening.
You cannot go on him. You have to kill the Necro who used his buyback.
You punch him.
Try the Troll.
First life still there. He stayed alive thanks to the cart, and now he's battle tranced up onto XM, the dieback of the Ember Spirit. Fingers caught in a cookie jar as he tried to go too deep in there, and now Vici Gaming at 3 versus 5 in their base, trying to deal with a Trollson, but Whisper's blink stun, gonna catch them off guard. Shiro dead and GG called. LGD do it in game 1.
The Finnish Troll is too strong, and I mean, he said, give me Troll, 5-1 and 16, a very clean performance by him. Absolutely had massive impact in this game, but overall, I'm more impressed by LGD. Like, with the stand-in to play as well as they're doing, it's so super impressive. Very, very cohesive gameplay. Their support duo knew what they were doing together with Thompson as well all game long, and overall, their draft just played really nicely, right? The Necro was so uncontested this game.
I mean, Thompson is such a trendsetter, you know, meta definer. He's no slave to the meta. He creates his own heroes. He creates his own lanes. And he's the guy with the mustache that everyone else is trying to copy as well, looking real hot while doing it. Incredible, stellar gameplay out of Thompson.
Everyone wants to be like him. He's, you know, he's what Miracle used to be a long time ago. Everyone wanted to be a Miracle, but Thompson, you know, it's inspiring to watch him play these different heroes and absolutely make it happen. So, yeah, super impressive to see the Troll pick, not a hero that was on anyone's radar, I think, for this game.
I'm watching some of these highlights back, and there were chances for Vici Gaming, and it's nice to see that this game they did actually, you know, rally around Shiro. There were some decisive moves being made and called. I just felt like they didn't have that, you know, that extra bit of oomph that LGD had with their draft.
Yeah, no, there were moments when they did look like they were gonna turn this around entirely, but then that move to the high ground, right? I think back to the move with the Aegis where Lifesteal just walked to the tier 3 tower, lost the fresh Aegis.
The mid lane one, yeah.
Like, yeah, not even like the Aegis was about to time out. And this was his first death. This was earlier, getting picked off by the Hex reveal of the Caudal. Teal'c just played a massive game as well. Just super impressive stuff from the Caudal.
Yeah, first pick Caudal showing why this hero has been such a priority through the past 12 months of pro play. Incredible hero. And definitely up there in terms of broken/busted in the right hands. And then we had Whisper just carting away, allowing Topson free reign to do whatever he wanted. And this was the good fight for Vici Gaming, being able to chase thanks to XM.
Yeah, XM, he gave his life in this fight, bought back into it as well to just overwhelm and overpower the side of LGD, and sent them packing, sent them running. They even bought back the Oracle, but still lost this fight handedly. So this was absolutely amazing, but on the back of that, they got the Aegis and then just kind of whiffed it, threw the chances away, and this attempt high ground was also undisciplined, I have to say. Like, if Necro was maybe 10 seconds out on the lane, like he was farming out in the open, sure, jump him. But inside his own base, you have to expect that there's going to be a quick counterplay.
Topson. Incredible stuff. Yuma on this Necro also showing the acceleration he can have given a free lane. It's just funny moments like this where you've got Lifestealer and Troll just hitting each other for like 30 seconds, nothing happening. And then everyone's so tense, waiting for that moment. A little bit of vision, a little bit of intel. And you have these snappy moves. Trio Centaur jumps in one way, another hero Ember jumps in the other way, and Troll and Lifestealer are still just hitting each other.
You know what happened there, actually? Troll, for the first bit of the duration, was hitting different illusions of himself that spawned from the Darkseer wall, but eventually, Lifestealer got a little bit too close, and when the illusion died, Troll locked onto Lifestealer, and the moment that happened, he wins that battle. Yeah. So, yeah, unfortunately, Lifestealer doesn't do too well against the Troll. It was picked into it, so unfortunately, you know, didn't work out that well for him this game. I think the lane was good, I think the idea was good, but there was maybe too much time where they weren't able to jump the backline in the early game.
Some magic in the making. And both these teams 2-2 heading into this series. LGD now with the 1-game lead in a best-of-3, looking for that third series win if they can follow through on it. But yeah, you've been bringing up the fact that this is LGD with a stand-in. You know, they've been scribbing, practicing, playing, winning tournaments with their previous roster, looking very good, then having to make that last-minute drastic change, bringing in a two-time TI winner and an ex-pro, technically, who hasn't been playing at this highest of levels for a while. Okay, his pubs, his stream, yes, very good, but you drop him into a TI-level team like this and he slots in beautifully, the guy hasn't missed a trick. Yeah, you have kids, you start a family, you have a life, you stream, you play some games. He is sharp as ever, man.
Yeah, Topson, I mean, he's one of the best to ever do it. Natural talent doesn't even start when it comes to Topson, and then you have the fact that he's still, even though he has a lot of other stuff going on, you know, with starting his family and all that, he still plays a lot. He plays a ton of games. He's high ranked. He's a very sharp player still, so slotting him in like this is no big business for him. It's just Dota as usual.
Business for everyone else, right? The other 4 players have to work around him a little bit, and Caps as well, the coach, making sure that the stand-in is comfortable. It's, you know, definitely props to the coaching staff and the other players, making sure that Topson has had an easy ride. Yeah, smooth everything out, make sure it's all clean and tidy.
Yeah, they're making the most out of him. And that's nice to see as well. They understand the power of what they have in the stand-in. Instead of trying to force exactly what they were doing before, forcing exactly the same picks or forcing the meta, they're just understanding that, okay, let's play to our strengths. And our strength now is this. So yeah, cred all over the place for LGD. I didn't think they would be able to make this quick adjustment going into TI, but these players showing why they're so experienced players. All of them, honestly, on this roster have, you know, quite a few tournaments under their belt.
Right, that's enough glazing of Topson and LGD. It's still game 1 of a best-of-3, potentially 2 more games to come. We'll find out how it all pans out, because Vici Gaming, some stutters in the early stages of this group stage, not looking particularly good, but this game, even though it was a loss, it still felt like that, like light at the end of the tunnel, you know, silver lining to a cloud kind of thing, where you're thinking, okay, this was actually better than what we've seen previously. Time for improvement, potentially. Hopefully, during the break, they can sort things out and head to a game 2. We'll see you in a bit.
KJ, aka King Jungles, how are you doing today? Good to see you.
I'm doing fine.
So obviously, there's a big story ahead of this TI for your team. Everybody was worried about, oh my God, what's going to happen? And now you've got Topson standing in. Talk to me about that situation. How have you handled it? How are you coping as a team? How's it been?
So I'm very happy that we managed to get a very good standing. Like no one doubts how good he is, and he's very experienced, and I think this can help us a lot. Like wondering to see what he can help us with, like what he's been through, you know?
Yeah.
Like how he felt going there and playing the super hype games, super final games, things like this. I hope he can be more than just a good button presser, and he can be someone who can give us things that he learned from the past.
Yeah, bring a lot of experience to the team as well, right?
Yeah.
What about your season overall prior to TI? How's it been? Have you enjoyed it? You've been happy with how it's gone?
So our season prior TI, like I can say about the one good thing, I think, like was the Blast tournament that we played. We got second place.
Yeah.
I feel like that was the one tournament that I can say we didn't have any problems. So I can see the potential of our team when everyone wants to win.
Other than Blast, what has been a highlight for you this season building up to TI? What's been something you're like, this has been great, we're moving in the right direction?
I feel like the highlight for the season would be the addition of FCR, our assistant coach, to the team. I think that since our coaching staff, like Cafurtado, he's very focused on drafts, and we were like lacking a little bit on macros and how we should play together as a team. And after we got him, FCR, we became so much better on that. And we got lucky also that he's a specialist on many of the heroes that are on the patch. So for example, Lone Druid and Necro. Yuma right now, he's like one of the best Necros, one of the best Lone Druids, if not the best in the tournament because of him. And we as a team, we learned so many things about macro. So I feel like this was our highest thing in the year. He joining in made us such a better team.
You're saying FCR's come in, he's teaching you Necro, he's teaching you Lone Druid. What have you been doing as a team to focus mentally on this tournament, to sort of hone in and get ready for it?
The biggest thing that like we were learning through this year was like when we saw the teams that were doing the best, they had like a very scripted way of playing, which we didn't really like. We were very mad dogs, you know, just doing some freestyle and eventually outplaying the enemy. But at some point it gets very hard to outplay very good players, and we're trying to mix both of them. And it's sometimes it feels good, sometimes it feels bad to go against our instincts. But I feel like that's the biggest thing we're working on, is like doing an effort as a team to be on the same page and work and do the right things together in the game.
Every single TI that you've played, you've finished at a higher position the next year. So you've done better and better every time you've played. What are your hopes for this TI? Obviously, you're going to say that you'd like to win it, but what would you consider a successful TI?
It just reminded me that once Puppy did an interview that he said like, I got 4th in this TI, then I got 3rd, then I got 2nd, so next one, and then like he didn't quite, I don't know, like something bad happened, so I don't want to go in that way. I don't want to say things like this. Of course, I have hopes to go in deep, but right now, my hopes is playing my best Dota, getting to the playoffs, and to answer the question, if I could break the SA record, it would make me happy.
KJ, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me. Best of luck on the tournament. We look forward to seeing how you guys do.
The Dota never stops. It keeps on coming. More action on our screens momentarily as we get ourselves prepared for Vici Gaming versus LGD Gaming. Game 2 of this best of 3 as they're both 2-2 in the Swiss stage for TI 2026. Game 1 went the way of LGD. The Chinese org with a nice mixed roster against the Chinese org with the full Chinese team, Waga.
Yeah, and I feel like there was definitely a big curveball thrown there, as we expect in every game with Thompson, but this troll pick really made Vici react a lot, change their itemizations, change their builds, and I think it threw them off their usual timing a little bit too much. The Ember going for that nullifier adaptation, like I said, maybe it's necessary, but it did take away the initiation that he normally provides with Aghanim Scepter Rush, and LGD just got to scale too much in that game. They got really, really big, and eventually those backline supports who had such a good game, they just had massive impact. Theodore with countless saves and impacts.
Yeah, we've already got one of the supports already banned. Vici Gaming have the first pick this time around, so respect to themselves. LGD say, no Kotl, we can't have it, you can't have it, while Vici Gaming go down a similar route, banning Necro and Centaur, two of the heroes that were victorious for LGD in that previous game.
Yeah, Necro is being played all over. Was just chatting with you before we went live here that Necro is being played. You know, we had it earlier today. We had it in 2 other streams going on right now. We got it in the OG series against the GamerLegion. It's everywhere. Necro is a very, very strong hero. Being banned out. This does mean that they're leaving stuff like Lone Druid, but perhaps they recognize that, okay, we could leave it. I know that Shiro can play it really well, though, but I guess maybe he doesn't want to.
Well, first pick is the Hoodwink. The most popular hero the past couple of tournaments. Currently, during this group stage, 40 games, 40 picks, 19 wins, 21 losses. So pretty close to that 50-50, but it has looked very good just as the solid, stable position 4 or flex to 5, depending on what kind of lane matchups you've got.
Yeah, it also pairs so naturally into so many different heroes. Sure, Centaur is banned out now, and that's one of the common combos, but really Hoodwink plays with any offlaner very naturally. You can get Axe, which now rises in importance when you see the Invoker being picked up. Sunstrike combos and possibly even Cataclysm later on. Always something to be worried about.
Yeah, also interesting to see that priority shift of like Mirana Hoodwink. You know, one starting to become more popular, now banking on this Hoodwink for Vici Gaming. And something that Hoodwink does give is that ability to scurry into the trees and initiate team fights, where Mirana's a little bit lacking in that immediate catch. The Hoodwink can definitely bring things together in that regard. And it's always nice having Hoodwink plus one of those mobile heroes, like a Puck or an Ember, because you can play enemy side of the map and then join very quickly.
Yeah. See big smiles over there on LGD. Thompson looking pretty happy. The Invoker pick, of course, most likely going to be him piloting that.
So now pick stuns, yeah? Everybody pick a stun.
Yeah. Stuns are nice, but also the ghost walking Invoker is pretty self-sufficient, basically. Once you get the shard going, you can just run around, cut the map, play big map. It's very good at splitting and playing every single lane.
I'm just thinking about the Sunstrikes in lane. Now, the amount of times I've seen Invoker picked and then none of the side lanes have stuns or catch, you're just like, well, yeah, Invoker's got to pull out some real magic to land these Sunstrikes. But yeah, if you can have like a Willow or a Clockwork or a Rubik or something, have some form of catch would be nice. Or like a Carry Sven, you know?
Carry Sven, but we would need a Sven that actually connects and is able to get some damage. Last time we were watching Snowy on his Sven, it was rough.
Oh, man.
He was just running around, ended up not being able to connect onto targets. And kiting carry heroes has been a pretty big topic, actually, in the games that you and I have had. That's one of the things that makes Necro so strong in the current patch, too. As a carry, good luck kiting a Necro. He's gonna, okay, you run away from him, but he's still Heartstoppering you, he's still Radiance burning you, and then you're kind of dying, right? It doesn't matter if he's auto-attacking you or not, just existing near him, and you will suffer.
What I'm hearing is that the mobility creep didn't go far enough. We added mobility to Ursa's Earth
Yeah,
Shock
every
and
hero
stuff.
should have a flash.
Every hero
That's
should
what we need.
Yeah, be able to jump. Sven Stormhammer should get the Superman mode from by default from the beginning. And they do ban the Sven as well, by the way. Not wanting LGD to let Yuma have that very solid carry hero that has a stun.
Yeah, the banning some wombo combo heroes, the Magnus as well. Hero that would pair nicely with the Invoker. And of course, Sven also an insane hero with Alacrity. Something you can look for a little bit. It's not the first thing you think about when you see Invoker. You think like Sunstrikes, think about how can he be ganked and killed, but Alacrity is also kind of a relevant thing. He's very good at buffing up some carries.
Yeah, I mean, Alacrity Bear, like, Lone Druid, still there, right? We've got that
Luna.
option.
Yeah, or Luna for that matter. Another hero that goes crazy with it, especially if you have Solar plus Alacrity.
Skipping over them for now. It's Mirana looking down at her own portrait. Leaps onto the screen as the second pick for LGD. So we know our mid, then we've got a flexible 4/5. On Vici Gaming now. Time to show something. Who's laning with Hoodwink? What's your second support? Is there a Clockwork? Is there an ET?
Yeah, probably get one of the melee heroes. I wouldn't mind seeing ET. There goes Sand King. Okay, a hero that has, you know, allegedly been doing pretty fine. I haven't seen it so much in the games that you and I have cast. I also haven't seen it too much in high-level games in general, but some players swear by this hero in the current patch.
Yeah, so far 3 games, 1 win, 2 losses, like nothing to write home about, but yeah, I've definitely heard the whispers in the wind of why is Sand King not being picked? He's pretty strong.
Yeah, we'll see if we can have it proven to ourselves here.
Like, is it also like is there a lane matchup thing with Invoker? Sand King just farms, right?
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. Invoker is a pretty free lane for a lot of heroes. You see an Invoker mid, you're like, oh, nice, I can pick whatever, kind of. Sand King being able to go there. It's also a good hero to have later on, because when you're gonna play against Invoker, you need to have some blink catch to set up on him. When he has the Ghost Walk running around, cutting creep waves, you need the quick initiations, and Sand King will bring that.
And then Mr. Froggy, Largo. He's already become a fan favorite with all the plushies over on the AliExpress store for Perfect World. The big frog, the little frog, all the keycaps and everything. Funny little boys. Gonna get picked here by Vici Gaming. Is this a off-lane hero for back? Is there any chance we swap it into a support role? What's the idea of picking Sand King and Largo together? Is there some kind of timing that coincide?
I mean, it's great for the magic buff. You can amplify damage a lot here, especially if you get the boomerang coming out. Jesus, that lifestealer thing never stops creeping me out. Seeing the shard from the Hoodwink paired up with the third skill of Largo on a Sand King, you can suddenly just deal insane amount of magic damage. So it's a combination, but I don't think that they're going to be lane comboing. We'll see.
A little bit of thought going into this 4th pick. And Calf's looking through his paperwork. Everyone seems kind of silent and chill, though. I'm assuming this is going to be now Mirana 5 with a Lifestealer 1. And we don't know what the offlane is going to be whatsoever. And they've got last overall pick. So it feels like Whisper's being last picked. Unless there's
we basically don't know anything about that lane, right?
Yeah.
Because Vici Gaming quite likely are not showing any hero from that lane as well. So yeah, they're gonna have to make the first move. They pick up the Tusk. So that's, yeah, indicating some combo possibilities. I mean, they have it pretty open, actually. LGD could put the Tusk together with their Lifestealer if they want. And they can also have Mirana Lifestealer for a more natural +1 or like range and melee combination.
It's also the added cool little block pick as well. The fact that Vici Gaming also probably wanted a melee 5. We were looking at that ET Clockwork Tusk trio. Taking the Tusk means you remove one of those rage-piercing abilities, right? The punch no longer there. Ooh, Io Largo. Oh, is it carry Io? So we've seen that. We've seen that pop up a fair few times now.
Can't spell Shiro without Io. It's there in the name. It was there all along.
There all along. Have they played it? Time to have a look. They did have an Io game against GamerLegion. It was Shinkyu that played it. So yeah, it looks like it's going to be the Io Largo lane. Sand King in the mid. Hoodwink's your 5. And then we need the last pick carry for Vici Gaming.
It's just some insane buff up, though, that they have on their team. With a Largo, with an Io. Hoodwink for the magic damage as well. They could just make somebody do insane damage. And because you get 14% bonus spell amp from Wisp with the overcharge, and then you have the reverberating thing from Largo.
Yeah, there isn't that much like immediate nuke damage. Lifestealer does a lot of his damage over time. Invoker needs a few rounds of spells. You can try and blow someone up, but you need a lot of help to be able to get through Largo and Io's healing and sustain, on top of all that magic damage they're going to be pumping out.
Yeah, the song in particular, I mean, Largo and Io are very good in theory. You tether up someone and then you play the song, it's going to be a lot of healing in AoE. And the only downside is it can be hard to initiate and get those clean jumps. But they have the Hoodwink and Sanking for that.
They do. Looks like LGD are considering this Io as a carry, covering their bases at least for now to ban out the Dark Willow and get rid of one of Xinqiu's heroes. I wouldn't be surprised to see them ban another carry here just to limit Shiro's options. No, they ban another support. An Enigma? Wait, what? Wait, so it is carry Io and then Largo's 5?
I think so. I think it's a Enigma plus the Hoodwink lane, Io and Largo, and then Sanking mid. Very interesting drafting.
Cool.
Yeah. Bach on the Enigma for sure. And I told you, can't spell Shiro without Io. It is right here.
There it is. Yeah, the fake out as well. I mean, it caught me. Play it once, Xinqiu takes it, and now Shiro's like, yeah, well, I play it as well.
There's a little bit of a worry having 3 melee heroes against the Enigma. Sure, Dawnbreaker is amazing for popping in the ulti to stun him. So as long as you stay out of the fight and just wait for the black hole, you can counter it. But if you ever clump up these heroes, you might get punished by the Enigma very hard.
In fact, Xinqiu played it twice, so it's the double bait, the complete fake out.
Yeah. At the same time, LGD, I like their right clicks in this game. They have a very, very high damage lineup, to be honest, and good amount of lockdown as well between them. So I think, even though I know Io is pretty strong in the current patch as a carry, I still would probably favor LGD a little bit more. Just seeing overall what they have. I guess Enigma is also good against Tusk because it's hard to blink snowball save if you black hole someone, but that's what the Dawn is for.
Yeah, true, just Solar Guardian on top. Make it super easy. And they've got ways of catching people. Tusk can go in, follow through with Solar Guardian. Thompson's got tons of damage to chuck in there. And the ability to reposition on the map with Moonlight Shadow makes Yuma and Theolicor's life much easier if they're trying to approach difficult terrain or a blind spot on the map. I think Vici Gaming's their draft looks cool, but I definitely struggle to feel the vibe, you know, understand the timing. When are they meant to be strong? How are they going to be executing this? It's a nice mix of stuff.
Yeah, it's definitely, like you described it, a nice mix, but I still think they need that impetus. The first person to jump in is going to be the Sanking almost every single day, just looking at the heroes. So Sanking's game is going to be incredibly important. Shutting him down in laning stage, maybe going and blocking some ancient camps or blocking up his farm is going to be an important possibility for LGD. We'll see how they address it as we're heading into the game and players are getting underway.
Can you not make yourself better?
I see if Vici Gaming are able to level the playing field here, already down a game and it's best of 3. And both teams at that 2-2 scoreline, trying to add another series win to their tally and hopefully not get down into that dumpster zone. Start things out with a big move out of Vici Gaming, grouped up as 5, looking for that delayed smoke to reposition themselves. While Theolicor goes on a long wander. Brown boots, Tango, Observer Ward, all the way to the top left corner.
Nice, walking around, might put one of those courier sniping wards, or might just block up a camp as well. Looks like that's going to be his priority.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, make sure that Io can't get that additional bit of farm. This carry Io's look pretty funny the way it very quickly scales into this Aghanim Scepter. Level 15 talent, that's always been the big power spike of the Spirit's damage.
Of course.
Nice Aghanim's build.
Interesting to me that he went for the tangles. Normally we see the Blood Grenade on support, Blood Grenade as sentry. Tusk going behind, getting some smacks in, but his friends are pretty far away.
A little lick back onto King Jungles. Yuma Whisper getting 2. XM and Bark the other 2. Vici Gaming did come down here with a couple of Dire Observer wards, but one of them is going to be dewarded immediately on the very edge of that sentry. Thompson already with that slight little bit of help out of King Jungles.
That's
experience.
Very nice experience lead. They let him solo deward that as well, so puts him already a quarter of the way towards level 2. Just means even if you do get denied anything, you still hit level 2 early.
And then King Jungle is able to bring out Salve, Clarity, Sentry Ward down to bottom lane. Nice touch of gold in that early portion. Thompson already being harassed a little bit back under his tower, but he's pretty safe for now. As we see Vici Gaming set up with a Shiro Jinkyu off lane.
Yeah.
Ion Hoodwinker down here.
Nigma. But also being matched with the Whisper down here.
Yeah.
Some lane swapping happening, saying that, okay, we don't like the matchups. Trying to get favorable.
So this is Vici doing it, and then LGD responding.
Yeah.
Curious. So yeah, Enigma Largo top against the Tusk and Lifestealer. I'm trying to put this Enigma into the Lifestealer lane, but that just means Tusk is going to go back and drag waves. And then Shiro Jinkyu, not the lane duo you really expect. The 1 and 4, very disparate playstyles historically between these two. Curious to see how it works out.
Yeah, sorry, I said it wrong though. This LGD wants to have the Enigma not match up against the... or the Lifestealer not match against the Enigma.
Yeah.
But it's being paired.
Ooh,
Shiro taking some damage.
Interesting.
It does mean that Vici have the lanes that they want, basically. They're the ones who are more content here, and it's not super comfortable being an offlane Lifestealer into Enigma with this deny power.
It's not, but so far it's not been easy for Shiro in his bottom lane either. Whisper is getting a ton of farm. Like, he's already top of the last hits, and he has like a wave and a half under his tower to get.
He's not usually spoiled like this. He usually has to play on the off lane. It's the harder lane. Now he's down here. He's like, why is this lane so favorable? You know, I can sit safely on the tower, just see a thing. And normally you don't have this.
He missed one though. Why do I have 11 last hits and 6 denies? What's going on here? And then mid lane, 10 and 5 for this Thompson Invoker, 12 and 0 for the XM Stanking. So yeah, farm trade for the most part in there. Invoker just trying to dodge away from any of that Stanking harassment, keep the lane to himself.
Yeah, both of them are just gonna have to play some PvE for now as Stanking starts dragging the creeps into the jungle. Going to use Sandstorm to farm both the lane and jungle creeps simultaneously. Will accelerate his farm. And up top lane, even though it was a good start for Lifestealer, I think the Enigma is starting to grab more and more control over this lane.
And it just gets more and more difficult, especially if they have access to small and or large camps. Dire Sentry at the small, already dewarded. Large camp is accessible as well. So full control of the lane there for Vici Gaming whenever they need it. Numa and Theo
Mid laners look like they... Oh.
I'm trying to play forward onto the Enigma. They spawned Eidolons and they just mad rush towards them. Go, kill the Eidolons. But with a lick back and a little movement from back, they're unable to deal with them.
Yeah, disjointing, using the catchy lick to pull them the opposite direction. And the Olicor will struggle to find any particularly good go here. This is where usually as well we see the pairing of Tusk and Dawnbreaker, right? For that massive damage, but he doesn't have that this time. Lifestealer does not provide as much damage into this lane.
He does not. And Io Spirits are such a weird spell. Like, it feels like they don't do anything for like 50... Oh, Sunstrike! Oh, he's got him! Oh, Thompson! Oh, finds it out of nowhere.
He doesn't need a setup.
He doesn't. Screw stuns. Who needs setup?
That's Thompson for you. Landing a double Null Tasman, Magic Stick build, going for a Travels Rush. Having a very, very good start.
Well, there's your first blood. XM, what's he up to? Deruding all the way to that high ground observer ward he places deep on the enemy side of the map and continues to drag waves into a stacked camp. XM wants to keep his farm going,
but
something that they could contest here, surely.
Yeah, he can try, but he doesn't have Meteor yet. No point in the Wex. He tries with a Sunstrike, misses both the last hits though, unfortunately.
Yeah, that blows. And now he doesn't have Sunstrike for his attempt bottom. Theolacor has TP down here as Whisper tries to start onto Shiro. King Jungle leaps in. Doesn't have arrow for 5, so everything kind of awkward there. No Sunstrike, no arrow. A whiff TP from Theolacor. No catch onto Shiro. On top of Thompson missing the Sunstrike in that camp. Vici Gaming having a few things go their way.
Yeah. And in particular, there's nothing stopping the Sand King. A lot of times when I see this mid Sand King, supports will put massive effort shutting him down, but here it's just a 1v1. He did get Ice Walled under tower, which hurts quite badly, but with Water Rune, he should be fine. Ooh, scared about the Sunstrike. He ran the only direction he predicted that Thompson will not have put it, and that's backwards.
Well, Shiro just gets soloed by KJ. Goes into the jungle, finds him farming. Theolacor is still lurking mid as well, looking for a go onto XM, but it seems like the Sand King has sniffed this one out. Might not be able to sniff Thompson, who's invis. Under a dire sentry, walks back into lane, but he's got this Tornado Sunstrike to line up the damage. Lick comes in, the damage wasn't enough anyway. And they've put XM at a point now where there's no bottle recharge, no regen remaining. I think he's just going to have to TP home.
And look, bottom, Shiro, he just TP'd in, doesn't have boots, he's all alone.
That's troublesome. Starstorm's landing. The heavens come down, kill off the IO. They're also going to get away from this bushwhack of Xinkyu, and Hoodwink kind of stranded down here against Whisper and KJ. The hammer's landing, the arrows flurry out. It's not just one kill, it's a second.
Yeah, and King Jungle staying alive with 10 HP there. Goes to look to die in the neutrals, but instead finds a Sand King. Who moves down here to secure the Wisdom Rune, salvaging what was a really bad lane.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Scary thing.
I was just going top jungle. Shiro doesn't want to be in this game anymore.
Whisper's about to hit level 6. They could maybe contest what top Wisdom Shrine. Theolacor and Yuma, they're inside the shrine, defending it against Bark and Y. There's no black hole, so a Solar Guardian coming in here is going to connect onto Bark. King Jungles has arrived. Starstorm's landing. Another couple of kills going the way of LGD as they guard their shrine.
Yeah, what a good move. Holding it as well. He could have used it a little bit earlier, but he wanted to bait them. Let them stand there, take the trade a little bit. They didn't know that he was level 6 already as he got level 6 in jungle.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Very clever move. And now pressure onto the tier 1 has to be met with resistance by Vici Gaming. They need to bring numbers if they want to defend this. But currently it's just Largo who's losing his courier. Why on the run?
Yeah, puts down the sentry, expecting behind the tower ward. There's one, but it's above, up in the jungle. So they found a new home for the IO. Send him mid, let the Sand King be more mobile, joining fights. TP's top.
Y is being absolutely hammered though. Quickly on top of the frog. But the tower's being defended by the Sand King Sandstorm.
It's a kill without a consequence right now. It's sure nice gold, but not gonna get something from it.
There's a black hole onto Yuma. Sand King connecting on this as well, and there is no recourse from the rest of LGD. Can't help your lifestealer down there, who is already struggling, like both him and Io down in the dumps. The Mirana is starting to leapfrog back and forth over them. Not a good sign.
That's a good move by Bach to find that kill before the window closes. The Dawnbreaker ulti up in 15 seconds from now.
Oh, mid lane. Shiro again. Oh man, it's just disastrous, isn't it? He doesn't have a game.
He's so weak. I mean, I could not tell you that this is a core IO at this point. If you randomly loaded me into this game and didn't show me the hero names, you know, the player names, I see a level 5 IO with no boots and a soul ring. I'm like, yeah, it's a support, no? But what's the carry?
It's a support having a good game, right? not a carry having an absolutely atrocious one. But I was gonna ask, like, with both carries doing poorly, and the timing they both need to hit, Radiant's on Lifestealer, Aghanim's on Io, whose timing gets ruined the most by all this lane swapping and aggression?
I think Io. I think Io will have a bigger pressure on him from the Invoker starting to activate as well. That's the difference. Mid lane is going to, Thompson starts making moves. Easy. Goes top, finds a kill.
They tried to protect the Theolacor with the Solar Guardian, but Xinkyu with Bark able to kill him without losing their Hoodwink. They'll lick back into Frog Stomp. Not going to really catch the Mirana. And King Jungle simply leaps away.
Oh, good gank by the Invoker. Can go back to farming. Meanwhile, Sand King is working on finishing up the Blink Dagger. Once he has that, he can look for ganks of his own. 200 gold to go.
Is Yuma going to finish the Midas before Radiance? Because he's bought the gloves, but we've also seen Radiance into armlet.
I think it might just be gloves to farm a little bit faster. Maybe it's Radiance and then Midas afterwards, who knows? I don't think Midas into Radiance is really worth it here. You're against like the Eidolons and so on. Getting Radiance ASAP is very useful.
You know what it is? I think if he dies one more time, then it's then it's Radiance.
Ah, it's the cope. The cope Midas, yeah. It's very good. Mental recovery Midas.
It's the message to the rest of your team. It's like, hey guys, if you let me die, you see this? You see what I've queued up? If you let me die one more time, I'm gonna buy it. No, seriously, I'm gonna buy it if you let me die one more time.
I too like hostage keeping my teammates at TI.
I mean, Stockholm Syndrome is a made-up thing, right? So take all the hostages you need. They're not going to turn to your side. Big smoke from Vici Gaming. Sanking wanting to get some use out of this Blink Dagger. Epicenter channeling it up and jumping on the Invoker. Thompson, Bushwhack, dragged back into the midst. And down goes his streak as Vici Gaming get out on the map. And honestly, they've had, well, this is their 4th game today we're covering. That's the first actual decisive connecting smoke gang I've seen them pull off. Finally.
Yeah, quick, easy, get the kill. They did have the benefit as well of the haste rune. Makes it a little bit easier to make that work. But that's a good blink reveal, getting the value immediately out of the sanking. And Invoker still hasn't purchased an item. He's queuing up the Octarine Core after travels as the first item. Wondering what we're gonna see out of him.
But it
looks like he is committing for it.
It's Thompson. Where's Meteor Hammer?
Yeah. A little bit surprising.
Now,
Feels like Meteor is so good.
The thing is, now that it's actually good and it's meta, he refuses, right?
He has to go for the next meta.
He does. He's a creator.
It's not cool because everyone is doing it.
He's no sheep. He's no follower. He's a leader. Innovation. Yeah. That's the name of the game for Thompson.
Well, he does have a lot of mana regen from this Tiara. It's similar to what we saw Dalai Lama do on his off-lane Largo.
Yeah, true. And he keeps you out on the map. Can be pretty handy.
Well, speaking of Largo, he is being eyed up. This is a poor little level 4 Largo. Oh boy.
Yeah,
this
the
is
cauldron
overkill.
Being built around him. They do jump in with a Sand King, follow through with Shinkyu though, and Thompson are overexposed now, getting sharp shot, and Theo the Core are going to be another casualty to add to the wall. Vici Gaming, another good response.
Messed up the ice shards. I don't think it would have mattered. I think it was dead no matter what, but yeah, accidentally trapped himself on the wrong side.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Mirana scouts the enemy stack in jungle and desaturates it a little bit, killing only the big creep.
Both teams really just desperately trying to give as much map space to their carries as possible. And Shiro's tucked away in these jungle camps with a dire observer ward above his head. He's fully protected back in the bunker. And Lifestealer,
it's
similar
poverty
job.
versus poverty. They both have nothing. Meanwhile, Stanking, Dawnbreaker, even Invoker, they're all so rich.
Yeah, at least Io has these spirits to be able to clear camps. Lifestealer is just hitting one at a time. One more creep. Get my Raddy. He is skipping the Midas for now, which I'm glad to see.
Yeah, the problem with Lifestealer losing lane this early on and being this shut down is that he doesn't actually jungle very fast. So farming lane creeps is important to get your Radiance at a respectable timing, but farming lane creeps is also how you get ganked. You get randomly jumped by Sand King, Enigma.
It's a level 12 Sand King as well, by the way. XM pretty big. And wanting to play down to bottom. Shinkyu, Bach, and Y all together.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Send the Eidolons on the tower, but it looks like Whisper is completely evacuated. Doesn't want to stick around down there.
Yeah, they're leaving that area. Invoker, by the way, has queued up the quick purchase on the Aghanim's shards. In 18 seconds, he's about to have it, and that's when the map will start to open up. He can go and cut all those creep waves. It's very annoying to play against. Even if you know what's going to happen, you still need to set up multiple heroes to be able to punish him.
Yuma, yet again, just screaming to his teammates, guys, look at my quick buy. Yeah, we see them coming. There's 4 enemy heroes down here. You better protect me. So King Jungle puts himself right in harm's way, bodyguards the lifestealer so he can farm the medium camp. And then Shiro relocating around to clear a wave and then back to jungle. Good, efficient use of his time. And none of the mistakes that Arme was making TPing into the enemy base.
Yeah, I saw that one. But, you know, it's still early. He's only level 11 at this point. We could still go to the enemy tier 3.
To be fair, hang on a second, come back to that in a sec, because Xinkyu, he's been arrowed up. LGD, make sure they bring numbers here to defend Yuma and get a free kill on the Hoodwink. Might even be able to play into mid as well. The other core has the sentry. Yeah, Sanking just going to burrow back anyway.
Are you fair to Ame?
Yes, exactly. To be fair to Ame, I did watch that. I was watching Kezu's stream. To be fair to Kezu, I didn't watch it back on my own. I was watching a real analyst analyze stuff. He watched that back, and it was actually a really sick move by GamerLegion to preemptively, like they made the call to go back and defend that area. They knew that Ame was going to do it, and they were already preemptively set up to stop him from clearing that wave. So it was like less of Ame making a weird move and fucking up, and more GamerLegion just being super top, high level read of the game.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you get pushed in that weird spot where you only have obvious moves and then the enemy start countering you quite easily. Unfortunately, Relocate is one of those abilities that can be dealt with if you have damage in your team.
Here and now, Shiro half health up at top, calling for the rest of his team to come and guard this area. A Radiant Observer has spotted the retreat of the Io and the Largo, but hasn't spotted the advance of the Sand King until now. Snipes a courier, makes the jump, Whispers the target as they relocate in. Sunstrike's going to miss completely, and Whisper goes for the Harpoon TP, but that's not going to pay off. Surrounded on all sides, and Vici Gaming yet again. Another good, swift move to defend an area of the map.
Yeah, good rotations coming out from them, and this mid Sand working out really well so far. The Blink Dagger is paying dividends. Going for a Yule Scepter next as well. A little bit more catch. Always feels good to have Yule Scepter on Sand so you can blink stun someone and still be able to TP cancel.
So patiently waiting in that mid lane.
Yeah,
who's going to step out?
Octarine on Invoker.
Saw the Hoodwink. Tornado starts. XM. He could line up a nice Burrow Strike there. He only catches King Jungles, who leaps away from the epicenter now. Well, Barker's got the back end covered, though. Trade out. And honestly, a bigger kill going the way of Vici.
Yeah, to get the 1-for-1. 1-for-1, but Invoker spending some of his time there. Epicenter on cooldown is pretty costly, though. Maybe this is a moment he can make something happen. Lifestealer has his Radiance as well.
It's just occurring to me, Vici is another one of those words that we've mispronounced for so long that it's just become accepted pronunciation. Because if Vici Gaming comes from Veni Vidi Vici, it's Vici Gaming.
It's Vici Gaming?
If we go by quote-unquote correct pronunciation, yeah. It's like Natos Vincere is Vincere.
Really?
Because the Latin, right? It wasn't Caesar, it was Kaiser. They had the hard C. And Shiro gonna get hard initiated on. Meatball getting dropped. The shards block him. Can't get away with a black hole. Cancel pretty quickly. They don't get the trade or anything. Shiro trying to relocate out. Oh, hang on. He's away. He's safe and sound. And Whisper, the one left stranded. Oh, LGD thought they had a freebie killed there, but the black hole, the relocate out, the turnaround play, the reaction from Vici Gaming comes in clutch.
Very nice there. Staying back on Invoker. Clutch by Thompson. Manages to cancel the black hole as well. Making sure they layer their abilities. Because Nigma went for the play that you normally do. You're against the Dawnbreaker. Okay, I can never ulti. Just ulti the Dawnbreaker. But unfortunately, there are multiple stun cancels here. Different ways to deal with this black hole.
You see it back. It just looks like
they look good for a while. Yeah. Look pretty decent. Right now, this black hole looks really, really nice. Almost got the 3. Just a little bit to left and he would have had the Invoker as well.
But you're right, that Solar Guardian thing just comes out way too early. Even the tether getting that distance allowed Shiro to slip away. And more fortune for Vici Gaming. Sorry, Vici.
Yeah, and
Vici Gaming.
Vici Gaming will have
no, it's just not. It's
the
not
power
happening,
spike coming up. On level 15, the IO will become cracked, by the way. For anyone who is not aware or familiar with the core IO, basically the entire build revolves around Aghanim Scepter and level 15. Once you get that, the spirit damage increases and they start hurting so badly. You get non-stop just harassed by these spirits. It's incredibly difficult to fight into.
Yeah, thank you, Anna. It comes around every TI. This IO carry. Fun little hero. He can have his BKB pretty soon as well, so that culmination of level 15 plus BKB, yeah, Shiro gonna hit an incredible power spike. LGD in the meantime just trying to get to their items. They got this Radiance, so that's his acceleration tool to now shift into the armlet. So Lifestealer in a position where maybe he's a little more comfortable. But we are desperately scrambling towards BKBs on a number of these heroes.
Oh, the smoke from Sand King and the Hoodwink. It's just the two of them, but with potential relocates as well. This is a serious threat. They saw the Invoker, they see the Ice Wall.
Yeah, they know where he is. Thompson out in no man's land. They've got a Tusk to try and snowball save. XM Epicenter going to be wasted. A snowball takes him across to the creep camp. Tornado thrown, but Thompson's still going to get found with the Midnight Pulse, removing all the trees they see perfectly.
Very chill. Meanwhile, the IO is just farming up, being buffed up by the Largo as well. Things are starting to look better and better for them. At some point, I think Yuma needs to have an impact to break the pattern of this game.
You're letting this IO Largo run away with things. They're going to be very, very scary to deal with because, again, like we said, during and after that draft, the nuke damage all comes from Invoker. If you're not able to land a full combo of spells onto Shiro or Y, they're just going to keep sustaining and regenning.
Yeah, the BKB now as well. The combo breaker is here for the IO. Level 15 as well, so the power spike is online.
This is it. Now it's just a matter of finding your moment and getting this positional advantage with a black hole or a blink initiation out of Sand King, and then follow that with a relocate. So LGD don't want to allow for this bit by bit move out of Vici Gaming. They want to play tight together as 5, make a jump, blow up Shiro. IO's gone, and that is a very important move for LGD, like you said, to get Yuma involved, get themselves out of the rut.
Yeah, it's fast, good damage coming out with the Infest, with Arrow. And on the combo of that, they decide to go straight into into Torm, sorry. Pretty fast take as well. Dawnbreaker staying on the other side of the map, ready to jump in, but the punishment could come in.
VG are coming. Straight onto King Jungles. Forest Strike, Sandstorm, damage is good to kill him. Yuma, Rage, but no TP, no mana. Well, he's going to have to walk away from this. I mean, honestly, quite fortunate he doesn't get found there.
Yeah, it was a small kill. They were actually on the track to find the Lifestealer instead. They were wrapping around, but then they saw the Mirana, couldn't say no to it. Someone gank tanked.
And Whisper being eyed up in that top lane.
But... not quite gonna find him.
DD Rune comes to nothing. And as we head into this mid-game, dragging things out, it feels like LGD a little more comfortable waiting for their next round of items, whereas Vici Gaming are trying to press the issue. Go and sweep across the map, looking for these grander moves. And start considering this Roshan as something they could take after a team fight as well, because they don't really have a great way of going straight into the pit.
Yeah, they don't have fantastic building damage or fantastic Roche damage, but they do have a whole lot of magic damage and spell damage overall. I think the pressure is on Vici to make something happen with the IO though. LGD are actually the ones going around. Another Infest gank.
Straight in onto him.
Could argue the Dawnbreaker ulti was a bit excessive there, but Whisper joins in.
And taking Shiro off the map, then back, definitely takes the wind out of the Vici Gaming sails. So now you get so much map space to keep Whisper shoving out that top lane, able to join globally. Thompson's tucked away. And really just dragging this game out a little bit longer. And you know you've got all the time in the world as Roshan traverses down to his southern home. Ooh, the only hero shown on the map is a Tusk down bottom. He's going to get gone on.
Is doing this game. He's setting up for it. Nice pushback. Connects. Should be burning it down enough here with Sandstorm and ulti. But I was going to say, I like what XM is doing here. He's queuing up the Aeon Disc, but also the Bloodstone completion. I think Bloodstone is going to be a huge amount of damage for them. There's so much spell damage on their team. Having the IO as a carry. It's just a nice itemization overall. It doesn't mean he's not going for a BKB anytime soon, though, but...
He's got to jump on Thompson. Look at him straight in there. Forced the BKB out of this Invoker very early on. And, did he see him? Like, how did XM know to go there? Long range initiation.
Didn't see how he got vision on him.
And was it the ward on the rune? Saw him walk across. That's wild.
That ward doesn't have long enough vision, so I'm not sure what it was. Maybe there was some summon there that I didn't see.
A little Eidolon, yeah, by his feet that we didn't quite find.
Starting out on Roche now with all damage, amplification, and IO having an Orchid finished up as well. Not a bad item to have for team fighting. Oh, they reload top.
Relocating top onto Thompson. Right, XM has set this one up onto the Invoker, and then they can just go back to Roche to finish it off. Or can they? LGD, they're near the pit. Yuma's going to step in here. Yuma's half health, though, is kind of dangerous. And even with the arrow landing on Shiro, you can't follow through with no Invoker for 35 seconds. Such a nasty spot to be in. And Vici Gaming have all these big teamfight tools. You can't just walk into the pit like that.
They're sitting in the area, but I don't know if they can contest this. There's good vision. Murana scouts with an arrow, but her team can't really follow up on this. Maybe attempt to steal it? Oh boy, that was so late. King Jungles. Oh boy.
He gave it a shot. That's all you can ask from your support. He gave it a shot.
Yeah, that was... it was a valiant attempt. But yeah, playing the big map, the relocate is working wonders actually with the aggressive ganks. Dawnbreaker can try to ulti in all you want, but when the reload is off to the side, it's hard to land on top of her, or top of the IO. Invoker does have his BKB now. Actually, he did queue up the 14-minute shard into never actually buying it, so he's still playing without it, even at 28 minutes now. I'm a little bit surprised to see that.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe he feels the catch is so good. He recognized that like Sam King is setting up a lot of kills on the side lanes. Enigma is there, Hoodwink is there, and the relocates. So he feels like he would have gone jumped if he did split push. That's the only reasoning I could see.
Yeah, like we don't do that BZM style of shard and meteor hammer split pushing and cutting waves because he's gonna get. I think you're right. He's just had that realization he's going to get caught. Instead, try and scale into this late game, get tankier, make sure you can stand your ground. Not get caught by random spells. But it has felt like the past 10 minutes of gameplay from LGD has been a little stale. You know, waiting for items, waiting for moments. They had that one really nice swift move into the bottom right corner to kill the IO and then into the Enigma. But then it's back to waiting again. And now, Moonlight Shadow to get into action, playing into Aegis IO with Largo behind him. This is kind of
they're about to collide.
Heading towards the Tormentor, but they start out onto Y with a blow-up on Largo. The heal bot is gone. XM and Jin-Q getting caught by the Twin Gate as well. They've lost the core, but the Sand King's dropping so quickly to Yuma. The Lifestealer finally showing his prowess. And Jin-Q with Shiro. No relocate. Gonna have to push back on Yuma, but they missed the Sharpshooter. He rages up and chases forward. Tornado clips onto this Hoodwink, and the Life Steals up, lives up to his name. Shiro needs the help of this buck with a black hole. Where is it? Enigma, use it, please! Yuma caught inside with Whisper. They finally got them caught and held in place so Shiro can dish the damage, but Whisper's too strong! The Dawnbreaker just claps down the hammer, says absolutely not. Second life is up for Shiro, licked back. Try to heal him, save him with Y. The frog dancing, skipping around, strumming the lute, but Shiro, he doesn't care for this music. He'll die.
Dawnbreaker dies?
Trades out his life for the Whisper Dawnbreaker, but now you've lost your Frog as well. A 6-man wipe! Vici Gaming lose everyone plus more!
Oh my god, what is this fight? The buyback and dieback on the Largo. But, I mean, credit where credit is due. That Enigma sidestepped down before he threw the black hole. Just dancing a little bit, waiting out the Dawnbreaker ulti. Some nice stuff happening in that fight, but ultimately it's going to be LGD who are very happy with it. The Invoker getting some much needed gold from it. Look at him, he's top of the net worth now.
It's crazy, isn't it?
It's
Who needs shard? He's got BKB Lincolns.
Lincolns. Or not the shard, but next item he has the shard queued up. Lincoln's BKB will give him nice safety. This is mainly against the Sand King. Those blink stuns are too devastating.
Yeah, that catch on the Frog, forcing the buyback. And then you got this, the cut through the middle, right? 2 to the south, 2 to the north. LGD have the perfect slice into the middle of the ranks of Vici Gaming. And they think they've got the Defilade. LGD have the Enfilade. And now, hang on, Topson has the BKB TP. Fine.
Gets himself to safety this time. Pretty tanky on the Invoker, almost 3,000 HP. Even with the chain stun, not quite enough, so that's ulti spent for Sand King. A little bit concerning for Vici, the fact that Lifesteal is about to finish up a heart soon. This is a traditional carry, keeping pace with IO, and I would much rather have like 25k gold on Lifesteal than 25k gold on IO.
Oh, for sure. Without a shadow of a doubt. Unless the IO is Ana.
Ana could do it.
Ana could
Ken's hero. He's a silver tier IO. Does it inspire confidence, Gareth?
No, there's X to doubt, right?
Silver is the least confidence inspiring of all the tiers.
The context menu has popped up. I'm pressing the doubt button. Feel the core infested up. Who do they find? Sand King and Hoodwink shifting towards the Twin Gate. Oh, but no, XM goes for the additional wave. He's TP'd out inside the tree line. And Cielo Core thinking about gating bottom to chase the Hoodwink. In the end, nothing.
Yeah, they barely saw the tail end of it there with Sunstrike, but not going to be worth going.
Reload bottom to farm a creep wave, as you do, as you do. And a couple of jump
hearts coming in. We have Satanic for the Dawnbreaker now. Dawn is also a relevant part of the discussion here as we're scaling into the game.
A little bit sad she didn't go for the Desolator. Whisper had it queued up for a long time.
Yeah, it's a nice item for getting enough physical damage against the IO. IO is very low armor typically, and still is in this game, sitting only at 14 armor. I'm surprised by how Topson is playing. I thought he would be faster. Also, he's too cool, man. The shard he purchased, it wasn't the Ghostwalk shard. It's the EMP shard, of course.
Oh, sick.
Now, this is the OG shard, the one that everyone knew was really, really good. Before Ghostwalk shard became incredibly busted, this was the shard everyone purchased.
It's also like, you have black hole, I have purple hole. I've got the pinky purple one over here.
It's like a vacuum, but slower.
The hipster version. He's gentrifying the black hole. He's got it. He's got a chasm stone to go along with it.
Exactly. Get some AoE. Looks like Gleipnir is going to be his item of choice. Bit of extra catch. Everyone's getting so tanky now. Dawnbreaker with the Satanic. Heart on the IO.
Everyone has 3,000 to 4,000 health. It's actually insane. Lifestealer did rage to get that rune. The burst strike through. Yuma gets clipped. Marana leaping out. Yuma needs help though. Can try to infest on the tail end of that silence. He can't. It lasts too long, so the Lifestealer and that task both dying. They couldn't save him.
The Orchid value. I actually think that Orchid was a really nice addition for Shiro's inventory when he added it. Just finding these kills. And normally, this BKB TP is going to be fine. Normally, you expect the Lifestealer to have, you know, the Manta ready for that, but I guess he used it a little bit earlier there.
I'm not sure about the Manta. I just know that he raged up to run forward, scout things out, try and grab a rune. Dead for 70 now, and 50 remaining of that timer. Fortunately for LGD, there's no Roshan. And he's still at least 20 seconds away. But they're going to lose this mid-tier 2 tower, it looks like, as Shiro stays there, sustained up by the
funny.
fog.
I have a bug death summary on Livesteer. I bring it up, and I see him dying to Black Hole towards the tail end. But Black Hole wasn't used. It's still ready as an ability.
Huh, I have the same.
Yeah, like this death summary is like that. That's not the same that the Observer is seeing. You're getting the right one, at least, Observer.
Yeah.
Because mine is showing like a dispelled Orchid. I'm like, no, the Orchid is what killed him. Dota's lying to me, man.
I think we both see the same thing. This is from the kill ages ago.
yeah, it was the previous one. Yeah.
Crazy. I've got Malefice into Orchid into double Black Hole.
There you go.
Interesting.
Speaking of survivability and how tanky everyone is, Aeon Disc on the Sand King. Gonna prevent himself from getting picked off too quickly. Just like everyone is going safety. Even the Raps on Mirana, you know, King Jungle's getting addicted to that. A little bit of safety.
One minute to go. Both teams looking for this Roche pit. What are we, 37 minutes in? Still a long period where he's going to be in that same spot. So all we've got to do is control that one area of the map.
It's a complicated Roche for either team to try and sneak as well. You definitely do need to fight first. Look at all these islands everywhere. He's scouting like the Broodmother scouting trick.
Ice training. And he's got them all sent out. Hello. Got a catch.
Oh, we're on the top.
Steal the core. And we go with a snowball. Lifestealer raging up and chasing Y. Frog the target for the Lifestealer, but he can't stick the landing. And now Yuma stuck down on the low ground, getting licked around, dragged and kited. He's going to Manta try and escape, but with no infest and nothing to protect him, he's dead again for 70 seconds. I don't know. Just leave your Lifestealer to die like that. Now it's free Roche for Vici Gaming, a bonus kill on the Tusk. Sloppy.
Yeah, very awkward, but that's what happens when you get initiated on. They were on the high ground, they got jumped, rolled in, dropped off the Lifestealer in a bad spot. This is not where you ordered the Uber to take him, but unfortunately, no choice. And Dawnbreaker can't ulti. It looks weird that Dawnbreaker doesn't ulti to save the Lifestealer, but if she ultis, they just both get Black Holed after the ulti is over. So, yeah, it's this weird stalemate between Enigma and Dawn. Oh boy. Good Black Hole cancel.
Nice.
Maybe this is the fight. Invoker is cooking.
Yeah, he's got the damage. Thompson brings it back out, and now Whisper. The BKB's expiring, but he's still got the clicks to punch into XM until the relocate takes him out of danger. Jinq now left stranded, though. That Hoodwink. Gonna die. Gem dropped on the floor. Someone's got to notice it. Theolical's pinged it, and Thompson's gonna go grab it. Roshan does get killed off, and Aegis for Shiro, yes, but you lost 3 heroes in this top lane fight.
And even more than that, you lost your Enigma, you lost Black Hole cooldown, and Dawnbreaker didn't even pull the trigger on the ulti. So Dawnbreaker's way to make more plays now. This is actually a power spike for Radiant, despite Dire getting the Aegis. Very interesting twist, and I think LGD, they're good enough to recognize this as well. They feel like, okay, we can make plays. Look at how aggressive Invoker is being.
Yeah, just keep shoving that lane. Get some damage onto XM. You force a couple of cores to be up there just to defend the wave. It's vitally important that you give Yuma time to get this BKB, because we've seen how he walks into fight, spends a couple of spells, and then he's just dead weight. This BKB could give him that additional bit of firepower, defensive nature, just to stay alive.
Yeah, he needs it, for sure. And I also think it was kind of weird they didn't BKB Black Hole, by the way. Like, when he went, I'm not sure if he had cooldown on BKB. I didn't check it at the time, but Mirana just casually went in and countered him, sending an arrow. There was arrow and there was also tornado, I think, both canceling him.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like worst time. I had an internet hiccup, that exact timing, so I missed the whole thing until the end. Unfortunately, get to see Thompson bringing the damage, raining hell down onto Vici Gaming. But that's all I saw.
Abyssal Blade coming in from the Dawnbreaker, and level 25 as well, so the Starbreaker cooldown is really low, 7 seconds only.
All right, what's the reason for the pause? Is it mic or is it mouse? Ah, it's mouse. Damn, should have guessed. It was a 50-50.
It's never the keyboard. Keyboards are reliable. Keyboards are stable, Gareth. Except for mine. My keyboard's a piece of shit.
Oh, really?
It double types. Yeah. I don't really feel like name and shaming here, but if you come by my stream, I can name and shame the brand. I don't want to do it on stream here, but yeah.
No, do it the other way. If you're a keyboard brand, come to his stream and sponsor him.
Yeah, send me a keyboard
send him a keyboard
that I can actually type on. It's the weirdest bug where it will double type any of the letters randomly, even if you don't double press at all. And it doesn't matter which. I sent it back, got a new one, same issue. Sent it back, got a new one, same issue again. So it's just a manufacturing error to have on this one.
I might just blame your USB hub, honestly. Like I might just be your computer or USB that's causing issues.
Nah, it's a non-issue on the. Okay. It's a non-issue on it. A lot of people are doing.
I was going to say that like mice nowadays, they're made out of this like flimsy plastic and stuff, whereas keyboards literally have like steel plates in them. You've got this like iron.
Hell yeah.
Iron shelf in my keyboard, going to protect it from anything. I could literally drop my keyboard 100 feet and it'd be perfectly fine.
Yeah, if my keyboard doesn't feel heavy enough that I could possibly kill a man with it, then it doesn't feel like a real keyboard. It should have stability. It should be robust. This is the sign. Meanwhile, a gaming mouse. I mean, the positive side, I guess, is that wireless technology is really good now. I remember when it was sort of new that pro players would kind of consider using it even. It was like, wireless? But it's actually good now.
Oh yeah, wireless mice have come a long way. So I was surprised a couple of years ago, seeing pro players use wireless. Because that was always the, no, don't do that. It's going to make you laggy.
Unreliable. It's going to be laggy, delay. It's going to miss some inputs. And no, honestly, seems just as good as wired nowadays.
It's so funny how like hard rules like that can change so quickly. I mean, there's that classic quote from that guy in the freaking 1900s. Everything that will be invented has been invented. Like what is it again? 12 days later, they invented the freaking TV and airplane and microwave. Shut the hell up, you dumbass.
He was correct, man. He was correct. Everything. We're done. This is it. Peak invention.
Peak technology. We've got the printing press. That's all we needed, guys. Just imagine if we all listened to that bro, we'd have no Dota 2. We'd have no computers. We'd have no Thompson.
What entertainment could you possibly bring other than mass-produced copies of something that's written, Gareth? Come on now.
The greatest selling book in the world.
In my wildest dreams, imagine any entertainment beyond that.
We're just living here, reading books and magazines. That's our life. I mean, that was our life in the 90s. I can't remember the last time I picked up a magazine. I used to have subscriptions to like 3 or 4 magazines, and Nintendo one, a PC one, Xbox one. Nowadays, I mean, who reads magazines actually?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lost era, Gareth.
To be fair, old magazines used to come with like free Pokemon cards or sweets, so
or a demo CD with a bunch of different games. I found Mountain Blade in one of those long time ago, and that's my first time I ever played it was in a demo CD, and that was like long before they were anything official. They didn't have trees in the game at that point, or rivers, or mountains.
There are some games that like lost a time like that as well. Like some games got demos and they only exist on demo discs. Like they never actually got fully produced. There's a bunch of like platformer games or old cool ideas.
We have some cool ideas coming in from LGD. They infest up the Tusk again. They've done this a few times this game. Gonna go hunting, looking for pickoffs. Almost feels like they're baiting with the Dawnbreaker up top, expecting the rotation towards her, so they're trying to intercept that gank. However, Vici Gaming are playing bottom area of the map. They're not going up here right now. BKBs all around. BKB Lifestealer, BKB Invoker, BKB Dawn, BKB Tusk, Mirana. Where's the goddamn BKB? Join the team.
Pathetic. She's got consecrated wraps instead.
And yeah, Invoker going for the Aghanim Scepter, the Wex Scepter. Pretty good for some long-range damage. Good for pushing lanes from super far away instead of having to stand on top of them and getting caught out.
Black hole cancel if Bark forgets to press BKB.
It's true.
Anything to dispel?
It's a pesky blink cancellation as well.
Yeah, true.
Those little twisters sticking around, but there's only 2 blink daggers in this game for Dire. They find the enemy Warden Sentry. Gonna ignore those, leave them there as they're in a smoke, more importantly. But their Warden Sentry, I believe, was seen earlier. Bottom area control, maybe thinking about taking out a tier 2 tower or playing towards the Tormentor. Aegis is only lasting 45 more seconds, so have to make a play now.
Yeah, they've not been able to do an awful lot with it. 7k lead still there for LGD. They amass all the gold on the map. Tormentor going to be there for Vici Gaming. At least they can swing into an objective. Get themselves a free shard for someone. Unless they have them already. And Shiro still without. The tether upgrade.
The Iron Shard. It's an okay shard. It's kind of not always doing that much because you need to land the tether over the enemies touching it. And then IO heals extra, but it's randomly going to help you here and there.
At least it doesn't bring back the tether stun.
Oh, we have Hex Bloodthorn combination on Shiro. This is so scary.
That's a lot of control. Topson, BKB TP. That's all he needs. Successfully out of there. And we don't have any Pierce outside of the black hole.
Yeah, they don't have the Abyssal on their team, only the Abyssal over on Dawnbreaker, of course. The game has kind of slowed down into a lull, but with the Aegis gone, I think LGD definitely are in position to take fights. They're still ahead by 7k gold. For now, it looks like they keep farming. I think they're waiting for key items. I think they really, really want the Aghanim Scepter on Theolicor.
Well, this whole game has felt like LGD let the waves wash over them, just waiting for that moment, getting next item, making a few of these like decisive stabbing moves to get a pick off and then back to farming. Everything's been very deliberate to drag this game out. But you are dragging a game out against Enigma, which is a little worrying. Yeah. But like you were saying earlier on, you've got this Dawnbreaker Lifestealer against an IO Sand King, right? Whisper.
The 5,000
health.
Fierce, though.
5,000 health Dawnbreaker, you're chasing her. The rest of the team getting onto Topson in this Ancients area. Shinkyu has fallen, Topson BKB's up. And Shiro with Y trying to slip back as Bach goes for the black hole straight onto Yuma. A Lifestealer being focused, Whisper came in. They're about to die, but they're not dead yet. Still alive, Lifestealing up. Oh my god, how have they survived? Through the black hole, snowball forward, chasing onto Shiro. Back dead, by back from Shinkyu, and a relocate out somehow saves the frog and the IO.
The BKB, he popped BKB early in the fight, and it ran out before the black hole ran out.
Coming back in.
Even over the guy going
Snowball dodges the sharpshooter. XM, he thought he had another angle, but no, he doesn't. Shiro can't escape from this either. Yuma gets in there. The damage is dealt. Whisper with the bashes, control up the IO, and a resounding victory for LGD.
Oh my god, you have to tip your Mirana. What was that arrow to cancel as well? Gets the long snipe there, sends it in, perfectly stops the Enigma, and I cannot believe it. Yuma was so low. He was down to like 150 HP and turns it all around. Lifestealer's wet dream right there. Healing up on everything.
They didn't die in a black hole. It's just insane to me. They're both on like 100 health. A little bit more is all Vici Gaming needed.
If that arrow was fired 1/10 of a second later, his carry would have died. The game would have looked entirely different. They would be losing right now. But now they're winning. Split-second decisions.
The flip of the coin. Incredible. A game of... some games are a game of inches. DOTA are a game of pixels, milliseconds. Minor nuanced differences in gameplay. That's led LGD to high ground. I'll take out that first barracks. He's going to get tagged up by the Sunstrike in the back. He's got Lifestealer infested in a flag bearer creep, chipping away at the buildings with Forge Spirits by his side. I know there's no black hole for 50 seconds. The chances for Vici Gaming to defend that mid lane, very limited. So they'll just go straight up the top and look for another tier 3.
Yeah, they do have one black hole, but I don't think you want to refresh with 30 seconds on the cooldown here. And knowing Dawnbreaker has her ulti, you just can't go for it. You got to wait out the Dawn ulti first. Tricky spot for Bach.
You got to hold on. You don't lose another lane of barracks. And you've got Shiro and Y pushing out this long lane to try and create a bit of space for themselves. But at this point, what? Vici Gaming? Okay, we'll see back the replay.
Look at this. We get to see a replay. He pops BKB. Watch Nigma. Pops BKB pretty early here to get safety. And this duration means the black hole is not going to be fully protected. And the arrow coming in towards the very end, stopping it. Just that little bit of time right there.
Perfect.
And Lifestealer heals up. Look at the heal. Dawnbreaker also is healing him, so it's actually a double healing combination.
That's incredibly quick. They're able to get out of there with a relocate, but my goodness, that fight's just over. And that starts out with LGD going onto Shinkyu, killing the Hoodwink first. Thompson having to BKB and run because the Vici Gaming side were like spread pretty wide in that fight, trying to go on different targets.
Yeah. Oh,
and now
fresh shard now. Over on the Invoker as well.
That's all led to a lane of barracks mid, Roshan, Aegis, Cheese, the goodies for LGD. 48th minute of gameplay, looking for that bottom lane tier 2 and maybe high ground push.
They're also farms. The difference between farm and the supports already is pretty, staggering. You have the 17,000 gold on the Mirana with her Hex running around, ready to disable someone. But look at the cores. 3 cores at 30k plus. They are so chunky, it's insane. And this Nigma, at least he can live to channel it, but gotta make sure the Black King bar is there to protect you.
You do.
Don't get cancelled again on that black hole.
It really has been such a great resilient showing out of LGD. Now, you mentioned all Thompson's defensive plays, waiting out on items, sitting on this left-hand side, just pushing waves. Dawnbreaker joining when needed, getting this accelerated farm on one side of the map while the rest of the team plays the other. That's why we're in a situation where top 3 out of the top 4 cores are all LGDs. IO is the only one top of the pops, ahead of anybody else.
Well, they're trying to put together whatever pieces they can before defending here. The push is coming in. BKB is up on Largo. IO has buyback ready, of course. They're going to have to probably expand some buybacks in a defense. I can't imagine being able to defend this that easily, but they're actually going to back out, not stressing it. Say we have Aegis for 3 minutes over on Lifestealer. Just gonna keep cutting waves. Maybe he will consume his Aghanim Scepter before the high ground push. Get the Blink Dagger in, or even the Daedalus. Looks like Daedalus is committed.
Did he buy out for it? He's bought the Chrysalis and the recipe, but he keeps selling the recipe. He bought and sold the recipe like 3 times now. I guess Aghanim's Blessing. He changed his mind.
Yeah, he wasn't sure if he could buy both the Daedalus recipe as well, because then we'd have to buy the Demon Edge. So he just gets the crit. So he's replacing the Aghanims in his inventory with the Chrysalis, which is already a decent damage increase. Doesn't look like that much, but adding some crits is going to help him.
And then keeping buyback, right? That's the big thing.
Yeah,
so
exactly. He's playing around it.
Like using up all of his unreliable gold, or as much as possible, keeping the reliable gold. So now he has buyback.
It would be tempting to just use your buyback as well, spend all your gold. You have Aegis, but you don't want to do that at TI. This late into the game, anything can happen. By the way, look at the amount of sentries in this Dire base. They're really paranoid about an observer on the high ground. They're covering their entire base in sentries.
Or even just like Moonlight Shadow 5-man move into the base, right? The amount of times we've seen that kind of loop around could catch you off guard.
But
making sure they see everything.
Mirana also has 3 smokes in her backpack, so that move with the Invis would also be paired with a smoke. They're gonna pop it now. Are they gonna go for the wraparound or just siege up here?
It looks like they're sieging with alacrity, with catapults.
That's so silly. So the Lifestealer is protected by is protected by the banner in this infested catapult that he stole. It's a stolen catapult, but they're alacritying and pushing with it.
They've got a little go onto Y, forcing an early BKB. Theolacor has to use his own to slip away from danger now. And Lifestealer and his catapult still going for it. Relocate used to go deep in behind. Shiro and Y trying to backstab onto Thompson. The fight breaks out properly, but Meatballs and Deafening Blast dropped in. Black Hole there. Theolacor and Yuma trapped inside, but Whisper here to save their lives. Second Black Hole from back. It's going to get stopped in his tracks. Down you go. Enigma gone for 70 seconds, and Yuma can just open up on whoever he wants to. Shiro in trouble. It's this Alacrity Lifestealer going ham. The IO's about to die. XM will at least kill off Thompson and lose his life, but the buybacks come out now. TP in onto the Lifestealer. Catch the Hoodwink with a Tornado. Whisper looking to get the high ground along with King Jungles. Yuma leaps into battle, kills him off, and that's Vici Gaming down 3 heroes. Io
Whisper's hungry for more.
He's hungry to go into the fountain. Chasing into Y and Shiro. Meatballs dropped on their heads. It's Cloudy the chance of death right now as Shiro's going to tether back down further south into the midst of LGD. They think it's all over, and it might just be now. No buybacks left, and LGD cruising to victory here in game 2.
Wow, impressive stuff coming out. I did like the play from Vici. They tried something, right? Enigma jumped in with the BKB, popped the Black Hole, knowing Dawnbreaker is going to ulti him. Then, using the Aeon Disc stun resistance, he immediately refreshed, Black Hole again, but his BKB duration ran out, and Snowball got him. That's what canceled the second Black Hole, and unfortunately, the moment that was gone, their hopes were also gone. This game, it hinged on Black Hole for them, and when you're playing as Dawnbreaker, it just feels like a tough order for an Enigma to carry the game.
It absolutely does. Another shining example of LGD, though, stepping up to the plate. I'm not sure if that's another unique hero for Thompson, because I didn't see Invoker when we ran through that list. So that might be now 12 for 13 different heroes in different games, showing you can play all of them at the highest level. But again, just the props to the whole team. Cavs for drafting and bringing everything into the fold. Everything's tight and working together. It seems like LGD, their team comms are spot on.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely so cohesive, this team, and their performance this game was really impressive. A lot of nice little mini games happening as well with baiting different things, you know. And I think in particular, we didn't really sing the praises so much, but the support are so active on LGD. I love that. Theolacor and King Jungles, I feel like they don't waste any moments. They always run around looking for something. I don't see these guys idle around or, you know, off finishing an item on their own. They're always active, and that enables the course in a beautiful way.
No way they chase this as well. Or dance forward, step back, get the key hero locked in place, the encirclement surrounding the IO in these positions. That's just perfection from LGD.
That was a crazy fight. That was a massive fight. Getting 6 kills there. And this could have been the moment. If Vici just managed to kill the Lifestealer here, they would probably go on to win the game. Like, it was that close. And oh my god, it was less than 150 HP. He's on like 50 HP there.
Yeah. That was super tight. And then there's Lifesteal all the way back up and chase them down. Like that was game-winning moment. It's like, okay, slam the door, we can do it. On a knife's edge, a real balance rope act here for Vici Gaming, but they fall off and there is no safety net under them.
Yeah, there's the thing that he had a second Black Hole after that one. If that first one killed Lifestealer and Dawnbreaker there, it would have gone on to kill the rest as well afterwards, and they could push, get some big advantages. The game would have looked entirely different, but those minor differences in Dota. And here we see the play. So Enigma intentionally tanks the Dawnbreaker ulti, knowing that it's going to cancel, and then Insta goes again, gets Lifestealer and Dawn, but Snowball.
Yeah.
Actually, it wasn't even Snowball. I think something else damaged him first as well. He kind of just died to right clicks from Invoker, I think.
And then we do have that problem, you know, you're going to this late game, you talked about it against some of these Radiant cores. You are an IO Sand King Enigma. Yes, you've got teamfight. Yes, you've got big abilities, but you don't have that physical damage right-clicking guy.
Yeah, meanwhile, you could almost make the case that all of LGD is scaled to do some pretty serious right-clicking towards the later stages of the game. Lifestealer, obviously, but Dawnbreaker, Tusk, Mirana, even Invoker, they bring some serious punches towards the later stages. And magic damage, it's good, but you can't refresh BKB. If you could refresh BKB on Enigma, maybe this game would have been easier, but items not being refreshed anymore is a massive change to that.
It absolutely is. And that tail end just chasing them back into Fountain, herding them into that one corner. It was a drastic attempt, you know, trying to relocate out of base, to catch someone in the back lines, looking for Thompson, you're hunting for kills. In the end, it doesn't pay off for Vici Gaming. LGD with a 2-0 victory. And that puts them at 3-2. Vici now obviously at 2-3 here in the group stage for TI 2026.
2-0 victory, and Thompson as well, just delivering extremely well in both games. Second game, he did the most damage on his team, 53,000 damage. Io actually did even more, but I feel like it was hard for Io to have the same sort of laser targeted focus on one target at a time. It's just kind of random AoE damage coming out and didn't always have the same impact as Invoker did.
Yeah, I mean, none of the stat lines look incredibly impressive for Vici Gaming there. We've had some pretty big ones. There's King Jungle's always going to be our standout player. That Mirana arrow, the cancel on the black
that one
hole.
arrow, right? If it wasn't for that one arrow, they would be going to game 3 soon. So yeah, I mean, impressive stuff. Fun to see as well the build. The Essence Distiller is pretty common, but you know, not opting to go for the Aghanim Scepter build in this game.
Yeah,
going a different route altogether. Going for the Essence Distiller into 4-staff into then the wraps. Incredibly high survivability. All these aim to increase your survivability so much.
Yeah, it's like utility plus tank. Utilitank. That's what he's gone for. Utilitank build on Mirana.
Utilitank.
None of that nonsense damage build. None of that stuff. Let Whisper do the damage. Let Yuma do the damage. I'll do all the control and the tanking. Well, there we go. That wraps up another day of group stage here for TI 2026 on the D stream. Anyway, I'm sure there are other games going on with some more Dota 2 for you, but we've got LGD taking that 2-0 victory over Vici Gaming. The Chinese squad with the South American roster and the Finnish flair going to take it over the Chinese org with the Chinese roster. Unfortunately for the Chinese region, they are going to have a team drop down to that 2-3 spot. But that's it for us. Time to take a break. Come back tomorrow, fresh, ready for more Dota. We'll see you all then.